Welcome back to Goofy Harry. Today's adventure. What if Harry Potter inherited Apollo's curse of prophecy on his 11th birthday? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Robin knew first. Harry woke at 5:47 a.m. with copper on his tongue and a certainty that had no name. He lay in the cupboard under the stairs, the dark too thick for his glasses to pierce, and counted backwards from the shape of what he knew. 6 minutes. A robin would hit the kitchen window. It would be dead. He'd never seen this bird before, but he knew the exact shade of its breast. Orange red, too bright for the gray morning outside, too final. This was wrong. Premonition wasn't something that happened to him. Harry Potter did not know things before they occurred. Harry Potter was the kind of person to whom things happened unforeseen, the better to make him look foolish, the better for Uncle Vernon's knuckle to come down hard. He shifted under the threadbare blanket. His wrist knocked against the book he'd been reading, Alchemy and Practical Transmutation, and the paperback fell to the floor with a muffled thump. Forbidden. Everything in this house that mattered was forbidden, but the books were the only thing the Dursleys hadn't noticed, and Harry intended to keep it that way. 5 minutes. Outside, the summer dawn broke gray and reluctant. He could hear it in the small sounds, Dudley's alarm, still 11 minutes from going off, Petunia shuffling toward the kitchen, Vernon's chair creaking as he shifted in sleep. 4 minutes. Harry reached for his glasses on a brick beside the cupboard door and fitted them onto his nose. The darkness resolved into brick, into dust, into the familiar borders of his cage. 11 years and the cupboard had never seemed like much. Now it seemed even smaller. The air was wrong, too full, too certain. 3 minutes. He could wait. He could prove it to himself. Or he could be mad, which was worse. 2 minutes. The padding of Petunia's feet reached the kitchen. The water tap squeaked. She was filling the kettle. 1 minute. Harry's counting reached 0 the same instant the robin hit glass. Not a thump, not a soft sound. A sharp, decisive crack that carried through the cupboard wall as if someone had snapped a wooden branch. He heard Petunia gasp. He heard the kettle clatter onto the stone. "Vernon," she called, her voice pitched high and thin. "There's a dead bird at the window." Harry lay still in the darkness, breathing copper, and understood that something had broken in the world. Or in him, or both. He spent the next hour watching the morning arrive through the small shaft of light under the cupboard door, timing the small confirmations the way he'd timed the robin. The blackbird outside sang at 6:03. He'd known it would. The specific note, a high trill, a drop, a pause, all of it already mapped in his head. And in the moment the bird sang, the copper taste sharpened in his mouth. It was terrible, and it was exhilarating, and it was the most horrible thing he'd ever experienced, knowing that the world was mechanical, that he was mechanical, that even his surprise, his fear that it would be wrong, was already written into the pattern. Dudley woke at 6:14, his alarm beeping in the particular rhythm that meant he'd hit snooze twice already. His first action was to demand breakfast. Not ask, demand. The word would be breakfast, clipped, nasal, without please. And it came exactly as expected when Petunia finally said, "Well, get down here, boy," a moment before Vernon hollowed from the sitting room, "Get down here, boy." Both of them talking in that particular register of disgust, the two-part harmony of their joint contempt. They didn't know he'd heard this same chord before. They didn't know that their cruelty was becoming predictable. There was something almost sad about it, once you could see it coming. Harry climbed out of the cupboard. The kitchen was bright, and he blinked until his eyes adjusted. Vernon sat at the table in his desk chair, black coffee steaming in front of him. He was in the brown trousers and tan shirt he wore on Mondays. Harry knew this too, though today was Sunday. Or maybe today he wore them because Harry knew he would. The logic was beginning to spiral. He forced it down. "A bird," Petunia announced, pointing to the window. The robin lay on the sill outside, wings askew, dead for 20 minutes. Right at the glass, just fell. It's unnatural, Vernon grunted. His coffee mug was halfway to his mouth, and he would bring it all the way and drink there. 3 seconds. The swallow would be audible. Finish your breakfast, he said, setting the mug down, and clean that up after. The bird was Harry's responsibility. Everything dead was. Dudley was already at the table, demolishing cereal in great crunching handfuls. Petunia was setting out eggs, bread, butter. Harry moved toward the table and reached for the salt before she'd even placed it, his hand finding the spot where it would land. She didn't notice. She was watching Vernon, her mouth thin. But as Harry's fingers closed around the salt, something shifted in her face. A flash of something, not recognition, but something adjacent. A moment where the world wobbled. Then it passed. She turned back to the eggs. He went through breakfast like a man autopsy conducting himself. The eggs were overcooked, the yolks broken and pale. He would find a bit of shell in his mouth on the 5th bite. He ate slowly, deliberately, waiting for the grit. It came exactly when expected, and he had to work his tongue around it to keep from reacting. Dudley would ask for seconds before he'd finished his first plate. This happened at 6:38. Harry watched the clock, watched Dudley push back from the table with his mouth still half full, and Petunia would sigh the particular sigh that meant she was about to cave. The sound was almost beautiful in its predictability. A long exhalation through the nose, a slight drop in her shoulders, then the reaching for the pan. Vernon would read the paper that was already at his elbow, the obituaries page, and he would make a small noise of satisfaction at something he read there. HMPH, he said, right on time. His finger traced a line on the page. He was reading about someone's death the way someone else might read about the weather. Harry watched this moment carefully. It was one of the few times Vernon seemed to engage with the wider world, through news of other people's endings. All of it happened exactly as foreseen. None of it was real anymore, or all of it had always been this real and Harry had never noticed before. There was no difference between the two possibilities, and that was the most unsettling thing of all. After breakfast, while Petunia was distracted with the washing up, Harry slipped out to the back garden. The morning was already warm, humidity rolling in from somewhere east. The garden was small and mean and entirely his when the Dursleys weren't looking, which was most of the time. A wall of wildly overgrown privet formed one edge. A rusted shed sagged in the far corner. The grass needed cutting. He sat on a small stone behind the shed, where no one from the house could see him. The certainty was still there, sitting under his ribs like something that had taken permanent residence. The copper taste hadn't faded. If anything, it was stronger, and underneath it was something else. Something like the aftertaste of coins, like having bitten the inside of his own cheek and then forgotten about it until the blood had gone cold. He tried an experiment. He closed his eyes and reached forward into the blank space of not yet, the way he'd been reaching all morning, and he tried to not know. If he didn't look, really didn't look, maybe the knowing would stop. Maybe it would reverse. Maybe he'd wake up in the cupboard again and the robin would still be alive and everything would be wrong in the correct, expected way. But there it was. Petunia, in approximately 4 minutes, would step out the back door and call for him. She would need him to wash the bathroom. She would say, "Harry, you insufferable child," with particular emphasis on the second word. She would be wearing the apron with the small burn mark near the hem, the apron she only wore on Sundays because it was the oldest one. He opened his eyes. The back door was still closed. The garden was still empty, but for him, 4 minutes became 3, 2, and then Petunia stood in the doorway in the burnt apron, and she was calling his name in that particular tone, and when he appeared she said, "You insufferable child, the bathroom needs doing," exactly as he'd already heard it, except there was something in her eyes. A moment of hesitation. A glitch. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, and he moved past her into the house, up the narrow stairs, toward the bathroom where the sink dripped in a rhythm he already knew. He spent the afternoon waiting for something that Mig so, said the voice, and it was like bottled sunlight, like amber, like someone who'd spent far too long being pleased with his own metaphors. "You've noticed." Harry didn't move. The step was warm beneath him, still holding the day's heat. He'd been waiting for this, the moment the voice would move from interior to external, from hallucination to reality, or whichever was worse. But it hadn't come yet. The voice was inside him still, crisp and certain and theatrical. It carried the weight of someone who'd spent millennia being amused at his own jokes, who found his own wordplay endlessly delightful, who existed in a perpetual state of pleased self-regard. "I'm mad," Harry said quietly, testing the words. They didn't feel true, but he had to offer them as a possibility, a door to step through if the voice was willing. The voice laughed. It sounded like wind chimes made of gold. "Oh, possibly, but not about this." The voice shifted tones, became sonorous, archaic. "Let me tell you a terrible joke. Once I loved a woman so much that I granted her perfect foresight. She had the gift to see all futures, all contingencies, all the ways the world could unfold. It was a magnificent gift." Harry waited. "She told them." They laughed. Another voice, entirely different, flat, exhausted, without irony. A woman's voice, or what remained of one. It dissolved like smoke. The sunny voice continued. "I learned that knowing and being believed are not the same power. In fact, they're inverses. One was hers. I kept the other, which is a punishment all its own. But she's been gone for some thousands of years now, and I was bored. Still am. Except," and here the voice took on a tone of theatrical wonder, "I found a very young man, barely aware his own world exists, and I thought, why not? Alone, you see. Just a taste of what it is to know. Not the full weight of it, just enough to be interesting." Harry's hands had gone cold. "Why?" "Because you asked, some years back, for something you couldn't possibly have meant. You were small and furious and trapped in that cupboard, and you wanted, very specifically, to not be trapped. Not in space, but in accident. You wanted not to be surprised by the falling objects, the harsh voices, the small humiliations. You wanted to see them coming. I was listening. Godly prerogative. Very gauche, I know, but there it is." The gold of the evening deepened. Harry's shadow on the garden wall was black and precise. "The catch," the voice said, and now there was something underneath it, something tired, something that had learned its poetry the hard way, "is Cassandra's catch. You will know. They will not believe. Or they will, and it will matter less than you think. The future, little oracle, is not a map. It's a prison where every wall is something you built yourself already. All I've done is given you the key. Whether you use it, whether you run, whether you march through anyway, that's yours, not mine." Harry found his voice. "What happens on Wednesday? The kitchen pipe in your aunt's house will burst, just past the elbow, right before the feed to the sink. She won't believe you when you tell her. On Wednesday at approximately 11:17 in the morning it will burst. She'll understand then that you told her true, and she'll blame you for not preventing it." A line came to Harry unbidden, something old and patient and utterly without sympathy. "I told them." They laughed. "Precisely. There's the gift. There's the cost." After that, the voice fell silent. Harry sat until the sun was nearly gone, until the garden filled with purple shadow and the first cicadas began to saw at the evening air. He could feel the voice still there, golden and watching, amused by its own generosity, tired in a way that didn't seem to be about time at all. When he finally stood and went inside, Petunia was setting the table for supper. She looked at him with the same flicker of wrongness he'd seen at breakfast, as if she'd almost remembered something, then decided not to. "You're filthy," she said. "Go wash." He did. That night, lying in the cupboard, Harry tried to understand the shape of what he knew. The voice, Apollo, if he was to give it a name, which apparently he was, hadn't lied. The futures he'd seen had all unfolded correctly. The robin, Dudley's demands, the blackbird's song. The rhythm of the house was knowable because it was already known, because it had already happened, because time was something with weight and texture and very little forward motion to it. But there was something else, underneath the certainty. A thin thread of contingency. The futures he wasn't looking at. The ways things could have gone differently if he'd chosen, if he'd forced, a different path. On the breakfast table he could have not reached for the salt. He could have asked for it instead. Would Petunia's face have changed? Would the morning have shifted? He found out on Tuesday. The kitchen was thick with heat. Petunia was preparing lunch. Harry sat at the table watching her move with the economy of long habit. At some point he could see it, the golden moment of branch-off. She would place the butter on the table. At that moment he would not look at the butter before she placed it. He would look instead at Dudley's chin. He would pretend not to know. This was a test. He understood that clearly. A test to see if knowing was a prison or a choice. If the future was a thing already written, immutable and final, or if the act of refusing to acknowledge it changed something in the architecture of what was possible. The butter touched the table. Harry looked at Dudley's chin, a small red spot new since morning, and he fought down the knowledge, tried to push it back into the space where futures lived. He didn't look at the butter. He didn't nod or shift his gaze the way he had on Sunday. He pretended with every fiber of his being not to know what he absolutely knew. That the butter was there, that the plate beside it held 3 pieces of bread, that Petunia would place a small bowl of pickled onions beside his plate at 12:34 because Dudley had demanded it and she'd given in. Petunia's hand froze midway through turning back to the stove. "Are you watching me?" she said. Not a question, an accusation. Her voice was strange, thin. "No, Aunt Petunia." "You were. You." She stopped. She turned away sharply. When her hand emerged from the refrigerator, it was shaking. "Eat your lunch." Harry ate his lunch. But for just a moment, something had changed. For just a moment, the future had felt different, not broken, but flexible, malleable, like something that could be argued with if he had the strength. Like a wall that you could push against, and if you pushed hard enough and in the right way, it might give. But the butter had still arrived. The bread was still there. The pickled onions came at 12:34, exactly as he'd known they would. What had changed was not the outcome. What had changed was Petunia's awareness that he was resisting his own knowledge. And that awareness had terrified her. On Wednesday morning at 11:17, the pipe burst. Petunia screamed. Vernon came running. Harry stood in the kitchen doorway and waited. The water was spraying in a good arc now, soaking the floor, beginning to seep toward the sitting room. "The pipe," Petunia was saying. But how did?" She looked at Harry. "You said," he began carefully, "that it would burst on Wednesday. You told me." Petunia's face went white, then red, then white again. "I did not," she whispered. "You did, Monday afternoon in the garden." "I did not." She moved toward him with her hand raised, not quite striking, but close enough that Harry flinched back. "Don't you lie to me. Don't you ever." She dropped her hand. "You made it burst. I don't know how. Some of your—" She couldn't say it. Couldn't say the word that lived in the space between them, the word that had been waiting since Lily died. "I didn't," Harry said quietly. "I saw it." Petunia's jaw tightened. When she spoke, her Thursday morning, something broke. Harry had been sitting behind the shed, the one spot in the garden where he could watch the back door and remain unseen, when the knowing hit him like a door. Not a premonition this time. A cascade, a flood, a drowning. He went down hard, grass against his mouth, the taste of copper and earth and something older underneath it. His eyes were open and shut at the same time. He was seeing and not seeing, walking through a vast place that had no floor, and the marble beneath his hands was cold and not marble but something harder, something that had been waiting at the bottom of the world for a very long time. A vault, stone walls that curved up and never stopped curving. The stone was not stone anymore but marble, and the marble was not marble but something older, something that predated the concept of stone. And hung along those walls, in frames and glass cases of their own making, were things, dozens of them, hundreds of them, small objects that glowed with an interior light that had nothing to do with the sun. A cup that sang without being drunk from, a pomegranate seed that wept, a lyre, a stone so black it was invisible. The air in the vault tasted of copper and myrrh and the particular flavor of something that had been waiting at the bottom of the world for longer than time had names. Harry's ears rang. Just one ear, the right one, a high-pitched whine that felt like it was drilling through bone. A man in a moleskin coat stood with his back to Harry, just standing there in the vast vault, looking at something on the far wall. The coat was shabby and enormous, patched with things that weren't cloth but looked like dried skin or tree bark, or the wings of creatures that didn't have names. The man inside it was even larger somehow, despite being still. When he turned, Harry's throat closed. There was a face, but he couldn't see it, not refused, but unable. It was like looking at something behind very thick glass, like looking at a photograph that had been exposed to light and became only shadow. The future obscures itself from those who aren't meant to see it, and this man's face was obscured in exactly that way. But then it wasn't the moleskin man anymore. It was something else. A man's form, but not a man, not quite. Not human anymore, and not ever human to begin with. The face was there, and then it wasn't, flickering like a bad projection. Where the eyes should have been were something hollow and infinite. Something that contained entire forests and the death of forests. The nose was wrong. It was there and then not, then twisted sideways. The mouth was a slit in a face that seemed to be made of shadow and intention, and the particular geometry of something trying to squeeze itself into a space too small to hold it. And beneath all that wrongness was a shape Harry knew. A shape he'd seen in nightmares that hadn't happened yet. The shape of the man who would try to kill him and fail and try again forever, across the space between one world and another. Harry was running. He was running through a forest, not Privet Drive, not anything close to Privet Drive. A forest of very old trees, the kind of forest that had been there long enough to forget why it was there. The trees towered above him, and between them the light was green and strange underwater light, the kind of light that had never quite believed in itself. His feet weren't touching the ground properly. He was moving through this place the way you move through water, slow and heavy and unable to breathe. And behind him, something was following. Something with the shape of a man, but the intent of something far worse. He could hear it breathing, a sound like wind through a crypt, like stone being ground into smaller stone, like the earth digesting something that had died underground. He could taste its breath in his mouth, copper and ash, and the particular flavor of a word said backwards. The taste was cold. It burned. A figure in front of him, tall, lean, strange. A centaur. Not entirely a horse and not entirely anything else, but something caught between states of being. Ancient. Patient. The centaur's eyes were the color of old brass. The centaur was calling out to him. The boy, the oracle boy, Apollo sent you, didn't he? He always was a romantic about the mortals, about the ones who could see. But seeing doesn't save you, does it? It just makes you, the words cut off. There was no sound for a moment, a perfect, terrible silence. And then Harry understood why. The thing behind him had reached them. The centaur's back curved, an impossible angle. The centaur made a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite anything Harry had heard before. Harry was falling now, falling down into darkness that was also light, falling into a space that had room for him and also nothing else, falling and falling. And as he fell, he understood that the thing following him was what had killed the centaur. It was what would kill him someday, in one of the futures he could see branching out like fingers grasping at the dark. It was patient. It was inevitable. It was, in some terrible way, inevitable because it was always there, always had been, always would be. A stone. just a stone, smooth and black and warm to the touch, and it was hidden somewhere, buried, waiting. It had always been waiting. And if he didn't find it, if he failed this task that he didn't understand and hadn't agreed to, then the thing would get closer. The pattern would shift. And one day, somewhere, it would catch him. Harry gasped and came back to himself with his face in the grass. He lay there for a long moment, not moving. His fingers were digging into the earth, grass in his mouth. He could taste the soil, could feel the grit of it between his teeth. The sky above him was very blue, too blue, a blue that had no business being that pure when his chest was trying to collapse inward. The cupboard was small. The world was small. The universe was very large and absolutely final. His chest was heaving. His heart was trying to escape his ribs, throwing itself against the bone cage over and over. There was something pressing on his lungs, not pain but weight. The weight of things not said. The weight of knowing who would hunt him. The weight of seeing his own death 3 different ways and understanding that they were all equally real. And underneath that, heavier still, was the knowledge that he'd seen something else at the moment the face became clear. A shape behind a shape, a thing within a thing, and at the very center of it, something that might have been a fragment of his own future, burning. Somewhere in the house, Dudley was complaining about lunch. The sound was distant, unreal. A voice from a world that had stopped being Harry's world the moment he woke up with copper on his tongue. Harry pushed himself up. His hands were shaking. The grass clung to his hair. The garden was the same. The shed was the same. The fence was the same. But something had shifted in the quality of the light. The knowing was deeper now. It had roots. It had reached into him and changed the shape of his bones, rewritten the rhythm of his heartbeat, made him into something other than the small, frightened boy who'd opened his eyes at 5:47 that morning. He understood with a clarity that tasted like old coins that he would never be frightened the same way again, because he'd already seen the worst thing coming and he was still alive. Still breathing, still reaching with a trembling hand to brush the dirt from his mouth. He went inside and moved through the afternoon like something underwater. Petunia watched him. There was fear in her eyes now, but not for him. Something older. Something that recognized what he'd become or was becoming. Vernon was distracted, nervous, the way he got when something had broken that was actually his responsibility to fix. The pipe had been the first crack. Harry could see it in him, the growing sense that the world was becoming unreliable, that the space of his comfortable ignorance was getting smaller with each passing hour. Harry sat at the lunch table and tried not to think about the fact. The drive to the coast took 4 hours and 17 minutes. Harry knew this because he'd already lived it, and because time had become a thing with texture now, something measurable and finite and almost merciful in its exactitude. The car was hot. The motorway was crowded. Vernon's hands on the steering wheel were white-knuckled, and by the time they reached the outskirts of a small seaside town, the name of which Harry had seen but forgotten, his jaw was clenched so tight his temples throbbed. There, Vernon muttered, pulling off the main road onto a narrow lane that twisted toward the coast. Out here, no letters, no post, nothing. Petunia sat rigid in the passenger seat. She hadn't spoken since they'd left Privet Drive. Her hands were folded in her lap, and Harry could see the small tremor in them from where he sat in the back, squeezed between Dudley and a suitcase that smelled of old wool. Dudley was complaining. He'd been complaining continuously since they left, about the heat, about the traffic, about the fact that there was no proper McDonald's near the hut, about the fact that his mobile wouldn't have signal. Harry let the complaining wash over him without comment. He could see the outline of what came next, the rain starting at dusk, the quality of the light changing from gold to gray. The feel of being trapped in a small space while the storm broke against the windows like something alive. The hut was smaller than he'd expected. It sat on a rock in the middle of the sea, accessible only by a narrow causeway that Vernon seemed to think they'd driven across. They hadn't. The tide was coming in. Harry could see this clearly, in the way water already filled some of the lower portions of the cause. By nightfall, they'd be completely cut off. Vernon seemed to think this was the point. The hut itself was made of wood and resignation. It had been built sometime in the previous century, by someone who'd had either a profound lack of taste or a very dark sense of humor. There was a kitchen that smelled of damp, a sitting room with furniture that seemed to be actively decomposing, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom where the pipes sang constantly. Petunia went immediately upstairs. Dudley threw himself onto a chair and declared the entire situation unacceptable. Vernon stood in the center of the sitting room, breathing heavily, and seemed to be trying to convince himself that he'd made a good decision. Harry set his bag in the kitchen and went outside. The wind was picking up. The sky was darkening in that way that meant the storm would be substantial, not just a passing shower. Harry could taste the salt in the air, could feel the moisture already conditioning his skin. He stood on the small stone porch and looked out at the sea, and in his mind he could see the shape of the days ahead, Monday and Hagrid and the strange school he'd be going to. He could see the sorting hat, could see the moment of choosing. He could see the moment when the boy in the corner, Ron something, would believe him when no one else would. But underneath all of that there was something else, a blank space. A moment where the knowing stopped, and Harry realized with a start that it was tomorrow morning. The moment when Hagrid broke down the door. The moment when the future became the present and he had to decide whether to act on what he knew or to play at not knowing. He stood in the wind and tried to prepare himself for it. By the time dark fell, the storm had arrived. The sea was churning. The rain was coming in sheets. Inside the hut, the lights flickered as the wind battered the walls. Dudley had worked himself into a state of near hysteria about the possibility of being washed away. Petunia had gone to bed. Vernon was sitting in the kitchen with all the lights on, drinking something that Harry was fairly certain would make tomorrow morning worse. Harry lay on a thin mattress in the smaller bedroom and listened to the house move around him. The hut shifted with the wind. The pipes sang. Somewhere in his dreams things kept falling. The stone, the lyre, a bird with no eyes, a girl who looked like his mother trying to tell him something very important, her mouth moving in a language he almost understood. He woke at 4:47 a.m. The storm hadn't abated. If anything, it had gotten worse. The wind was making sounds like nothing in nature should make, a keening, a howling, something almost like speech. Harry lay in the dark and counted the minutes, the way he'd counted them since Tuesday, and he waited for the moment when everything changed. It came at 6:03 a.m. The front door didn't open, it exploded. The wood didn't bend to accommodate the force, it simply ceased to exist, splinters flying inward. Through the wreckage came a figure, enormous, black-coated, carrying a lantern that swung like a pendulum in the chaos of the wind. Hagrid. He was enormous. That was the first thing. He seemed to fill the entire doorway, and when he stepped inside the hut, ducking slightly to clear the frame, Harry saw that he was going to have to tilt his head back quite a long way to see the man's face. The second thing was the smell, not unpleasant but overwhelming. Creatures, leather, weather, something that reminded Harry of the garden after rain. The third thing was that the moleskin coat was exactly as Harry had seen it. Vernon came thundering down the stairs, roaring. Dudley was crying. Petunia stood in her nightdress in the doorway of her room, white-faced, staring at the enormous man as if he were a nightmare made manifest. Hagrid's expression cycled through surprise, confusion, and something that might have been hurt. "I was supposed to," he began. "They're supposed to be, Hagrid," Harry said. Hagrid stopped. He turned to look at the small dark-haired boy sitting calmly on the worn sofa in the corner of the sitting room, waiting with the patience of someone who'd already seen this scene play out. His expression shifted from confusion to something more troubling, something that looked almost like wariness. "How did you? I've been expecting you," Harry said quietly. "Since Monday." Vernon's face had gone from red to a shade of purple that seemed medically inadvisable. "What is this?" he roared. "Some kind of—" "No," Hagrid said, and there was a strange gentleness in his voice, the way you'd speak to something that might startle and bolt. "No, this is. This is supposed to be the part where I tell him about Hogwarts. This is supposed to be the part where I tell him he's a wizard and he says something like, 'I'm a what?' And then we explain the whole thing." "I'm a wizard," Harry confirmed, because it was obvious and because lying would have been pointless. "And you're taking me away from here. We leave in about 20 minutes, I think, once you've dealt with the confusion." Petunia made a small sound. Hagrid looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something in his huge, weathered face shifted. It was the same expression Petunia had worn when the salt appeared before her hands could ask for it. Recognition. Wrongness. The sense that the world had developed a glitch that no one had programmed. Hagrid's hand, which had been reaching up to steady his umbrella, fell slowly to his side. "How old are you?" Hagrid asked. His voice was different now, smaller, uncertain. 11, Harry said. "As of yesterday." The lantern swung. In its light, Harry could see Hagrid's eyes were very bright, very wet. Something in the giant man's face had crumbled. "You knew I was coming," Hagrid said, not a question. "Yes." "How long?" "Since Monday morning. When the letters started coming," Harry said, and he found that he was being kind in how he said it. Gentle. The way you tell someone bad news and wanted them to understand that you were sorry. "I saw you coming. I've been waiting." Hagrid's expression cycled through something that might have been pain. "And you know," Hagrid began. "A lot of things I shouldn't," Harry said, finishing the thought. "Yes." From the shadows in the corner, the place where the light from the lantern didn't quite reach, came the sound of something amused. Apollo's voice, lazy and golden. "He's taking it remarkably well. Mostly. I think he's going to be fine." And underneath, exhausted, final, "I knew about the wizard. They said, 'Ask Apollo.'" Vernon was still roaring. His voice had gone hoarse with it, the words becoming less intelligible, more purely sound. Something about not accepting this, not accepting it. There were laws. Petunia had sat down on the bottom step, her hands covering her face. She was not crying. Harry understood, in a way that was sad and perfectly clear, that Petunia had spent 11 years hoping that the magic wouldn't come for him, that he'd be normal, that he'd be someone she could understand and dismiss and lock away without guilt. He just proved her wrong about all of it. Dudley was being sick in the kitchen sink. The sound was terrible and pathetic and entirely predictable. Harry had known it would happen at 6:17 a.m., give or take 30 seconds. He felt no satisfaction in being right. The storm continued to batter the small hut on the rock in the middle of the sea, completely indifferent to the fact that the future had just arrived 3 minutes early and carrying an umbrella it wouldn't need for another several hours. Harry stood, picked up his small canvas bag, all his possessions in one hand, all his past contained in old canvas and a broken strap, and waited for Hagrid to stop looking at him like he was something that needed to be understood before it could be safely approached. "Come on then," Hagrid said finally, his voice thick. "Let's get out of this place." Harry moved toward the broken door without looking back at his relatives. There was no point. He'd already seen that moment, had already felt the lack of grief in it. Petunia would cry for him in the dark sometimes in future years, but she would never admit it. Vernon would grow older and angrier and smaller. Dudley would become someone and then become no one. And Harry would become something else entirely, something that saw the world in layers, something that lived in the gap between what was and what would be. The lantern swung in Hagrid's enormous hand. The storm roared, and Harry walked out of the hut with a man he'd never met but already knew, toward a life he'd already lived but hadn't yet begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The marble vault the boat back from the rock moved slowly, rocking in the long swells. The storm had broken into low gray cloud that hung just above the water, and the rain had dwindled to a persistent mist that made the world soft and indistinct. Hagrid sat at the stern with his hand on the tiller, his enormous shoulders hunched, his coat dripping. Salt spray misted up from the bow. The sea was still rough from the storm, waves rolling in from the west with a deep gurgling sound, the kind of sound that came from weather that hadn't quite decided it was finished. He hadn't spoken much since Harry had climbed into the boat. He kept glancing sideways at Harry, the way you'd glance at a spider that had just solved a puzzle, as if he was trying to understand the mechanism of something that shouldn't work but clearly did. "You're not scared," Hagrid said. "Not a question." Harry watched the shore recede. He'd already seen this water, this grayness, the exact moment when the mainland would come back into focus. The particular shade of green the water turned when you were 5 minutes from shore, the smell of it, the weight of it. "I've been expecting this since Monday." Hagrid made a small sound, not quite a laugh, not quite grief. "You shouldn't have had to expect anything. You should have just been a normal boy." Harry considered this. It was not the first time someone had expressed disappointment that he wasn't normal. Petunia had spent 11 years on it, watching him with a kind of angry resignation, as if normalcy was a gift she'd been waiting to give him and he'd stubbornly refused it. "I'm not sure I was ever going to be that." They rowed in silence for a while. Harry could taste salt and old rope. The boat lifted and dropped, with the rhythm of something breathing. He found he didn't mind it. He'd already lived through this crossing twice, once in his bones and once in the knowing, and the third time through was almost restful by comparison, like rereading a book you understood the ending to. There was a strange comfort in arriving at moments you'd already seen, in walking through doorways you'd already walked through. The future held no surprises, but it held the confirmation of certainty. He'd seen this water. He'd seen this fog. He'd lived through it already, and he was living through it again. "What else do you know?" Hagrid asked quietly. "Enough," Harry said. "About Hogwarts. Some. About Dumbledore." Harry looked at the giant man. Hagrid's expression was carefully neutral, but there was worry underneath it, the kind of worry that came from carrying secrets that were bigger than you, secrets that pressed against the inside of your chest and had nowhere to go. "That he's waiting," Harry said, "and that he's already decided something about me that I don't understand yet." Hagrid's hands tightened on the tiller, knuckles going white. Something in his face shifted, resignation, maybe, or the acknowledgement that the boy he was supposed to be rescuing had already rescued himself weeks ago, in some future that was now bleeding backward into the present. "I'm not supposed to tell you any of this," Hagrid said. "I'm supposed to be the one explaining. I'm supposed to be showing you how it all works." "You can still do that," Harry said. "Knowing something's coming doesn't mean I know what it means when it gets here." They made the mainland just after full light. The docks were crowded with the normal sort of people, fishermen with weathered hands, a woman with a parcel wrapped in brown paper, an old man reading a newspaper that already looked waterlogged. None of them looked up as Hagrid and Harry passed. Hagrid was enormous and black-coated and obviously not from here, and yet they looked through him. Hagrid noticed. "Magic," he said gruffly. "Muggle-repelling charm. They won't remember us being here." Harry watched the Muggles not see them, watched their eyes slide past as if Hagrid were nothing more than a shadow, and understood that there were layers to the world he'd only begun to comprehend. Magic wasn't just wands and spells. It was people forgetting. It was the architecture of perception being adjusted so that certain things simply didn't register. It was the world reshaping itself to accommodate the existence of secret things. The underground was Hagrid's idea of a nightmare. He bent nearly double in the tunnels, his head scraping against the stone, his umbrella held at an angle that would have put out an eye if anyone had been standing the wrong way. The tunnel ceiling was cracked plaster and stained concrete, decades of condensation marking the stone like a water line. The crowd on the platform parted unconsciously around him, the way water parts around a stone, some subliminal instinct warning people away from something that large and obviously not from here. Harry could see the moment, exact as a photograph. When Hagrid's umbrella would catch a businessman in the ribs, the angle was wrong, the swing of it inevitable, the businessman's trajectory bringing him into the path of moving umbrella tip at precisely the moment Hagrid was reaching up to adjust his grip. Harry watched it unfold, calculated whether to step forward and stop it, considered the variables and the consequences of intervention, and decided not to. The businessman yelped, spun around, looked straight through Hagrid as if he didn't exist, and shuffled away muttering about getting too old for this. Some part of his brain had rejected the possibility that Hagrid was real. "Sorry," Hagrid said to no one, his voice echoing slightly in the tunnel, swallowed up by the noise of the train. London was loud and crowded and smelled of exhaust and old stone, and the particular funk of summer heat trapped in too many bodies. The streets were narrow, the buildings rose up like cliff faces, and everywhere you looked there was the sense of centuries piling on top of each other, all of it compressed into brick and mortar. Harry walked beside Hagrid without a map, knowing exactly where they were going, right turn, right, into an alley that smelled of drains and old cooking fat and something else underneath, something older. The alley was narrow enough that sunlight only touched the cobblestones at the highest point of noon. Hagrid was looking at a scrap of parchment, turning it one way and then another, clearly trying to figure out which way was up. "It should be here," Hagrid muttered. "A pub, the Leaky Cauldron. It's got to be." Harry could see it. Not the painted-over storefront that everyone else walked past, the one with the boarded windows and a hand-painted name too faded to read. He could see it the way you saw something that mattered, the way you saw something that had weight and real presence in the world. The bar inside was dark and crowded, all wooden beams and low ceilings, and smelled of stale ale and something sweeter underneath, magic, maybe, or just the kind of smell that comes from a place where old things keep secrets. "There," Harry said, pointing. Hagrid's face shifted with something like relief. He was out of his element here, in this maze of stone and too many people. Out here, he was a man who'd broken down a door with his bare hands. In London, he was a tourist who couldn't quite fold himself to size. The door opened onto dim warmth. A barman looked up from pouring something amber into a glass, a liquid that caught the light and turned it into gold. He had the look of a man who'd been behind a bar since before Harry was born, which meant he'd probably been behind it long before that too. His face was weathered like old leather, lined with the accumulated wisdom of thousands of conversations he'd overheard and never repeated. "Rubius," the man said, and extended a hand. Hagrid shook it, and Harry watched the way it happened. Not quite a handshake, more of a ritual, the kind of thing men who understood the weight of secrets did when they met each other. The barman's hand was small and weathered and seemed to know things that Hagrid's large pink hand was confirming. They understood each other without speaking, a conversation happening in the pressure of palms and the angle of fingers. "The boy," the barman said, turning to Harry. His eyes were sharp, missing nothing. "Came in to collect him, did you?" "Harry Potter," Hagrid said, "the way you'd introduce someone important. This is Tom." Harry had already seen Tom's name in a dozen small futures, on receipts, and in overheard conversations that belonged to other people. "Hello," he said. Tom's expression shifted, something flickered behind his eyes, a moment of understanding that moved too fast to catch. Recognition, maybe, or the sudden acknowledgement that the boy in front of him was not quite what he'd been expecting, that there was something in Harry's bearing that suggested he'd already been here before. "Hello yourself," he said slowly. The crowd was closing in already. mostly older men in dark robes, with wands tucked into various places, belts, jacket pockets. One man with his wand stuck through his hair like a pencil. They recognized something about Harry, not him specifically, but the shape of the idea of him. The brick wall was ordinary red brick, the kind that made up the back of every building in London, weathered by a century of rain and pigeon droppings and the general disinterest of the Muggle world. Hagrid led Harry to it and stood frowning at the stones, clearly trying to remember which one was which. He pulled a small piece of parchment from his pocket, consulted it, frowned harder. Harry counted them. 7 bricks across, 3 bricks up. Red brick with a slight chip in the upper corner where someone had struck it once with something hard. He knew this the way you knew the shape of your own hand, not by learning it but by having lived it already, multiple times in the deep place where futures were stored like wine in a cellar, waiting to age into inevitability. 3 up and 7 across, Hagrid said, squinting at the parchment. Or was it? No, I've got it. Harry reached out and tapped the brick. The wall moved. Not parted, not dissolved, moved like a door opening onto a space that had always been there waiting. The air beyond the gap rippled slightly, golden and warm. The alley that revealed itself was sudden and impossible and smelled of cauldrons and flying creatures and something sweet underneath, like honey left out in summer, like magic given a scent. Diagon Alley. It was narrower than Harry had expected. The buildings jammed against each other in a way that suggested they'd been built to hold secrets, to keep something precious safe. The storefronts blazed with color and detail. A shop with cauldrons stacked in the window, copper and brass and silver that caught the light and threw it back in shimmering cascades. An apothecary with dried things hanging in bunches, herbs and creatures, scales and eyes, all of it exhaling a smell that was part dust and part bay leaves, and part something older than names, something that spoke of alchemy and careful preservation. An owl shop, birds crying overhead in a chaos of wings and sound that made the air vibrate. A shop that sold quills and another that sold robes, where they'd just come from, and another that seemed to exist purely to contain traveling trunks in every possible configuration, from battered leather to sleek black lacquer. Harry walked through it with Hagrid, letting the detail wash over him. He'd seen all of this already, not just in the knowing way, but in dreams and visions and the small flashes of foreknowledge that came unbidden, like memories of things that hadn't happened yet. The woman with the peacock feather brooch who would bump into him in an hour and apologize 3 times. The child who would drop a cauldron and cry until his mother bought him an ice cream. The smell of the apothecary when the door swung open, releasing centuries of accumulated magic and botanical dust into the street. All of it was waiting here, already happening, already written into the fabric of the afternoon. Gringotts rose out of the alley like something that had decided to be a building and had been very serious about it. It was white marble and brass, with the quality of something that had seen empires come and go and had remained unmoved by all of it, as permanent as mountains. Guards in scarlet and gold stood at the doors, not human guards. Their faces were too sharp, their eyes too knowing. Goblins. Harry had seen them in dreams, had tasted the copper tang of their magic on his tongue in visions. The goblin at the door had a name. Harry had pulled it from some future conversation, some moment when Hagrid would speak it without thinking, would lean to a teller and say the name without hesitation. Griffook. He was small and green-gray, with long ears that pointed upward and the bearing of someone who worked in a place where money was stored, and that meant he understood the weight of the world better than most humans ever would. There was something old in his eyes, something that had seen the rise and fall of empires, and found them all equally tedious. Harry followed Hagrid inside without needing to be told where to go. The lobby was cavernous, all high ceilings and stone columns that rose up like the interior of a temple. There was the sound of money, the clink of coins, the rustle of parchment, the soft murmur of transactions happening in quiet corners. Money, moving through the world in careful, orderly fashion. The vaults were below, reached by cart, a drop into stone that Harry had already experienced in a flood vision that had left him gasping and sick. He'd seen himself throwing up, had felt the violent lurch of his stomach as the cart plummeted downward faster than gravity should have allowed, the air screaming past. In the knowing, he'd decided not to be sick, not to let the future unfold exactly as he'd seen it. That small choice, to refuse sickness, was the first real decision he'd made with his foreknowledge, the first moment he'd lived differently than he'd seen. It was a small choice, but it was his. The cart moved downward at speeds that should have been impossible, dropping through vast chambers filled with gold and jewels and the kind of wealth that made mountains seem reasonable, that made the accumulated fortunes of history seem like small things. Coins gleamed in piles large enough to swim in. Jewels caught the light and threw it back in colors that didn't have names. Hagrid gripped the seat, his knuckles white, his face slightly green, his enormous frame hunched over in an attempt to make himself smaller in the face of falling. "Never gets easier," Hagrid muttered, his voice lost in the roar of the descending cart. Harry sat beside him without moving, without letting the motion reach his stomach, without allowing the knowledge to become the thing itself. He watched the vaults pass, ancient vaults with locks that looked medieval, newer vaults with more modern mechanisms, each one containing the accumulated secrets and treasures of centuries of magical Britain. He'd seen this descent before, in the knowing place. Now he was living it with eyes open, with the knowledge that he could choose what happened next. That foreknowledge was not the same as inevitability. The cart stopped abruptly at a landing carved out of stone that looked ancient, worn smooth by countless visits. Vault 687 was opened by Griffook, who inserted a long key into a lock that probably shouldn't have existed. It had too many tumblers, too much complexity, the kind of lock that would defeat any thief who didn't know the true name of what they were stealing. The door swung open onto gold. Piles of it, mountains of it, galleons and sickles and nuts, sorted into careful stacks with the precision of someone who understood that order was itself a kind of magic. The kind of wealth that spoke to something in Harry's bones that he didn't have a name for yet, security, maybe, or the absence of fear. Your inherit, Madame Malkin's, was a roving shop with narrow windows, and the kind of interior that suggested cloth had been important here for a very long time. There were bolts of fabric stacked against the walls, robes in various stages of completion hanging from wooden racks, measuring tapes coiled like snakes on every surface. The air smelled of wool and sizing, and the particular scent that came from cloth that had been handled by thousands of hands over countless years. Madame Malkin herself was small and round, and had the air of someone who could make your robes fit you better than you fit yourself. She moved with the precision of a craftsperson who'd spent decades understanding the architecture of human bodies, understanding how cloth could be shaped to make people feel more themselves or more someone else entirely. "Ah, a new student," she said, taking in Harry's size with a practiced eye. "Come here, stand on the stool." Harry climbed onto a wooden platform that had been worn smooth by countless students standing on it. Madame Malkin began to measure him, the tape measure moving with practiced efficiency. Her movements were precise and economical, the way movements were when you'd done something thousands of times and no longer needed to think about it. She marked hem lengths with pins, adjusted shoulders, made small corrections with her fingers that somehow communicated the exact amount of fabric that needed to be added or removed. On the next stool, also being measured, was a boy about Harry's age. He was pale, with blonde hair and the kind of posture that suggested he'd been taught to hold himself carefully, as if his body was something that required constant attention and correction. His robe was already partially fitted, hanging in dark lines around him. There was something familiar about him, though not in the way that memories worked. Harry recognized him from the knowing place, from futures where their paths would intersect repeatedly, where they would be rivals and almost friends, and something more complicated than either category could contain. Harry had seen this conversation already, knew what the boy would say, knew what he would reply, knew the exact moment when Draco would realize that Harry Potter wasn't going to be impressed by a name or a fortune or the careful architecture of pure-blood supremacy. The pale boy looked at Harry and smiled, the kind of smile that suggested he'd already decided something about him based on the cut of his clothes and the quality of his hair. It was a smile that contained assumptions and judgments all rolled into one expression. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said. "I'll be in Slytherin. What about you?" "Gryffindor," Harry said, because he'd already seen himself saying it, because he'd seen the way Draco's expression would shift when he learned that Harry Potter wouldn't be in Slytherin where proper wizarding families belonged, because he'd seen the exact moment when Draco would decide that Harry was either beneath him or a rival, depending on how the rest of the year went. The knowing was the script. The speaking of it was confirmation. Draco's smile faltered. "That's... Well, everyone says Slytherin is the best house." "Everyone in Slytherin," Harry agreed, and watched Draco try to figure out if he'd been insulted, watched the boy's mind cycle through the implications of what he just said, watched the moment when Draco realized that he'd been subtly contradicted by someone he'd only just met and didn't yet know how to categorize. Madame Malkin finished fitting Harry's robes and moved on to hemming, her pins creating the outline of the boy that Harry would become. Draco sat on his stool, looking unsettled in a way that canon versions of Draco Malfoy probably never looked. Harry had known what he would say before he said it, and saying it anyway, exactly as foreseen, had a way of making people uncomfortable. They realized, in some dimly understood way, that they were being spoken to by someone who'd already lived through the conversation and had decided to have it again anyway, that there was something slightly wrong with how the dialogue was flowing. By the time they left Madame Malkin's, Draco looked rattled in ways that involved more than just being told he might not win every house competition at Hogwarts. He looked like someone who'd just realized he was playing a game with someone who'd already seen the end. The apothecary was narrow and dark, with the quality of a place that had been processing the same dried herbs for centuries, possibly longer. Shelves rose up to the ceiling, crowded with glass jars containing things that ranged from obviously botanical to actively alarming. A dried dragon's foot, something that looked like it had once been a frog, now folded and preserved in some kind of liquid that caught the light and turned it green. Bottles of liquid in colors that didn't exist in nature, brilliant violet, silver. A red so dark it was almost black. The light filtered through the shop windows was greenish and thick, as if the air itself had been steeped in herb water, had absorbed the essence of every plant that had ever been dried and stored here. An old man stood behind a counter, reading something that might have been a ledger or might have been a spell book. He looked up briefly when Harry and Hagrid entered, then returned to his reading without comment. Some shops didn't require greeting. Some shops existed in a state of permanent indifference to their customers. Hagrid passed Harry a list. "Hogwarts provisions," he said. "You'll need bezoar, asphodel, wormwood, that sort of thing." Harry took the list and began moving through the shop, pulling bottles and jars, collecting the items with practiced ease. He knew this list. He'd seen the apothecary before in a vision that had come to him unbidden. He'd seen the moment when the cauldron caught his eye. It was copper and old, hanging from a hook near the back, and in its curved surface was a reflection, not of the apothecary but of something else. Another place, another time, a girl watching a marble fall from her hand. The marble was red and white, perfectly round, catching the light that had no source, the light of prophecy and vision and the space between what would be and what was. The floor beneath her feet was stone worn smooth by centuries, by the footsteps of people who had walked here for 1,000 years. The air smelled of dust and bay leaves and something older, something like the inside of a tomb that had been sealed since before writing existed, since before empires had names. And the girl's face, Harry knew her. Not from this world, not from this time, but from the knowing place where all things were stored like archived letters in a library no one visited anymore. Cassandra. Not alive, not dead, something in between. Something that had lived so long ago that the world she'd inhabited had become dust and memory, and the faint echo of voices nobody listened to. Her time had ended. Her civilization had fallen. And still she spoke, still she warned, still she tried to tell people about the marble and its meaning. But her voice was there in the vision, flat and exhausted and reaching across centuries to tell him something. Ollivander's shop was narrow and cramped and smelled of old wood and magic, which was a smell like nothing else in the world. Dust hung in the afternoon light, golden and lazy. Wands were displayed in small boxes on every surface, thousands of them, stacked and organized in a system that made perfect sense to whoever maintained it and no sense to anyone else. An old man appeared from the back, moving with the deliberate precision of someone who'd learned to navigate his own shop by heart. Ollivander. He had the kind of eyes that saw too much, the kind of eyes that looked at people and saw the wands inside them before the wands were made. When he looked at Harry, his pupils dilated slightly, as if he was adjusting to a brightness that nobody else could see. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, "how good, we have been expecting you." His movements were quick and precise, pulling boxes down, handing Harry wands, watching carefully as Harry held each one and felt nothing. A wand of ash and dragon heartstring, number 1 of hazel and unicorn hair, number a third wand, yew and phoenix feather, no, and this one made Harry's skin crawl in a way that spoke of something dark and long planned. He could feel the magic in it, twisted and aspirant, hungry in a way that wands shouldn't be. Harry already knew which wand would choose him. He'd seen it in the knowing place, had felt the specific weight of it, the particular warmth it would provide. 11 inches, holly wood, phoenix feather. He knew it the way you knew your own name, the way you knew the specific rhythm of your own heartbeat. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said, reaching toward a particular shelf with a certainty that suggested he'd done this same reaching many times before. "I know," Harry said. Ollivander stopped. His expression shifted, becoming something sharper, something less generous. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment he looked at Harry the way a doctor looks at someone with a symptom that doesn't quite fit the diagnosis. "That is not something most 11-year-olds know." "I know," Harry repeated. Ollivander handed him a wand anyway, the one Harry had already seen. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, perfect. Harry took it, and for one searing instant the entire shop shifted. Warmth bloomed at his wrist, not the ordinary warmth of a living thing but something deeper, something that came from inside the wood itself, as if the wand had been waiting for him and had been warm with that waiting for years. A sound nobody else would hear, a chord struck in a key that had no name, resonating somewhere in the space between his ribs and his spine. A brightening behind his eyes, like a door opening onto something vast, something golden and precise, and absolutely certain of its own existence. The other wands rattled slightly in their boxes, a sound like whispers responding to something they recognized, a kinship, a bond, a connection older than time. The wand and Harry Potter recognized each other in the way that old lovers recognize each other in a crowded room with the certainty of something that had always been inevitable. Harry lowered it slowly. The room steadied. The magic settled back down, waiting. Around them, the thousands of other wands lay quiet in their boxes, having acknowledged something that had passed between them, having recognized that one of their own had found his match. Ollivander's expression was unreadable. When he moved slowly as if the air around him had thickened slightly. "Curious," he said, and it wasn't a casual word. It carried weight, suggestion, the sense of mysteries that would not be easily solved. He was looking at Harry now with the kind of look that suggested he was trying to memorize the shape of him, the angle of his face, the way he held the wand. Very curious indeed. "Yeah," Harry said, because there wasn't much else to say. The wand was warm in his hand, warm with a warmth that felt almost like recognition. He paid for the wand. Hagrid counted out coins, more coins, apparently, than Ollivander usually received. The old wand-maker took them without looking away from Harry, his pale eyes tracking him as if Harry were the more interesting thing in the room than anything else. The old man watched them leave, and Harry felt the weight of his attention following them out into the alley, down the street, following them like a question that had not yet been asked, like a note in a ledger that had been waiting to be read. They were walking back toward the leaky cauldron when the man appeared. He moved too quickly for something that large, red-faced and cheerful, with hair that seemed to be moving faster than the rest of him, with the bearing of someone who was always in the process of arriving and leaving simultaneously. He was wearing a postal uniform that should not have existed in this world, Royal Mail, but not quite, the emblem slightly wrong, the fabric too fine, carrying a bag that shouldn't have been able to hold what Harry suspected it held. And underneath the cheerfulness was something else, a god's attention, rendered in human speed terms but only barely contained by the effort. "Oi, kid," the man said. "You're the Potter one, right?" Harry recognized him without ever having seen him before. Hermes, the god of roads and messages, rendered in Royal Mail uniform, radiating a kind of manic energy that made the air around him seem to vibrate at a higher frequency, as if he was moving at multiple speeds and had only agreed to slow down to human pace by an act of considerable will. "That be him," Hagrid said, suspicious and wary in the way that large people got around things that moved too quickly to be safely approached. "Outstanding," Hermes said, and grinned like a man who just pulled off a particularly good practical joke, one that had involved cosmic scale and the confusion of multiple pantheons. "Your father and I used to run together way back. Different eras, obviously, different continents. He had the golden touch when it came to actually getting messages where they needed to be. Never could get that right myself, always something going wrong. Wrong addressee, wrong century, wrong god entirely once. That was awkward. Zeus was not amused." Hermes leaned in conspiratorially, moving with the kind of sudden stillness that suggested he'd simply decided to stop moving for a moment, leaving his momentum somewhere else. He ignored Hagrid's attempted intervention, ignored the giant man's size and his concern, focused entirely on Harry with the intensity of a god who'd been running messages for millennia and knew exactly which ones matter. "Listen, when you get to that school, there's gonna be some names you hear, names that people whisper, names that have power because of all the years people spent not saying them aloud. You understand me? There are names you do not speak at Hogwarts, not in the common room, not in the dormitory, not even in your own head if you can help it. I've got a list. You want a list? I've got a list and I'm giving it to you." He pressed a folded piece of parchment into Harry's hand before Hagrid could voice the objection that was forming on his face. The parchment was warm, as if it had just come from somewhere hot. "Those ones," Hermes said, his voice dropping to something more serious, something that acknowledged the weight of what he was saying. "Don't say those ones. Not at Hogwarts, not at home, not anywhere that matters. Your father would have told you this. Your mother would have understood. They know about the names. They know about the power, trust me. I've been running messages for millennia and those ones always end badly. Always. How did you? Hagrid began, his voice thick with confusion and the dawning realization that he was in the presence of something that was not quite human, was operating on timescales and knowledge that weren't available to normal people. But Hermes was already moving, was already transitioning back to his normal speed, was already vanishing into the crowd with the kind of velocity that suggested he was running in more directions than three at once, that he was taking multiple roads simultaneously. His laughter echoed back from the alley, already fading into the distance, the sound of something divine and amused and gone. Harry unfolded the parchment carefully. Names. 7 of them, written in handwriting that moved slightly on the page like it couldn't quite decide if it wanted to be read, like the letters themselves were nervous about being seen. Names he recognized from the knowing place, from the deep futures where warnings mattered, names that spoke of darkness and old magic, and the kinds of things that were dangerous because people kept refusing to say them aloud. There was power in silence, apparently. Power in refusal. The more a name went unsaid, the more weight it accumulated, the more real it became in the space of things not spoken. He folded the parchment carefully and slipped it into his pocket, against his heart. It was warm there, warm with the warmth of a god's gift, warm with the weight of centuries of messages delivered and failed deliveries, and the careful negotiation between knowing what would happen and deciding whether to warn people anyway. The leaky cauldron was settling into early evening business when they returned. The bar was filling with the afterwork crowd, with people unwinding from the day, with the particular warmth and noise of a place where secrets were kept. Hagrid moved through it with the deliberate care of something large trying not to break things, trying not to take up more space than he was entitled to. Hagrid produced a small cage from somewhere, from beneath his coat, apparently, though Harry hadn't seen him carrying it before, and inside was the snowy owl he'd apparently procured separately, at some point during the day that Harry had been occupied with other things. The bird was large and white and beautiful, with the bearing of something that had decided to be an owl and had done it with considerable conviction. "For you," Hagrid said. "A new start. Proper student." There was something desperate in the way he said it, something that suggested he wanted this to be a normal moment, a normal gift, a normal thing that happened when a wizard brought a young student to collect their school supplies. Harry looked at the owl. She looked back at him with the bearing of something that had already decided several important things about the world and about Harry specifically, that he was interesting, that he was acceptable, that she would allow him to use her for the transmission of messages as long as he was not careless about it. "Hedwig," Harry said. Hagrid blinked. His expression shifted, cycling through surprise and then resignation. "How'd you know that name?" "I saw it," Harry said, which was technically true. He'd seen it in a future where he was having this exact conversation, where he was looking at this exact owl, where he was saying this exact name out loud officially as a choice that he'd already made in another version of himself. The knowing was the script. The speaking was the choice. They were different things. Hagrid didn't ask any further questions. He just looked sad in a way that suggested he understood, on some level, that the boy in front of him was not quite the boy he'd been expecting to rescue from the Dursleys. That something had shifted. That time had moved strangely for this child. That Harry Potter had already been here, had already made these choices, had already named his owl and selected his wand and walked through the alley counting bricks and met a god in a postal uniform. Apollo's voice, theatrical and pleased, as if he was watching from some sunny corner of the pub where sunlight shouldn't quite be able to reach. That little oracle was good wand work, taking it in stride. Most of your predecessors had more dramatic responses. Many of them screamed. And underneath, not Apollo's voice but something older and flat and exhausted, the voice of someone who had already lived through this exact scenario multiple times and had never been believed. I told them about the names. They said, "Stop wasting our time." The evening light was fading from gold to gray. The city outside the pub windows was settling into dusk. The street lamps were flickering on, one by one, in a cascade of artificial light that transformed the cobblestones from warm stone to something darker and more mysterious. The city smelled of exhaust and cooking food, and the particular funk of thousands of people moving through the same space, all of them unknowing, all of them unaware that a child in a pub was holding a list of names that could destroy the world if spoken aloud. The power of the unsaid, the power of the refusal. Harry sat by the window of the leaky cauldron, holding the parchment that Hermes had given him, reading the 7 names that he absolutely should not say aloud at Hogwarts. The names were written in a script that seemed to shimmer slightly, as if they weren't entirely comfortable being written down, as if the letters themselves wanted to fade back into the unspoken. He understood on some level that the next part of his life was about to start in earnest, that he'd be boarding a train tomorrow, would find Ron in a compartment before Ron found him, would have conversations he'd already had, and make choices he'd already made, and live through a year that he'd already lived in the knowing place, rendered in dreams and visions that now came with the weight of inevitability. The weight of knowing was different from the weight of living. Knowing was lighter because you could set it down. But once you started living, once you started making the choices that matched the knowing, the weight became real. It became something you carried in your body, in the shape of your decisions, in the path you wore through the world. The first name on the list was Lord Voldemort. Harry read it silently, letting the weight of it settle into his bones, letting the warning sink in. The man in the turban at the leaky cauldron had had 2 faces, one hidden behind the other. One of them had belonged to this name. One of them was wearing this name like a borrowed suit, was trying to survive in the margins of another person's body, was slowly killing the host from the inside. Harry could feel it, could taste it in the copper flavor of the connection, could sense the parasite at work. This man wanted the stone that Dumbledore was keeping in the vault below Gringotts. This man wanted power and immortality and the kind of certainty that came from refusing to die. By the end of the year, there would be an attempt to take it. By the end of the year, Harry would have to make choices about whether to let that attempt succeed or to stop it. But that was later. For now, it was just a name on a list, just a word, just the sound of something dangerous if spoken aloud. He refused to say it aloud. Hermes' warning was explicit and serious, and carried the weight of thousands of years of delivering messages and understanding the consequences of words. The names had power because they weren't spoken. The power came from the silence, from the refusal, from the knowledge that some things were dangerous not because they could be said, but because saying them changed the shape of the world in ways you couldn't predict, that woke things up or drew attention or created connections you didn't want to create. Harry folded the parchment again and kept it in his pocket and didn't say the name, and made a choice about silence that would echo through the year ahead. It was a choice that mattered. He could feel it. In the knowing place, this moment split into thousands of possible futures, depending on whether he said the name or kept silent. By choosing silence, he was choosing a specific version of the coming year. He was choosing to let some futures die unborn. The power of foreknowledge was this: you could kill timelines by refusing to speak. You could reshape the future by choosing not to do the things you'd seen yourself doing. The path was written, but your feet were free. The choice was always yours. Chapter 2, End Chapter 3. The train, 3 times over the month at Privet Drive, was exactly as foreknown. A sequence of foreknown and confirmed beats, each arriving precisely on schedule, each a tick in a mechanism Harry had already heard running. Vernon's face when Hedwig arrived in her cage, that particular shade of purple, that specific moment before he ordered Harry to take her to the cupboard. Petunia's thin mouth when she saw a letter addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. A mouth that had learned, decades ago, how to store rage behind tea and needlework. Dudley's attempts to catch Hedwig through the bars, his chubby fingers missing by inches, his whine when Harry told him the owl would aim for the eyes. All of it exactly as Harry had seen it, wearing in real time like a scratched record. The only surprise was that foreknowing didn't make it easier. If anything, watching the Dursleys perform their roles with crushing consistency made the thing worse. The predictability didn't feel like knowing. It felt like watching people act out a script they didn't remember learning. On the morning of September 1st, Vernon drove him to King's Cross in silence, the car radio playing a station where men shouted about fiscal policy. Harry sat in the back with Hedwig and the trunk, watching the city pass in familiar patterns. The route he'd seen in dozens of visions, each confirming the route was true. At King's Cross, Vernon pulled to the curb with the kind of aggressive finality that suggested he was done. Done with the day, done with the boy, done with magic and wizards and the entire business of having a nephew who didn't belong to the rational, sensible world of people like Vernon Dursley. "Here," Vernon said, not turning around. "Enjoy your freak school." Harry didn't bother with a reply. He climbed out, collected the trunk, and watched his uncle drive away. The exhaust fumes hung in the air. Platform 9 3/4. The ticket in Harry's pocket felt heavier than paper should be. He could almost feel it getting more solid in the knowing place, becoming certainty instead of vision. He was alone on the pavement with Hedwig in her cage, and a trunk that suddenly felt very real. Around him, the station swarmed with muggles, ordinary people moving in ordinary directions, carrying ordinary luggage to ordinary destinations. None of them knew what was about to happen. None of them could see the barrier that separated the platform from the space where the trains for magical children waited to depart. Harry walked toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He'd lived through this already in the knowing place. You had to believe in it, or at least believe that you believed in it. You had to want it badly enough that wanting became knowing. You had to choose to step through. Harry chose. The moment his leg crossed into the space, the world rearranged itself. The barrier was behind him, before him a platform that shouldn't exist, shouldn't be visible from the Muggle side. A platform in the spaces between spaces, in the fold of the city where magic pooled like water in a low place. The Hogwarts Express was waiting, vast and scarlet and warm, as if heated by sunshine and accumulated excitement of 7 years of first-year students. The Weasleys were visible immediately on the platform, impossible to miss, a knot of red hair and freckles. The mother was pressing something into a gangly boy's pocket. The father looked at his watch with mild panic. The twins, Fred and George, Harry already knew which was which, moved in sync like a two-headed creature. And Ginny, red-haired like her mother, watched the chaos with wide eyes. The knowing place had shown him all of them sprawled across time. Harry walked toward them with the trunk dragging behind him. Mrs. Weasley saw him and concluded he was a lost Weasley relative who needed his hair combed. "Are you a Weasley?" "I'm Harry Potter. I know Ron." Her eyes widened. "Oh, goodness, of course you are. We've heard so much about you." Harry greeted her by name before introduction. The twins registered who he was with interest and mild confusion. Ron was somewhere on the platform, probably arguing with Percy, probably covered in food. "Come on then," Mrs. Weasley said, taking his arm. "Let me get you sorted. You'll want to be close to Ron." She led him toward the train. Harry followed, knowing exactly where this was going. The knowing place had shown him the compartments, had shown him Ron's face when Harry slid the door open and said, "Come in," before the knock landed. But first there was the moment when the twins registered who he was. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter," and exchanged looks suggesting complicated plans. And Ginny, watching with wide eyes, trying to reconcile stories with the actual person standing in front of her. Harry walked through it all. For knowledge wasn't about being prepared, it was about recognizing the pattern, the script, the inevitable shape of things as they would unfold. Knowing and doing were different things. Mrs. Weasley got him onto the train. "Ron will be delighted to see you," she said. "He's been so excited about meeting you." "I know," Harry said and caught himself. "I mean, he mentioned it in letters." Mrs. Weasley smiled. "Well, go on then. Find him before the train leaves." Harry moved down the corridor, passing compartments. The knowing place had shown him the exact moment when Ron would be sitting alone, sulking. He found the compartment. He slid open the door without knocking, which meant Ron jerked upright, startled, which meant Ron's expression cycled through surprise and something like indignation at the intrusion. "Come in," Harry said, 2 seconds too late for the words to make sense. Ron stared at him. In Ron's lap, draped across his knees, was a rat, a gray, unremarkable rat that was currently washing its paws with the kind of casual indifference that suggested it had seen a lot of train journeys in its time. For one ugly second, Harry saw something else superimposed over the rat. A man in rags, crouched and desperate, missing a finger, wearing the face of someone who traded away more than he should have, who'd made a bargain he couldn't undo. The vision lasted less than a second, just long enough to register, just long enough for the knowing place to file it away and label it "Danger" later. Harry didn't say anything about what he'd seen. He just closed the compartment door behind him and sat down across from Ron. "Right," Ron said, still slightly bewildered. "I thought someone was about to walk in and you just already knew." "Lucky guess," Harry said, which was not the truth, but was also not the kind of lie that would change anything. Ron accepted this explanation with the kind of ease that suggested he was not the type of person who required extensive logical justification for strange occurrences. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley. You're Harry Potter, right? Everyone at Hogwarts is going to know who you are. Is that weird?" "Weird," Harry agreed. "My mum picked me up some food before we left," Ron said, and pulled a bag of sweets from beneath the seat. "She always does. Says I'll starve to death if she doesn't. And honestly, she might be right because I was already hungry on the platform and we haven't even left yet." The compartment smelled like sweets and old upholstery. Outside the window, the platform was still visible, families still moving, children still boarding. The moment when the train left would come at a specific time, Harry knew. 11 o'clock exactly. He could feel it approaching the way you could feel a storm approaching, the shift in the air, the gathering of inevitability. Ron was eating sweets and talking about Quidditch, about the Gryffindor team, about his brothers who'd played before him, about the fact that he really wanted to be a seeker, but probably didn't have the reflexes for it. Harry listened, filing away the details that were slightly different from the knowing place, the small variations where Ron's actual voice diverged from the version of Ron that Harry had seen in visions. "Your scar's smaller than I thought it would be," Ron said and gestured with a sweet at Harry's forehead. "In my head it was like much bigger, like the whole of your forehead was just scar." "It's just lightning," Harry said. "Lightning didn't give it to you though," Ron said. "That's the thing, right? Some dark wizard used a killing curse, and it didn't work, and everyone thinks you're some kind of hero." Harry didn't bother correcting the assumption. He just watched the platform, watched the families dispersing, watched the moment approach when the whistle would blow and the train would jerk into motion and everything would officially actually begin. The whistle came exactly when the knowing place had said it would. The train began to move. The compartment seemed smaller as the train rocked. Ron was on his third helping of sweets. Scabbers was curled in his lap. "Your rat," Harry said. "What's his name?" "Scabbers," Ron said and scratched behind the creature's ears. "He was my brother Percy's, but Percy's a prefect now, and apparently prefects don't have time for rats, so I got him. He's not very impressive, but he's all right." Better than having to go to Hogwarts with nothing anyway. Plus he's old, which means he won't jump around and annoy people. Harry watched the rat sleep. For another moment, just a flicker, he saw the other thing, the man crouched in darkness, the desperation, the missing finger, the shape of a soul that had been stretched too thin, torn too far, poisoned by its own choices. Hermione's parchment was still in Harry's pocket, warm against his chest, and one of the names on that list was tied to this creature, was tangled up with this rat in ways that wouldn't be obvious until much later, until the moment came when Harry would have to decide whether knowing about it meant he had to do something about it. Not yet. The knowing place had shown him that the not yet would last a long time. "He's good enough," Harry said. The trolley lady appeared. Harry already knew what he wanted. Pumpkin pasty, chocolate frog, had tasted them already in the knowing place. Ron got 3 times as much, treating food like an exploration. The chocolate frog came with a Dumbledore card. Harry already knew which card it would be. He set it aside carefully. Ron was watching him while he ate. "You all right?" Ron asked. "You got sort of still when you opened that frog." The knowing place had shown him Ron's concern the moment when Ron would start to believe Harry was something more than just another first year. A taste of copper, a ringing in one ear. Fragments, a forest in winter, a centaur's recognition, Apollo's older name. A stone, not the philosopher's stone, but something older. A mirror, hands burning. The images lasted less than a second. The compartment came back. Ron was still watching him. "I'm all right," Harry said. "Just got tired." Ron accepted this, which meant Ron was the kind of person who didn't push when someone said they were tired. He just went back to his food, went back to the business of consuming the trolley's inventory with systematic dedication. The countryside was blurring past. They'd left London far behind, and the landscape had become rural. Seeing a place in the knowing place was different from seeing it pass outside a window. "Have you heard about Voldemort?" Ron asked, in the tone of someone who was bringing up a subject he'd been thinking about for a while and had finally decided to risk mentioning. Harry didn't say the name. The Hermes parchment was warm in his pocket and the warning was explicit and clear. Some names had power. Some words changed the shape of the world if you spoke them aloud. This was one of them. "I've heard of him," Harry said carefully. "Why?" "Because you beat him," Ron said. "When you were a baby, killed him actually, or everyone thinks he's dead anyway. No one really knows what happened, but you did it, and that's why everyone knows your name. That's why my mom knew who you were. That's why basically everyone at Hogwarts is going to know who you are." Harry listened without correcting him. The knowing place had shown him this moment, Ron's voice, the blend of awe and uncertainty. "I don't remember it," Harry said. "I was a baby." "You're like a legend," Ron said. "Everyone talks about you." "I'll manage," Harry said. Ron grinned at him and the tension shifted. For a moment, sitting in a train compartment with a boy he'd just met, eating food the trolley lady had sold him for wizard money that was new and strange and not quite real, Harry could almost believe that things might be simple. That he could just be a first-year student who was hungry and tired and watching England pass, and not thinking too hard about the futures he'd already seen, the infinite variations that had played out in the knowing place. The compartment door slid open. But it didn't slide open the way doors usually slide open. There was a precision to it, a deliberateness, like the person sliding it had meant to make a point with the motion. But it didn't slide open the way doors usually slide open. There was precision to it, deliberateness. A girl with bushy brown hair stood in the opening. Her face had the particular expression of someone who just realized that finding a compartment with available seats was going to require either diplomatic negotiation or the simple acknowledgement that she was going to have to sit somewhere whether people wanted her to or not. "Has anyone seen a toad?" the girl said. "A boy named Neville's lost one." Harry whispered the words under his breath at the exact moment she was saying them. His lips formed the syllables a fraction of a second before hers, and her face flickered, eyes widening slightly as she registered that something strange had just happened. "I haven't," Ron said, unaware of what Harry had just done. "You did that on purpose," the girl said, her expression sharpening. She was looking at Harry with an assessing gaze that suggested she was running calculations. "You said those words before I did. My name is Hermione Granger, and I would very much like to know how you knew what I was going to say." Hermione. The knowing place had shown her to Harry, shown her face at various moments in the coming year, shown him the particular way she moved through the world like someone who believed logic and reason could be applied to any problem. She was right to ask. She was right to notice. "Lucky guess," Harry said. "That wasn't luck," Hermione said. "That was a specific kind of knowing. There's no luck involved in something that specific." "What if I just talk the same way you do?" Harry offered. "Then you would also have said, 'I am Hermione Granger,' and not waited for me to introduce myself," Hermione said. "Have you had precognition lessons? It's one of the rarer forms of divination. There's a theoretical framework for it in Textbook of Divination, Chapter 4. It discusses the ways that certain individuals might perceive future events as sensory information." "I haven't had any lessons," Harry said. He'd woken up one morning with the entire mechanism already active. Hermione was looking at him with focused intensity that suggested she'd decided on a course of action. "I'm going to sit here," she announced, "and I'm going to run some tests. Tests of your predictive accuracy." "That doesn't make sense," Ron said. "You can't measure the future." "You can if the future is sufficiently constrained," Hermione said. "What is the name of the next station we stop at?" Harry already knew. "Angley," Harry said. "The station is called Angley," Hermione said when the announcement came. "You were correct. Odds of coincidence, approximately 1 in 15. Harry submitted to tests. "Would the conductor pass from left or right?" Harry said right came from left. "What color robes?" Harry said purple, they were gray. After a series of correct and incorrect answers, Hermione was frustrated. "The data is not falsifiable," she said. Schrödinger's witness. "You're choosing your outcomes." "Maybe I am," Harry said. The knowing place had shown him that being too accurate too early would cause problems. Hermione sat in the compartment anyway, claiming the remaining seat with the kind of determinism that suggested she wasn't going anywhere until she'd solved the mystery of Harry's foreknowledge or died trying. She had Hogwarts, a history, with her. She read from it, occasionally pausing to recite facts, clearly believing that information was the best weapon against uncertainty. The school was founded in 993 AD, she said, by 4 powerful wizards, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The castle contains 142 staircases, numerous secret passages, and rooms that appear and disappear as they are needed. The current headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, regarded as the greatest wizard of the age. Ron was asleep by the time the landscape outside began to shift from countryside to something darker, something with more trees. Harry watched the transition without marking it particularly. The knowing place had shown him Hogwarts, had shown him the lake, had shown him the boats waiting on the shore. He knew what was coming, had lived through it already in the knowing place, had made choices about what he would say and do and be when he arrived at the castle. The knowing place was a map he'd already walked. He could deviate, could choose differently, could take a left turn where the knowing place had shown him turning right. But knowing the path made deviation risky. Deviation had consequences. Harry closed his eyes and let the train carry him toward the castle, toward the lake, toward all the futures that had already been written in vision and were now beginning to be written in actuality. Ron was snoring softly. Hermione was still reading. The darkness outside was growing deeper. They were getting close. When the train slowed, Draco Malfoy stood in the compartment doorway with Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter," Draco said, "I've heard of you. My father says you're either very brilliant or wasting potential." Harry had seen this moment. Draco was expecting to dominate. "I'm not looking for a house," Harry said, "so unless you're trying to sell me one, I'll pass on the sorting advice." Draco's face went still. "My father was right," he said, his voice losing certainty. "You're either brilliant or insane." He left. Crabbe and Goyle followed. The door slid shut. "What was that?" Hermione asked. "Someone who expected to be more interesting than he was," Harry said. Hermione made a note in the margins of her book, which seemed to be her way of filing away information she didn't yet have a context for. Ron woke up at the announcement that they were approaching Hogsmeade and started making appreciative comments about his stomach, which suggested he was already thinking about the food waiting at Hogwarts. The platform was dark when they disembarked. The knowing place had shown Harry the darkness, the cold, the exact moment when Hagrid's voice would boom out. Harry was already moving toward the boats before Hagrid had finished his first years. The lake was vast and dark. The boats were waiting, small and magical, with the kind of solid helpfulness that suggested they'd been ferrying students across the lake for centuries. Harry climbed in with Ron and Hermione. The boats began to move without visible impetus, sliding across the dark water like they were sliding on greased rails. "Blimey," Ron said, which was apparently his default response to magical things that were genuinely impressive. The castle rose above them on the far shore, all lights and towers and architecture that didn't quite follow the normal rules of physics. There was something fundamentally improbable about it. A voice spoke in his mind, clear and amused. "Hello by name, little oracle." "I know your voice." The giant squid rose from the depths. Harry said, "Hello, Mnemosyne," which was the name Apollo had whispered into his dreams, the eldest of the Titans, memory itself. Ron stared at him like he'd gone insane. Hermione frantically flipped through Hogwarts, a history trying to find any reference to the squid's name. The squid sank back, satisfied. "How did you know that?" Hermione demanded. "Guessed," Harry said, which was not true but would hopefully frustrate her enough to stop asking questions. The boats reached the shore and Hagrid was there to greet them, his massive form silhouetted against the lights of the castle. "Come on then," Hagrid said, with a particular warmth in his voice that suggested he'd done this greeting countless times before. "This way." Harry followed the crowd of first-year students toward the castle entrance. They were met in the entrance hall by Professor McGonagall, who had the bearing of someone who had absolutely no patience for nonsense and expected all of the students to come to this realization immediately. "You will be sorted into your houses," McGonagall said. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. You will wear your house colors, compete for house points, and be judged largely on how well you perform academically and in terms of behavior." McGonagall was exactly as the knowing place had shown her, Scottish, precise, with eyes that missed nothing. Harry watched her as she spoke, and made a note to mention the observation that had been nagging at him since the train journey. "Your staircases change," Harry said, not quite loud enough to interrupt, but loud enough that McGonagall heard him. She stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes shifted to Harry with the kind of intensity that suggested she was suddenly very interested in the contents of his skull. For a moment she just watched him, just assessed him with the kind of professional attention that suggested she was measuring him for something. "That is correct," she said finally. "The staircases do indeed change. How did you know that, Mr. Potter?" "I saw them," Harry said, "last Tuesday." McGonagall did not ask how. She just filed him away and moved on. Something had shifted in her attention, the subtle narrowing of the eyes, then perfect composure. She would be watching him now. The great hall was vast and impossible. The ceiling floated overhead, rendering the night sky in perfect detail. Long tables stretched before them, filled with students assessing the first years. The sorting hat was brought out. Professor Flitwick began calling names. When it got to Potter Harry, the great hall went quiet. Harry approached the hat and sat on the stool. The world narrowed down to Harry and the hat in the knowing place, suddenly more present, more real. "Well," the hat said, "now this is unusual." "I know," Harry said. "You're going to tell me I could be great in Slytherin and I'm going to refuse. It's faster if we skip to that part." "Interesting, you know what I'm going to say. How many times have you lived through this moment?" "I haven't," Harry said. "I just saw it, in the future. The knowing place showed me." The hat laughed. "A gift from Apollo. I remember him, very convinced that knowing the future was all you needed to change it. But knowing is not the same as changing. Knowing is the easy part." "I know that too," Harry said. "I want to be in Gryffindor, not because the knowing place shows me being there, but because it's choosing not to take the easier path the knowing place already knows about. I want to live through it anyway and see if the choice means anything." The hat seemed to think. "That's either very brave or very foolish." "Why not both?" Harry asked. The hat laughed, something ancient and amused. "Gryffindor," it announced, and Harry could hear satisfied certainty in the voice, as if the hat had just made the most important decision of the year. Harry took off the hat and went to sit at the Gryffindor table. Fred and George were grinning at him. Percy was watching him with the kind of curious attention that suggested he was trying to work out if Harry was going to be an asset to the house or a problem. Ron was sitting next to him, and caught him with a nudge that conveyed both welcome and a certain kind of relief that the two of them were apparently going to be at the same table. The sorting continued. "Granger, Hermione." The hat barely touched her head before announcing Gryffindor. "Longbottom, Neville, Gryffindor," though the hat took considerably longer with him, seeming to wrestle with whether his nervousness was a character flaw or just a symptom of his particular way of being. Weasley, Ron, already Gryffindor, unsurprisingly, and the table welcomed him with the kind of familial approval that suggested his brother's presence had made the path easier. And then the sorting was finished, all the students seated. Dumbledore stood to give his welcome speech. He talked about the house point system, about the way the houses would compete, about the fact that this year would be a year full of surprises and changes. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. He announced, the traditional beginning of the traditional welcome speech. For a moment the hall was confused about whether this was actually the beginning of the speech, or if Dumbledore had perhaps lost his mind. Harry mouthed the words along with Dumbledore, and he saw, for just a moment, the exact second when Dumbledore's eyes found him in the crowd, when Dumbledore registered that someone in the first-year cohort had just anticipated his next words with perfect accuracy. Dumbledore met Harry's eye and lifted his glass infinitesimally, in a toast that was too small for anyone else to notice, a toast that was meant only for Harry. Harry didn't know what to do with that. He'd seen Dumbledore in the knowing place, but the knowing place didn't show you how to respond to a wardrobe malfunction or a subtle acknowledgement from the most powerful wizard in the country. He just lifted his own goblet in return and hoped that was the right thing to do. The speech continued. Dumbledore talked about the house points system, about the way the houses would compete, about the fact that this year was going to be, in his words, a year full of surprises and changes and moments that will test the character of all of us. He didn't look at Harry when he said this, but Harry understood that some of the comment was directed at him anyway, that Dumbledore had some kind of foreknowledge himself, some way of seeing that Harry was not ordinary, that something about the coming year was different because of Harry's presence. The feast was good, better than good. It was the kind of meal that existed in a school that had the resources to hire house elves and the magical capability to create food from nothing, or from something, or from the space where creation met the void. Harry ate. Ron ate with the kind of systematic dedication that suggested he was trying to consume every food item available, in no particular order, with the belief that coverage was more important than depth. Between courses, Fred and George were asking him questions about what it was like to be famous, and Harry was giving them the kind of non-answers that suggested he didn't particularly enjoy being famous, and would prefer if they could just treat him like a regular person who'd happened to kill a dark wizard as an infant, which was apparently too much to ask. The feast finished. The head of house came to collect the first years and lead them to their dormitory. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, there was a password, which the head of house gave to them with the instruction that they would receive a new password every week, and that failure to change, it would be a security risk. Caput Draconis, the professor said, and Harry watched the portrait hole swing open. The stairs led up and up and up, climbing through the tower in a way that suggested they didn't quite follow the same rules as normal stairs, that they might connect to more than one set of corridors, that they might rearrange themselves when no one was looking. The dormitory was round and warm and filled with four-poster beds that had heavy curtains hanging from them, the kind of beds that turned into private spaces if you wanted them to be private. Harry was assigned a bed next to the window. He watched his trunk being brought up by magic, watched the other boys claiming their spaces, watched Neville frantically looking for Trevor, and then discovering that Trevor had somehow already made his way into the dormitory and was currently sitting on Peter's bed. Ron was in the bed next to Harry's. Hermione had been sent up to the girls' dormitory, which meant Harry was not going to see her until breakfast, which meant he had at least several hours of silence ahead of him, which was fine, which was good, which was exactly what he needed. The other boys fell asleep relatively quickly, the long journey and the excitement and the strangeness of the day all conspiring to pull them under. Harry lay in his bed in the darkness and listened to the particular sounds of sleep, the way Neville breathed shallow and quick, the way Ron made small, snoring sounds, the way Peter moved in his sleep like he was having dreams that required constant adjustment. Harry already knew when Neville would start snoring. He'd seen it in the knowing place, had understood that Neville's particular sleep rhythm included a sleep snore that would begin at 11:47 p.m. and would continue for approximately 3 minutes before stopping again. It was exact, predictable, bound by the laws of the knowing place just like everything else. Harry was beginning to understand something about the knowing place. It didn't show you the important things. It showed you the small details, the exact times, the particular breaths, the specific moments when sleeping boys made sounds in the dark. The knowing place was obsessed with the minuscule, the overlooked, the things that wouldn't matter if you weren't paying attention, but mattered absolutely if you were. Harry closed his eyes and waited for Neville's snore. When it came exactly on schedule, exactly like the knowing place had promised, Harry felt something settle in his chest. Not comfort, exactly, but recognition. The knowing place was not lying. The knowing place was not wrong. The knowing place was working exactly as it had promised to work, showing him the future in perfect detail, down to the smallest thing. He was going to be all right. He was going to live through this year. He was going to make it through the castle and the classes and the darkness that was waiting in the center of the knowing place, waiting for him, waiting for the moment when everything that had been foreknown would collide with the moment when he would finally be forced to choose. But that was later. For now, it was just the four-poster bed and the darkness and the soft sounds of sleeping boys all around him. It was just Harry, listening to the castle breathe, listening to the knowing place settle into his bones, listening to the promise and the warning of Apollo's gift settle in for a year of unfolding. It was just the beginning. The knowing place had shown him that. It had shown him this moment, this bed, this darkness. and it had shown him that all of it mattered, not because it was important but because he would choose to make it important, would choose to live through it anyway despite knowing exactly how the night would unfold, despite knowing exactly when Neville would snore, and when Ron would turn over in his sleep, and when the castle would settle into the particular quiet that came at 3 in the morning. Harry was home, not because the cupboard under the stairs was finally behind him, but because he'd finally arrived at the place where knowing and doing were the same thing, where seeing the future was just another form of living, where the knowing place and the actual world had finally aligned. The scar on his forehead began to itch the moment Snape looked up from the high table. It was a prickling from one end of the scar to the other, a warning Harry had already felt in the knowing place. Snape was thin and pale, moving with controlled precision. His eyes were black and cold, looking directly at Harry, trying to read something in the space behind his eyes. Harry met the gaze without flinching. The knowing place had shown him this moment, Snape's interest, Snape's particular attention, Snape's decision that Harry was something that needed to be monitored and tested and understood. The scar stopped itching when Snape looked away. The feast continued. Fred and George were planning something with a bludger and a dragon egg, which Harry understood wasn't actually going to happen, just planning to let people believe they might do it. "You all right?" Ron asked. "You went really still." "Fine," Harry said. "Just saw something." Ron accepted this without question. He went back to his food. The feast moved through courses with the kind of magical inevitability that suggested the elves were in complete control of the timing, that nothing was going to be rushed, that everything was going to arrive exactly when they decided it should arrive. Between the main course and the dessert, Dumbledore made the announcements. "The Forbidden Forest is forbidden," he said. "The third-floor corridor is also forbidden. The lake is not forbidden, but it contains many dangerous creatures, so I would recommend not swimming in it unless you have a very good reason and very good swimming skills." Dumbledore said, "Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak," and Harry whispered it along, a fraction of a second behind. Dumbledore caught him. His eyes found Harry across the hall with the particular attention of someone aware that something unusual had arrived at Hogwarts. Dumbledore raised his glass infinitesimally, a gesture meant only for Harry, a recognition between two people who knew the future was not fixed. Harry raised his goblet in return, choosing to accept the acknowledgement. The feast ended. The head of house came to collect the first years, led them up through the tower, through corridors that seemed to shift when you weren't paying attention. The portrait hole opened at a password, and suddenly Harry was in a round room that smelled like smoke and old furniture, and the particular kind of comfort that came from spaces that had been used for centuries. The dormitory stairs led up and up. The head of house explained which stairs would turn and dump you on your backside if you were too slow, which ones were safe, which ones had a tendency to not appear on certain days of the week. Harry filed away the information, though he'd already seen all of it in the knowing place, though he'd already lived through these particular warnings in dreams and visions. The boys' dormitory was circular and warm. The beds had red hangings. The trunks had been brought up by magic. Harry claimed the bed by the window and watched as his roommates settled into their spaces, watched as the other boys, Seamus and Dean and Peter and Neville, went through the rituals of unpacking and changing and preparing for sleep. Peter was small and round-faced, with a toad named Trevor. Neville was tall and clumsy, with a photograph of his parents he wouldn't talk about. Seamus was Irish and loud. Dean was quiet and good with art. Ron was Ron, comfortable, treating the dormitory like home, already treating Harry like he'd be around for the long term. They fell asleep slowly, the way adolescent boys did when they were in a new place, and their bodies weren't entirely sure whether to rest or remain vigilant. Harry lay in his bed and listened to the dormitory settle into the particular rhythm of sleep. Neville's breathing became shallow and quick. Ron made small sounds in his throat. Peter moved like he was having dreams that required constant adjustment. Seamus settled into a gentle snore. Dean lay quiet, already lost to sleep. At 11:47 p.m., Neville started snoring. The snore was distinctive, a kind of rattling wheeze, continued for exactly 3 minutes, then stopped. Neville rolled over and the dormitory was quiet again. Harry had known this would happen. The knowing place had shown him the exact time and duration, had shown him that this particular moment was going to repeat night after night. The castle settled into the quiet that came after midnight, the corridors empty, the staircases stopped moving. Harry closed his eyes and felt the knowing place settle into his bones. It was no longer separate. It was fundamental. Apollo's voice, when it came, was satisfied in a way that suggested he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. He's settling in, with less screaming than I'd feared. The knowing place is becoming familiar now. Soon he will stop resisting it and start working with it. That is when things become interesting. That is when I stop being merely curious and start being invested. And underneath, flat and exhausted and speaking with the weight of someone who had lived through this entire moment multiple times before, each time hoping it would be different, each time being disappointed. I told them. They laughed. Don't laugh. That's the difference between knowing and being heard. He is hearing. He is beginning to understand. The burden is not the knowing. The burden is the knowing and the lack of belief. But he has Ron. Ron will believe. Ron will be enough. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the red curtains framing the small window. The moon was rising over the lake. Somewhere below in Gringotts, a stone was being guarded, protected because it was necessary, the only thing standing between the world as it was and the world as it could become. The next 4 years would be the living out of all of this. Years of learning to trust the knowing place, making choices within foreknowledge, understanding that knowing didn't change the fact that he still had to live through it. But that was later. For now, it was just the bed and the darkness and the sleeping boys around him. It was just Harry, listening to the castle breathe, listening to the knowing place settle into the spaces between his ribs, listening to the future begin its careful, meticulous arrival. It was Harry in a 4-poster bed, eyes open, knowing exactly when Neville would snore next, knowing exactly what the coming year would bring, and choosing, despite knowing because of knowing, to live through it anyway. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Cassandra's Tongue the Castle was a geography lesson Harry had already completed. Staircases that moved, doors that were closed one day and open the next, or sometimes closed and open on the same day, depending on their moods, suits of armor that clanked down corridors with the purposefulness of things that had nowhere in particular to go. Ghosts passed through the walls at regular intervals, trailing cold air and the particular exhaustion of being dead for several centuries. Harry had seen all of it in the knowing place. The experiencing of it again was just repetition wearing the clothes of discovery. By Wednesday of the first week, the routine had settled. Classes at 9, lunch at 1, dinner at 7. Charms on Monday and Thursday. Transfiguration on Tuesday. Defense against the dark arts on Wednesday and Friday. Potions happened Tuesdays and Fridays, which meant that on Fridays Harry had to move from McGonagall's classroom to Snape's dungeons like he was descending into a specific kind of hell that smelled like pickled newts and wore black robes. The knowing place had shown him all of this. The knowing place had shown him corridors stretching out in directions that didn't quite make sense. Hermione dragging him through a shortcut he hadn't known existed. Ron's casual navigation of the staircases, as if he'd been doing this for years instead of days. The particular way that the older students moved through the space with an assumption of ownership, an understanding that the castle was their place, and the new students were just borrowed things that would graduate or die, and either way cease to matter. What the knowing place hadn't quite prepared him for was Trelawney. She was small and blurry, moving through the corridors with the kind of vagueness that suggested she was looking at the world from very far away. Her eyes were enormous behind her glasses, magnified, caught, the eyes of something that had seen too much and chosen not to process most of it. She materialized in the hallway between Charms and lunch on Thursday, moving toward Harry with the particular determination of someone heading toward something they could not actually see. Harry watched her walking toward the wall. He considered, in the half-second before impact, whether the knowing place would allow him to warn her. The knowing place had already decided. He stayed silent. She hit the wall at full speed and bounced off it with a dull thunk that probably should have hurt more than it appeared to. For a moment she stood there confused, her hand raised to her forehead. "Oh," she said. Her tone suggested the wall was a surprise. "I thought there was a corridor." There wasn't. There was just stone and a portrait of some medieval wizard who was looking at her with the kind of expression that suggested he was seeing someone who had just walked into solid rock for no discernible reason. After that, she avoided him. Harry would round a corner and see her in the distance, recognize the moment she saw him, watch as she adjusted her course away from his trajectory. She moved through the castle like she was following a route only she could see, a map that didn't include him. In the corridors, other students started to notice. Hermione caught him in the hallway on Friday morning and said, "Lo, Professor Trelawney keeps getting lost. I've seen her walk into the same classroom 3 times. Is that normal?" Harry said. "Number," Hermione said. "Right, that's what I thought." She didn't ask more. She filed it. McGonagall crossed paths with him in a stairwell the following Monday and said, without looking at him directly, "Miss Trelawney appears to be having some difficulty navigating the castle." Not a question. Harry said, "Yes." McGonagall continued up the stairs, and the particular set of her shoulders suggested she was thinking about something that involved him, even though she wasn't looking at him and wasn't saying his name. In Trelawney's classroom, a circular room at the top of the tower, all windows and dust and the smell of incense, he didn't see her. Her door had the word divination written on it in silver letters, and Harry knew with the kind of certainty that came from the knowing place that he was not going to be assessed by her, that she had filed him somewhere in her vague and distant mind under "not my concern," and that whatever she saw when she looked at him, if she looked at him, was not something she wanted to speak aloud. Potions was worse, because Snape looked directly. The dungeon classroom was cold, and smelled like copper and something sulphurous. Snape stood at the front of the classroom in his black robes like he was a physical manifestation of disapproval. He called the roll without looking up from his ledger. Then he set down his quill and raised his head. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he said. His voice was precise and cold, the kind of voice that came from someone who had made very particular decisions about how words should be used and had committed to following those decisions in perpetuity. "As there is little foolishness you will not try, I do not expect you will appreciate the subtlety of a potion. I will teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death if you are not complete idiots." He paused. His black eyes moved across the classroom, landing on Harry for a fraction of a second that felt like a measurement. "But then again," Snape said, "there are some who come to this class with a pre-existing belief that they understand potion making. Arrogance is not a potion ingredient." Harry already knew the 3 questions. The knowing place had them exact. The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, the appearance of asphodel in the moonlight, the particular properties of powdered moonstone. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said, still measuring him with his eyes. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry opened his mouth and said, "They are the same plant, Professor. Monkshood is just another name for it." Snape's eyes narrowed. His hand came up to his collar, a gesture that suggested he was controlling something inside himself. "Explain." "Aconite," Harry said. "It grows in shade and damp places. The name monkshood comes from the shape of the flowers. The wolfsbane, or the belief about wolfsbane, comes from folklore about werewolves. But there is no actual difference between the plant. Monkshood is the common name. Wolfsbane is the folklore name. They are the same thing." The classroom was very quiet. Neville had gone very still next to him. Hermione had her hand partway up, the gesture of someone who was about to correct something but had just realized that the correction was not her to make. "And how would you know that, Potter?" Snape asked. His voice was still cold, but there was something underneath it now, something that suggested he was running calculations. "Have you studied the herbology texts already?" "No," Harry said. "I just remembered it." Snape's jaw tightened. "Remembered it from where?" "Somewhere," Harry said. The knowing place didn't give him a better answer, so he didn't have one. "I don't know exactly." Snape turned away from him, moved to the next question. "What is the appearance of asphodel in the moonlight?" Harry said. "It is pale, nearly white. The flower heads hang downward. It has a particular scent in warm weather, slightly sweet, slightly acrid. If you are harvesting it for a potion, you should do it at the full moon. The potency is highest then." "And you know this from?" "Remembering it," Harry said. Snape did not ask the third question. Instead, he told them to begin their assigned draft and turned his back to the classroom in a way that suggested the turning of his back was a form of contempt. Harry noticed Snape's hands were shaking very slightly as he wrote something on a piece of parchment and filed it away in a drawer. Neville's cauldron was leaking something acrid-smelling and possibly poisonous. Harry caught Neville's wrist before the excess could splash onto the table and redirected the motion toward the drain that ran along the edge of their workspace. "Thanks," Neville said, his face red. "I thought I had it secured." "You did," Harry said. "It's just made for that sometimes. You're doing fine." Hermione was 3 cauldrons down, her potion already the correct color. Ron was attempting to dissolve his ingredients in the correct order but seemed to be proceeding from the assumption that if some heat was good, then a great deal of heat was better. His cauldron was beginning to smoke. Harry helped Neville, helped Ron by suggesting, quietly, so Snape wouldn't hear, that he might want to reduce his flame. Hermione glanced at him once, during a moment when Snape was occupied with confiscating Crabbe's completely ruined draft, and her expression was the expression of someone who was filing something important. By the end of the class, Snape had not looked at Harry again. But Harry had caught the moment when Snape's hand moved in a particular way that suggested he was making a note, writing something down, something that involved Harry, and something that Snape was going to think about later. The knowing place had already shown him what Snape was going to think about. The possibility that Harry's mind was open in a way that Snape could exploit. The knowing place had already shown him that Snape was going to attempt a legilimency test within the next 2 weeks. The knowing place had also shown him that the test was going to fail because Harry's mind was not actually open to anyone but himself, and whatever gods had decided to speak to him in his sleep. Snape would not believe that, though. Snape would believe that Harry was blocking him, that Harry had studied occlumency, that Harry had defensive structures built into his mind that Snape could break if he applied enough force. Snape believed in force. Force was Snape's primary language. The knowing place showed Harry all of this playing out in sequence. The attempt, the failure, Snape's conviction that he had simply not tried hard enough yet, the plan for escalation. Harry had 6 classes left before the legilimency test attempt. In those 6 classes, he would live through them, knowing exactly how they were going to unfold, knowing exactly what Snape was going to do, and choosing because the knowing place had shown him that he could choose to live through them anyway. The first week ended. The second week began. The rhythm of classes established itself like the ticking Madam Hooch's flying lesson happened on Thursday morning in the flat ground beyond the Quidditch pitch. The broomsticks were arranged in two neat lines, standing upright with the bristles facing the students. Hooch was a squat woman with yellow eyes like a hawk, the kind of woman who had spent enough time with broomsticks that she'd started to develop their aesthetic. "Mount your brooms," she said. "Grip the handle just above the bristles. Lean forward slightly. When I blow my whistle, you will kick off from the ground and make a gentle ascent." Harry watched Neville. He watched Neville's hand on the broomstick, watched the slight tremor in Neville's fingers, watched the knowing place show him the moment, approximately 45 seconds away, when Neville would panic and kick off too hard and fall, when Neville's wrist would twist underneath him and break with a sound like a small branch snapping. The knowing place showed him Neville's face in that moment, the pain that would come after the adrenaline wore off. The way Hooch would cluck and gather him up and carry him toward the hospital wing. Harry considered warning Neville. He had considered this option in the knowing place as well. He had considered the angle of the warning, the way Neville would receive it, the fact that Neville, gentle, apologetic, careful Neville, would smile politely and mount his broom anyway because he had made a commitment and he was not the kind of person who broke commitments. "Try to stay calm," Harry said to Neville. "Just lean back if you start to panic." Neville's face flickered. "I'm not panicking." "I know," Harry said. "I just meant if you feel like you are, lean back. The broom wants to be steady." "Let it," Neville nodded. He mounted the broom. He gripped it exactly as Hooch had instructed. Madam Hooch raised her whistle to her lips. Harry was already on his broom. The knowing place had shown him that he was a natural flyer, that the moment his feet left the ground, something in him would recognize the rightness of it, that the wind and the distance and the particular geometry of height would all arrange themselves into something that made sense. The knowing place had shown him his own hands on the broomstick, the way he would adjust his grip, the way he would find the balance point without thinking about it. What the knowing place hadn't quite explained was how he could know he was good at something he had never done. The whistle blew. Harry kicked off. The ground fell away. The broom rose smoothly, responding to his weight and the shift in his center of gravity like it was an extension of his body. The wind caught his robes and pinned them back against his legs. The September air was bright and cold and tasted like grass and distance. Around him, the other students were rising with varying degrees of competence. Hermione was gripping her broom like she was afraid it would break. Ron was laughing. Seamus was already too high and correcting downward. Neville was 30 feet up and climbing steadily, his face the color of old paper. Harry watched him rise. Harry watched the knowing place count down the seconds until the moment when Neville's fear would overcome his focus. 10 seconds. 5. 1. Neville panicked. His grip tightened. His shoulders came up. He kicked his feet forward, the universal gesture of someone who wanted to stop everything and return to the ground. The broom, interpreting this as a command to accelerate, surged upward instead. Neville's control evaporated. The broom twisted. His wrist turned underneath him, and Harry heard the snap from 50 feet away, a small, definitive sound that suggested something inside Neville had just broken. Neville fell. For a moment he was just falling, gravity and inertia the only things acting on him. Then Hooch was running, her yellow eyes fixed on the point where Neville would land. She caught him, gathered him up like a sack of flour and carried him toward the castle, her voice already calling for someone to get to the hospital wing. "Right," Hooch said, turning back to the rest of them. "Dismount. Nobody move. You will wait here until I return. If I see anyone on a broom, I will have you expelled from Hogwarts." She swept away, Neville cradled against her chest. The students landed. Harry landed last, understanding in the moment his feet touched the ground that he had had the highest altitude, the smoothest landing, the particular grace that came from someone who had known exactly what they were doing before they started. Draco was staring at him. Draco's face had the expression of someone who had just watched someone else do something that violated his understanding of the proper order of things. "Show off," Draco said. But there was something underneath the sneer, something that suggested Draco was calculating something about Harry that he had previously believed was settled. Harry didn't respond. Hermione was looking at him with an expression that suggested she was running calculations of her own. They waited for Hooch to return. She brought instructions for them to return to their classrooms. The flying lesson was over. By lunchtime, Neville's broken wrist had become common knowledge. The story had expanded in the way that stories do when they travel through a school, from a simple fall into something approaching a tragedy. Harry had caught the Remembrall. This was also common knowledge, though Harry didn't remember catching it, only remembering that he was going to catch it. Draco had been taunting Neville before the fall. Draco had grabbed the Remembrall from Neville's pocket and thrown it upward. Harry had taken off after it, chased it across the sky with the kind of velocity that suggested he had been flying for years instead of minutes. He had caught it at the apex of its trajectory, rolled the broom, and come back down with the Remembrall held aloft like a trophy. It had been, in retrospect, showing off. Harry understood that. The knowing place understood that. The showing off had been necessary to trigger what came next. McGonagall had seen the catch. She had been standing at the edge of the pitch, talking to someone, probably checking on Neville, when Harry's dive for the Remembrall had happened directly in her line of sight. McGonagall had watched him bank and climb, had watched him pluck the Remembrall from the air, had watched him descend with the kind of control that suggested years of practice. That evening, McGonagall summoned him. "Sit," she said. Her office was lined with books and had several sleeping cat things curled on the furniture. "You played Quidditch?" "No," Harry said. "I didn't even know I could fly until this morning." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "You have exceptional natural talent, Potter. Quidditch requires, well, we'll see. Oliver Wood is the Gryffindor seeker. He graduates this year. We will need a new seeker for next year. If you are interested, come to the Quidditch pitch tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock. Wood will want to assess you." Harry nodded. He had known this was coming. The knowing place had shown him Wood, tall, red-haired, intense, treating Quidditch like it was a moral responsibility. The knowing place had shown him the tryout. The knowing place had shown him making the team as the youngest player in a century. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me yet," McGonagall said. "Quidditch can be dangerous. Players have been seriously injured. You've seen what happened to Mr. Longbottom today." "That was flying," Harry said, "not Quidditch." "An excellent distinction," McGonagall said, "which suggests you understand that height and speed make their own rules. Be careful, Potter." He left her office and returned to the dormitory. Ron was waiting for him on the landing. "Did she recruit you for the house team?" Ron asked. "Everyone's saying she did." "Seeker," Harry said. "Maybe." "That's brilliant," Ron said. He said this with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested he thought Harry playing Quidditch was an unambiguous good. "You're going to be incredible. Do you want me to come watch the tryout?" "Sure," Harry said. That night in the dormitory, Draco Malfoy sent a note via Crabbe. The note was written in a hand that Harry had already seen in his dreams of the knowing place. "Potter, a wizard duel. Tonight, midnight, trophy room. Do not be a coward." Harry had seen this invitation. The knowing place had shown him Draco's calculation that Harry would want to prove something, that Harry would take the bait. The knowing place had shown him that Draco didn't actually understand what he was provoking. Ron was sitting on his bed, reading the note over Harry's shoulder. "It's a trap," Ron said. "The caretaker, Filch, he patrols at night. They want to get you expelled." "Probably," Harry said. "So you're not going?" "I am," Harry said. Ron stared at him. "Why?" "Because Draco's waiting," Harry said. "And because I already know what's going to happen." Ron seemed to accept this as a reasonable explanation, which suggested that Ron had started on some level to understand that Harry's certainty was not a bluff. At 10 minutes before midnight, Harry climbed out of the window in his pajamas. Ron climbed out after him. Hermione, appearing from nowhere at all, climbed out after Ron. "This is incredibly stupid," Hermione said. But she was climbing, which suggested that incredibly stupid was not the same thing as not worth doing. The corridors were cold and empty. Torches lit themselves as they passed, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Harry knew exactly where the trophy room was. He knew exactly which corridors would get them there without encountering Filch. He knew exactly when Filch would be on the other side of the castle, dealing with what Filch thought was a problem in the West Wing, but was actually just a painting that had decided to sing. The trophy room was cold and smelled like dust and old metal. Draco was waiting with Crabbe and Goyle. But in the knowing place, there was something more. In the knowing place, there was the moment when Crabbe and Goyle went very still, when Draco realized that he had misjudged something fundamental about the terrain, when the awareness dawned that they had wandered into a corridor that didn't belong to them anymore. The three-headed dog was 3 floors directly above the trophy room, but in the knowing place, its roar was the sound that would echo down through the stone and change the calculation of the entire evening. It hadn't happened yet, but it was coming. That night Athena appeared in his dream. She was not golden, the way Apollo was. She was gray and silver, moving through a space that looked like it belonged to a library or a temple or possibly both. Her eyes were pale, the color of storm clouds before rain. She wore robes that hung straight from her shoulders, unadorned except for an owl perched on her left arm. "You are wondering," she said, "how you can know the future without changing it." "Yes," Harry said. The dream had allowed him to speak, which suggested this was a conversation he was supposed to have. "You cannot," Athena said. This was stated as fact, the way one might state that the sky was blue or that Athens had won the Trojan War. You are always changing it. Every moment you live in the knowing place, you are already making choices that reshape what comes next. The future you see is the future if you do exactly nothing. The moment you know anything, you have already changed something. The owl on her arm turned its head and looked at Harry with an expression of profound judgment. "But your gift is not power," Athena continued. "That is what my uncle would have you believe. It is not power. It is the obligation to choose anyway. Cassandra knew the fall of Troy. She told them. They did not listen. Her gift was not that she could prevent it. Her gift was that she had to watch it happen anyway, knowing every moment that it could have been prevented if only they had believed." "That's horrible," Harry said. "Yes," Athena said, "but it is also necessary. Heracles knew the nature of his labors before he undertook them. 12 impossible tasks. He knew how they would torture him. He did them anyway. He chose them anyway. The knowing did not make the choice less real. It made the choice the only thing that mattered." She moved closer. The space around them changed, became less like a library and more like a corridor. A corridor Harry recognized. "You have already chosen," Athena said. "Multiple times. The knowing place has shown you outcomes. You have selected alternatives. You have seen what would happen if you stayed silent with Trelawney, and you stayed silent anyway, knowing she would hit the wall. You saw Neville break his wrist, and you warned him, and he broke it anyway because you chose a warning he could not accept. You understand now that your warning changes the receiving of the warning but not the outcome. That is the beginning of wisdom." "Has anyone ever gotten out?" Harry asked. "Of a prophecy? If they knew what was coming?" "No," Athena said, "but that is not the point. The point is that they chose anyway. They lived anyway. They made the choices that were available to them, knowing exactly what it would cost. That is all anyone can do. That is all anyone has ever been able to do." She turned to go. The dream was ending, the space dissolving back into the dormitory and the sleeping figures of his roommates. "One more question," Athena said. "Have you yet had to choose against what you saw?" Before Harry could answer, she was gone. He woke in the darkness of the dormitory. Neville was breathing shallow and quick in his bed, his wrist wrapped in bandages. Ron was snoring softly. Peter was dreaming. Seamus and Dean were lost in the particular unconsciousness that came from being 11 years old and having had a very full day. The answer to Athena's question was yes, but it was a different kind of yes than she probably expected. He had not chosen against what he saw, that was still the future, but he had chosen how to live inside the knowing place. He had chosen to try to warn Neville, knowing it would fail. He had chosen to catch the Remembrall, knowing it would trigger McGonagall's attention. He had chosen to accept Draco's challenge, knowing exactly how it would play out. He had chosen, and the knowing place had bent around that choice like water around a stone. The next morning, Hermione appeared at breakfast with a small notebook and a set of controlled conditions. "Prediction experiment," she said. "Today, small, falsifiable, time-limited. I need you to make predictions. I will record them. We will see if they come true." "Okay," Harry said. "Your accuracy has been approximately 70%, Hermione continued, reading from her notes. "Which is better than random chance but worse than statistically reliable. That suggests either you are not actually seeing the future consistently, or you are consciously choosing to subvert your predictions, or you possess genuine but limited foresight. I need to know which." "How are you going to test that?" Harry asked. "By making the predictions small enough that you cannot deliberately fail them without my noticing," Hermione said. She was very serious about this. She was treating Harry like he was a data problem to be solved. "For example, when Professor Flitwick asks for a volunteer in charms this morning, will you raise your hand?" "No," Harry said. "Will Seamus Finnegan?" "Yes, and he will set his feather on fire trying to make it float." "Will Longbottom ask to go to the bathroom during Transfiguration?" "Number, but he will ask to sharpen his quill." Hermione wrote all of this down. She looked at him over the edge of her notebook with an expression that suggested she was very disappointed in him for some reason. "These are trivial," she said. "If you actually possess foresight, you should be able to predict things of consequence." "I can," Harry said, "but the trivial things are easier because they do not require me to live through them differently." "What does that mean?" "It means," Harry said, "that if I know Neville is going to break his wrist and I do nothing, then it happens exactly as foreseen. If I know he is going to break his wrist and I try to stop it, then I have to live through his suffering of my warning, which changes the knowledge. The trivial things don't have consequences. Seamus will set his feather on fire because Seamus is Seamus. There is no version of Seamus that doesn't set his feather on fire while learning Wingardium Leviosa. But if I predict the thing that matters, I have to decide whether to act on it, and that changes everything." Hermione stared at him. She was very quiet. Then she said, "You are Schrödinger's witness, Potter. You are not a reliable observer because you are not an independent observer. You are part of the system. You are affecting the data by measuring it." "Yes," Harry said, "exactly. That is infuriating," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "It is also not scientifically reproducible." "No," Harry said, "it is not. So I cannot actually prove you are not making this up." "No," Harry said, "you cannot. The knowing place does not work that way." "You are not a prophet, Potter," Hermione said, and there was something sharp in her voice, something that suggested she was angry. "You are noise with a sample size of 1. "Athena says the same thing in better English," Harry said. Hermione's pen stopped moving. She looked up from her notebook and her entire expression changed. "Athena said that?" she asked. "In a dream," Harry said. "Last night." "Athena," Hermione repeated. She said it like it was a name she needed to verify. "As in, the Greek goddess," Harry said. "Yes." Hermione closed her notebook. She took off her glasses and cleaned them on her robe, which was something she did when she was thinking very hard about something. "I need to verify that," she said finally. "Okay," Harry said. "This does not constitute evidence," Hermione said, "but it constitutes a data point I cannot ignore." She left. Harry watched her go. understanding that Hermione was going to go to the library and look up everything she could find about Athena and prophecy, and the Greek gods, and their relationship to wizarding magic. Hermione was going to find nothing that made sense, because the knowing place did not show up in wizarding texts. But the search itself would change something in Hermione, would shift her from "Harry is making this up or delusional" to "There is something here that I do not understand and therefore I must know more." In the corridor between Charms and lunch, Snape passed him. Snape looked at Harry the way one might look at a crossword puzzle that had suddenly started writing answers of its own. For a moment they were both very still, and Harry saw, in the way Snape's hand moved toward his wand, in the particular tension in Snape's shoulders, that Snape had made a decision about something. The knowing place had already shown Harry what that decision was. The legilimency test would happen in 4 days, in an empty classroom near the potions dungeon. Snape would attempt to force entry into Harry's mind. Snape would find nothing but the knowing place itself, vast and impersonal and completely closed to intrusion. Snape would emerge from the attempt frustrated and convinced that Harry had been trained in occlumency by someone powerful, which meant Harry was dangerous, which meant Harry was worth watching. Snape's hand dropped. He passed Harry without speaking, which suggested that he had decided something else as well, that whatever he was going to do to Harry, he was not going to do it in a corridor where other students could see. Harry continued toward lunch. In Charms, Professor Flitwick demonstrated Wingardium Leviosa with his usual fussy precision. The wand movement had to be precisely right. The incantation had to be pronounced exactly. There was no room for improvisation or assumption, or getting the basics wrong and compensating later. This was magic that demanded precision. Hermione got it on the 3rd try. She had the feather aloft, perfectly level, held suspended in the air with the kind of control that suggested she had been practicing this spell in her mind for hours before it ever left her wand. Ron's feather caught fire. His incantation had been correct. His wand movement had been technically acceptable, but something in his intent had gone wrong. The feather smoldered, then blazed, and Ron yelped and dropped his wand like it had turned into a snake. Flitwick clucked and dealt with the fire and suggested gently that Ron might want to pay closer attention to the precise nature of the incantation. Ron, very red in the face, nodded and promised to do better. Harry raised his wand and said the spell and levitated his feather on the 1st try, exactly as he had known he would, exactly as the knowing place had shown him. He had seen it already, the ease of it, the way the magic responded to his intent without question, the particular satisfaction of doing something perfectly, because he had already practiced it 1,000 times in the space between now and the coming future. 3 days into the 2nd week, Harry collapsed in the corridor between Charms and lunch. It was not gradual. One moment he was walking toward the stairs with Hermione and Ron, and the next moment the corridor was bending around him like water, and he was falling through layers of time into a space that was not quite a vision and not quite a memory and not quite something that had a name. He saw himself 3 different ways dead. In the first, he was falling very far into a darkness that had texture and weight. In the second, he was poisoning, something golden sliding down his throat, sweet at first and then burning. In the third, there was a light that was green and terrible, and it came from a wand he did not hold, and it hit him while he was still reaching for something he could not quite see. There was a mirror with no one in it. There was Harry, looking at it and seeing the reflection of a mirror, and the mirror inside that reflection was also empty, and something in that recursion of emptiness was trying to tell him something very important. There was a stone. It was hidden behind glass. It was the size of his fist. It was warm. It was the only thing in the universe that mattered, and also the thing that mattered least, because it did not matter whether he had it or whether he didn't. The weight of it was in the having and the knowing never left him. There was a hooded thing in a forest. It was drinking something. It was hunched over something that screamed. It smelled like copper and darkness, and the particular wrongness of a thing that had no business existing in the daylight world. There was Apollo's voice, distant and tenderly sad. "Harry, Harry, come back." Harry came back. He was lying on the floor of the corridor. His face was against the cold stone. His hands were shaking. Hermione was kneeling next to him, saying something urgent and worried. Ron was hovering, his face the color of old paper. "What happened?" Hermione was asking. "Harry, what happened?" Harry's mouth didn't want to work. His throat felt like he had swallowed broken glass. The world was too bright and too loud and too present, and he wanted very badly to go back into the knowing place where things made sense. Ron grabbed him under the arm and hauled him up. "Come on," Ron said. "Hospital wing." They walked. Harry's legs worked mostly, though they felt disconnected from his brain. The corridor stretched ahead of them, familiar and strange. Madame Pomfrey appeared at the hospital wing door as if Ron's intention to bring Harry there had summoned her. "Another one," she said, not with surprise but with the tone of someone who had seen this before, who understood that strange things happened to students at Hogwarts, and that her job was to deal with the aftermath. "Sit. Drink this." The drink was chocolate and something warm that tasted like honey. It burned going down, but in the way that fire burned, destructive but clarifying. "You will be all right," Madame Pomfrey said, which was not a question and not a statement but something in between. "You have had a shock. The mind sometimes takes these shocks all at once and the body cannot hold it all. You will rest. You will be all right." She moved away. She had other patients. She had always had other patients and would have them after Harry left. Harry was just one more student who had collapsed in a corridor. Ron didn't leave. Ron sat in the chair next to Harry's bed and didn't say anything for a very long time. Just sat. Just waited. Madame Pomfrey brought him a blanket and a book, and Ron read or pretended to read, turning pages at intervals that suggested he was following a story about something that didn't matter very much. By evening, Harry could stand. Madame Pomfrey agreed he could leave if he promised to return immediately if anything else happened. Ron walked him to the corridor leading toward Gryffindor Tower. They were alone. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said. "You see things, don't you?" It wasn't a question. It was a recognition, the kind that could only come from someone who had watched you collapse and stand back up and walk away like you had just experienced something that his normal vocabulary did not have a word for. "Yeah," Harry said. "All right," Ron said. "That's all right." He didn't ask for explanations. He didn't demand details. He just accepted it the way he had accepted everything else about Harry, as a fact that was true because it was true, and that was enough. Harry's dormitory was empty. He lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about Athena's question. "Have you yet had to choose against what you saw?" Yes, he thought now. 3 times today. He had chosen to collapse in the corridor instead of hiding it. He had chosen to go to the hospital wing instead of walking it off. He had chosen to let Ron see him falling apart instead of maintaining the fiction that he was all right. He had chosen, every time, to act differently than he would have if he had just known but not lived. The knowing place had shown him all of this. It had shown him Ron's acceptance. It had shown him Madame Pomfrey's competence. It had shown him that the act of falling apart was not the same as being broken, and that other people could witness your falling apart and choose to stay anyway. Apollo appeared in the dormitory window. He was golden and theatrical and absolutely unconcerned with the fact that Seamus was sleeping 20 feet away, and would probably scream if he woke up and saw a minor deity casually perched on the windowsill. "You are getting good at it, little oracle," Apollo said. His voice had the particular satisfaction of someone watching an apprentice finally understand a technique that had seemed impossible. The choosing, the understanding that knowing is not the same as controlling. You live through it. That is all any of us can do. Cassandra would say something, Harry said. He was very tired. This seemed like the kind of conversation to have while very tired. Cassandra, Apollo agreed. Always Cassandra. Yes, she would say, I told them. He listened. She has been waiting for this for longer than you would believe. She would say that the difference between you and her is that you have someone to listen, that you have Ron, that you have Hermione beginning to understand, that you are not alone with the knowing. Harry closed his eyes. Apollo was still there when he opened them, still watching the dormitory with the satisfaction of someone who had invested in something and was beginning to see a return. A letter arrived 2 days later, delivered by an owl Harry had never seen before. The owl was brown and unremarkable and deposited the letter on his pillow without ceremony or announcement. There was no return address. There was no postmark. Inside, in handwriting Harry had never seen but somehow recognized, the way one recognizes a voice heard only once. She told them. They laughed. Don't laugh, see. Harry held the letter in the darkness. The moonlight was catching the parchment, illuminating the letters in silver. The handwriting was neat and precise and incredibly sad. There was a weight to it that went beyond the words themselves, a sense of someone writing across centuries to say the one thing that needed saying. She told them. They laughed. Don't laugh. The letter sat on his pillow. Harry sat on his bed. The castle breathed around him. Corridors and staircases and distant footsteps, and the particular silence of Hogwarts at night. The silence that was never silent, that was always full of the knowing place settling into its next configuration. The next weeks would be the living out of all of this. The Quidditch tryout, the legilimency test, the troll on Halloween, the three-headed dog in the forbidden corridor. The slow understanding that the knowing place was not a burden but a gift, not a curse but an opportunity to choose anyway, to live anyway, to move through the future with the particular grace of someone who had already seen it and had decided, despite the seeing, because of the seeing, to live it. But that was later. For now, it was just the letter and the darkness and the moonlight and the dormitory full of sleeping boys who did not know that one of them was reading a message from the past. From Cassandra herself, from a woman who had told and not been heard, who was writing to a boy who was hearing her, who understood that the gift and the curse were the same thing, and that living through it anyway was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The older Art Halloween morning arrived with a particular wrongness at the back of Harry's throat. Not taste, or not entirely. A thickness. The air itself had weight, a high thin sound just beyond hearing that made his teeth ache. The pumpkin smell from the great hall was going off, sweetly rotten like fruit left in direct sun too long. The troll was coming. He didn't know how he knew, not in the rational sense of knowing something someone had told him. The knowing place had simply shown it, a wide gray thing with stone-colored hide, breathing thick through its nostrils, aware of nothing but hunger and the particular satisfaction of destruction. It was still an hour away, maybe more, but it was coming the way a train comes down a track. Inevitable, loud, impossible to pretend you hadn't seen. Harry found McGonagall before breakfast, in the corridor near the Transfiguration classroom. She was carrying a stack of papers and moving with the efficient briskness of someone who had 100 things to accomplish before noon. "Professor," Harry said. She turned. Her eyes flickered over him, cataloging. They had been doing that more often since the Snape incident, looking at him like he had suddenly begun speaking in a language she recognized but hadn't expected him to know. "Mr. Potter, is something wrong?" "There's a troll in the castle," Harry said. "It's coming this way." "You should," he stopped because her expression had changed. Not softened, tightened. The kind of tightening a person's face does when they've just decided something unpleasant is true and they don't have time to argue with you about it. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice taking on the particular tone of a Scottish woman who is about to refuse you very kindly and very firmly. "What you are describing is not possible. The castle is warded. The grounds are warded. A troll could no more enter Hogwarts than a wild unicorn could walk through the Sorting Hat. It's coming anyway, Harry said. I'm sure you believe that you saw something, McGonagall said. This was the voice used on students who had panicked over nothing, the voice of someone being patient with groundless fear. But I assure you there is no troll. Now you ought to have some breakfast before classes begin. She turned back toward her classroom, not in dismissal, in simple completion. The conversation was finished because she had decided it was finished. Harry watched her go. He had known this would happen. The knowing place had shown him her expression, the particular set of her shoulders, the way she would refuse without being unkind. He had watched it happen already, the way one watches something in a memory. That didn't make it less frustrating to experience the second time. He went to breakfast anyway. The great hall was loud and full of ghosts, actual ghosts, floating through the tables, rendered nearly invisible by the sheer noise of living students. Nearly headless Nick complained about his head to anyone who would listen. The bloody Baron looked disapproving of something. The Grey Lady drifted near the Ravenclaw table and said nothing, as she never did. Harry found Hermione at the library after breakfast. She was in the restricted section, somehow. She had already convinced Madame Pince to let her browse, and she was holding a book on defensive magical theory with the focused intensity of someone preparing for a test that mattered. "Hermione," he said. She didn't startle. She marked her place carefully and closed the book and turned to face him with the particular expression of someone who has been half expecting you. "Actually," she said, "I've been running calculations, small predictions, controlled parameters. You said the troll was coming today." "It is," Harry said. "No, I mean," she stopped. Her jaw tightened in a way very similar to McGonagall's. "That's absurd. There's no troll. The castle is warded. I looked it up. Wards this strong would require—" She stopped. "You're serious?" "Yes." "You're absolutely serious?" "Yes." Hermione turned in a slow circle, taking in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, thousands of books, thousands of collected facts, thousands of ways to test Harry's claim and prove him wrong. She turned back to him. "I'm going to go lock myself in the girls' bathroom," she said. "Not because I believe you. I'm going to lock myself in because if I don't and something does happen, I'll spend the rest of my life being scientifically confused about why my prior assumptions were incorrect. This isn't about believing you, Potter. This is about data collection. These are two separate categories." "Right," Harry said. "Because if the troll comes and you're locked in the bathroom, I'll be safe," Hermione said. "Which is the whole point, isn't it? You're not trying to convince me of your prophetic abilities. You're trying to keep me from becoming a troll casualty. I understand your goal. I'm pursuing it through the methodology of controlled self-isolation rather than through the methodology of belief. That's not irrational. That's just methodologically different." She sounded angry. The anger was coming through her reasoning like current through wire, making her words sharper and faster. Harry had known this too, the precise pitch of her irritation, the way she would refuse to agree with him while simultaneously agreeing with the practical outcome. The knowing place didn't care about whether Hermione believed. It only cared that Hermione would be safe. "Be careful in the corridors getting there," Harry said. "I'm not coming back to Gryffindor with you," Hermione said. This seemed important to her in the way that small points of pride can be important. "I'm going directly. That's safer." Harry left her to it. He had known she would do exactly this, argue both ways simultaneously, satisfy her logic and her survival instinct at the same time. It was fundamentally Hermione and fundamentally exhausting to watch. The day moved forward in its terrible inevitability. Classes happened. Potions with Snape, who was watching Harry in a way that suggested he was waiting for something. Charms with Flitwick, who demonstrated spells and seemed completely unaware that somewhere in the castle, a troll was continuing its advance. Lunch arrived. The castle filled with students in bright, careless clusters. The knowing place showed Harry the precise moment when the announcement would come. Professor Quirrell, standing pale and shaken in the entrance to the great hall, his stutter more pronounced than usual. There has been an accident. A troll has entered the castle. All students are to proceed to their dormitories immediately. Staff will be dealing with the situation. When Quirrell actually said it, 2 hours later, the words were nearly identical. The sheer accuracy of prophecy was, Harry had learned, its most tedious feature. Harry looked at Ron, who had been demolishing a pork pie and had frozen with it halfway to his mouth. "Bathroom," Harry said. "Hermione, now." "What? How could you?" Ron didn't finish. He simply stood, grabbed his wand, and followed. They ran. The corridors of Hogwarts were not kind to running students during a troll emergency. The castle seemed to be trying to help. Staircases were moving to shortcuts. Walls were tilting toward the bathrooms, but everything was happening at quarter speed, the way nightmares move. Paintings shouted warnings that did no good. Suits of armor clanged uselessly. Harry could feel the troll the way one feels a storm coming, a pressure in the air, a wrongness in the structure of the castle itself. It was somewhere above them, somewhere west. It smelled like urine and rotting meat and the particular rank wrongness of a thing that had no business in stone corridors. It was looking for something. Harry suspected it was looking for anything that moved. They reached the girls' bathroom. The troll was just reaching the corner 30 feet away. Harry didn't think. He didn't consult the knowing place or wait for certainty. He yanked open the bathroom door, pulled Hermione out by her wrist. She had been waiting, exactly as promised, with her wand out and her face arranged in an expression of grim scientific determination, and pulled Ron inside after. The troll rounded the corner. They slammed the door shut. Hermione had the presence of mind to flip the lock, though no magical lock would hold against what was coming. The troll did not seem to notice the door. It was 9 feet tall and made entirely of what appeared to be stone wrapped in skin. Its nose was broken and reset multiple times, suggesting either previous encounters with humans or a complete lack of personal survival instinct. It was carrying a club the size of a small tree, and it was looking at the bathroom door the way a child looks at a wrapped present. "Levitation," Harry said. "Ron, the club. Hermione, don't move, don't speak." Ron raised his wand without question, the way someone would if they were watching their best friend take a test and had finally decided to just trust him. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, and there was absolutely no magic behind it. He was just making a sound, but Harry had already seen this moment 20 different times, had already practiced it, had already lived through it with a precision that came from knowing the exact angle he would need. The troll's club rose. The troll looked up at it. Confusion crossed its stone-colored face, a complicated emotion for something so simple. Harry cast the spell as well, putting all of his will behind it, all the will of someone who had already done this 1,000 times in the space between nows. The club rose higher. The troll's fingers lost grip. The club fell. It hit the troll directly on the skull with a sound like thunder hitting stone. The troll swayed. For a moment, a long, impossible moment, it seemed to be considering whether it was alive. Then it decided that it wasn't and fell over and stopped moving. "Blimey," Ron said. He still had his wand raised. His face had gone completely white. The bathroom door was still locked. "I knew you were coming," Hermione said. Her voice was very steady. "I heard the troll. That's not possible. I was in a locked bathroom. Sound shouldn't." She stopped. She was looking at Harry the way one looks at someone who has done something that contradicts several fundamental laws of physics. "How did you get inside?" "He came through the wall," Ron said. He said it with absolute certainty, like Harry walking through solid walls was something he had been waiting to learn about all along. "I came through the door," Harry said. "You opened it." "I didn't," Hermione said. "You did," Harry said. "When I pulled you." The troll was not moving. Its breathing had stopped. It was simply a thing now, a mass of dead weight, no longer threatening anything. In the silence of the bathroom, with the destroyed porcelain and the smell of it, the fact of its deadness was almost harder to process than the fact of its arrival. McGonagall appeared in the doorway exactly 14 seconds later. Then Snape, moving fast enough that his robes seemed to be flying behind him. He was limping. One hand was still bandaged from the encounter in the corridor. The hand moved immediately to his wand, cataloging threats. His eyes found Harry and stopped there. Something passed across Snape's face, not recognition, but the kind of assessment a person makes when they see something that they had previously thought was impossible, and suddenly must revise their understanding of what the world is capable of. Quirrell came last, and he was even whiter than he had been in the Great Hall. He looked at the troll, at the club, at Harry and Ron and Hermione standing together in the middle of the bathroom, and something in his expression became very carefully blank. "How?" McGonagall said, not a question, a demand. "Levitation charm," Hermione said. "They used a levitation charm. I was locked in the bathroom. I don't know how they knew where I was, but they got me out, and they defeated the troll." This was technically true in a way that made McGonagall pause. She was looking at Harry with a different look than she had given him in the corridor that morning. Not quite approval, not quite belief. Something in between. 10 points, McGonagall said, to Gryffindor for quick thinking and bravery. She said it the way someone says something they have already made up their mind about, that they are going to say anyway, that they have decided is true regardless of whether it was true. This was different from before. Before, she had simply refused to believe. Now she had simply decided to believe anyway. Hermione followed them out of the bathroom. In the corridor, with Snape and McGonagall distracted by the dead thing behind them, she walked close enough to Harry that her shoulder almost brushed his. "Actually, Potter," she said quietly, "you were right." She said it the way it cost her something. "Thanks," Harry said. "Don't thank me," Hermione said. "I'm just updating my priors, that's all." They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together. The castle was still alive around them, still moving, still breathing. Harry could feel the knowing place settling deeper into itself, showing him the next moment and the next, all the way forward into the winter that was coming. But for now, there was just the corridor and the torches and the fact that Hermione was walking beside him, having chosen to believe the data instead of the logic, which was the most Hermione way of changing her mind that Harry could possibly imagine. The Great Hall had been transformed. Dumbledore stood in the center with his hands behind his back. The point-award ceremony happened before dinner, with McGonagall awarding points with a careful precision that suggested she was still deciding whether to believe what she had witnessed. "For defeating the troll," she said, 50 points to Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron pounded Harry's back. Seamus shouted about the bloody troll. The house points shifted, and suddenly Gryffindor had moved into a position suggesting they might actually do well. Harry watched it happen and understood something had changed. Yesterday, he had been the strange boy who saw things. Today, he was the strange boy who had saved Hermione from a troll using a spell he shouldn't have known, with Ron's help, through a sequence of events that should have been impossible. The narrative had shifted. Rumors would follow, fame that was more dangerous than being ignored. Snape had not eaten. He stood at the staff table throughout dinner, looking at Harry the way one looks at a puzzle when you've realized the answer is much more complicated than you thought. After dinner, Dumbledore sent for him briefly. He said only that Snape would have questions, that Harry should prepare for increased attention. He said something else too. "I knew someone once who carried this gift. She bore it alone. You will not." He did not explain further, and Harry did not ask. The knowing place showed him what would come. The legilimency test, moved up to tomorrow. Snape, deciding to move faster. The next day, Snape called him into an empty classroom during the free period before lunch. Harry had known it would happen. The knowing place had shown him the exact timing, the precise angle of Snape's expression when Harry entered. But knowing did not make the knowing place any less heavy, any less present. It sat inside his skull like a second consciousness, patient and vast and irrevocable. Harry saw it coming. Not in the sense of prophecy, he had already lived through this moment too, and knew exactly what Snape wanted. He walked into the classroom and closed the door behind him. Snape was standing very still in the center of the room. His wand was in his hand, though not raised. "Sit," Snape said. Harry sat. Snape did not. "You are going to sit very still," Snape said. "You are not going to resist. You are not going to scream or move or attempt to break the connection. Do you understand?" "Yes," Harry said. Snape raised his wand. The classroom seemed to dim. There was a sensation of something cold and terrible moving toward Harry's mind like a tide. Harry had prepared for this. The knowing place had shown him the exact moment when he should erect the walls, when he should let the barriers close. He had seen Snape's surprise, his frustration, his certainty that Harry was legilimency trained by someone powerful. The cold thing hit the barrier Harry had constructed. It bounced off. It tried again, looking for gaps, looking for spaces where it could enter. There were none. Harry had seen the assault coming from so far away that he had time to build walls of absolute nothing. There was no surface for Snape to push against, no locked door to pick. There was simply the knowing place, vast and impersonal and completely closed to anyone but Harry. Snape withdrew the spell. He was breathing hard. He replaced his wand in his sleeve with the precision of someone who is trying very hard not to simply snap it in half. "Who trained you?" Snape said. "No one," Harry said. "That is a lie," Snape said. "You are occlumency trained at a level that suggests years of practice with someone powerful. I want to know who." "No one trained me," Harry said. I knew you were coming. I prepared." Snape stared at him for a long moment, then something seemed to settle in his expression, some kind of understanding. He nodded once. "You may go," he said. Harry stood and walked toward the door. As his hand touched the handle, Snape spoke again. "You will tell no one of this," Snape said. "Not Dumbledore, not Granger, not Weasley, no one." "I won't," Harry said. "And you will avoid Quirrell," Snape continued. "That man is not what he seems. He smells of something that is not quite alive. You will stay away from him, do you understand?" "I understand," Harry said. "Go," Snape said. Harry went. Behind him, Snape was staring at the wall, his jaw tight, his hands clenched, processing some discovery that had overturned his understanding of something important. In the corridor, Harry paused. The knowing place was showing him the next moment Snape, returning to his classroom, locking the door, and allowing himself exactly 4 minutes of genuine fury before returning to his professional mask. The knowing place showed Harry that Snape had just realized something, that Harry had seen the legilimency test coming and had prepared anyway, which meant Harry wasn't trained by someone powerful, which meant something much worse. Harry had done the impossible alone, through pure will and the kind of natural magical talent that suggested he was going to be a problem. It showed Harry that Snape, in that moment, had made a decision. Whatever Harry was, whatever he was carrying, Snape was going to act on that knowledge without waiting for confirmation. Snape was going to watch Harry the way one watches a live wire. Snape was going to protect Harry from Quirrell, not because he believed Harry was good, but because Snape had seen something in Harry's resistance that convinced him Harry was his problem to solve, not Dumbledore's, and certainly not Quirrell's. It showed Harry that Snape, in 4 minutes, would finish processing his fury and return to work with the kind of cold determination that only came to someone who had just committed to something they could not undo. Harry walked back to the common room. Ron was waiting with food, as always. "Blimey," Ron said. Snape called you in. What did he want? Just questioning about the troll, Harry said. You're a legend, mate, Ron said. Completely mental. Half the school is saying you can see into people's minds. The other half is saying you've been secretly training and dueling since September. No one thinks it's possible that you're just brilliant with spells. I got lucky, Harry said. Ron said, Right, is that what we're calling it? Hermione found them in the common room 3 hours later with a sheaf of papers and an expression of determined scientific inquiry. I need to document this, she said, sitting down across from them. Your prediction was accurate to within 3 minutes. You knew Hermione's location. You knew the exact spell to use and the precise moment to cast it. The variables are advanced knowledge, natural magical affinity, or some combination thereof. Or luck, Ron said. Mate, give him a break. Luck is not repeatable, Hermione said. She was looking at Harry with the intensity of someone who had just decided to treat him as a puzzle to solve. Luck suggests randomness, but nothing about yesterday was random. Every decision you made was correct. So either you were guessing with absolute precision, which contradicts probability theory, or you knew. I knew, Harry said. How? Hermione asked. I can't explain it, Harry said. That's not a satisfactory answer, Hermione said. But she was writing it down anyway, the fact of his certainty worth recording even if she couldn't understand it. Well, I'll have to run calculations on whether pattern recognition at that level is possible in an 11-year-old without prior training. She settled in beside them with her papers and her certainty that mystery could be solved through sufficient application of logic and documentation. Harry leaned back and let the knowing place settle around him. He could see tomorrow, and the day after that, and all the way forward to the Christmas holiday. He could see the mirror of Arist waiting in an abandoned classroom. He could see Dumbledore's expression when Harry finally asked him what it was. He could see the moment when Voldemort realized the prophecy that had called Harry into existence was not about the Dark Lord's victory, but about the Dark Lord's failure. But for now, there was just the common room and Ron's steadying presence and Hermione's determined refusal to accept that some mysteries could not be solved through logic alone. That was enough. That night Harry couldn't sleep. He walked. The castle at midnight was a different thing than it was in daylight. The torches burned lower. The paintings pretended to be asleep, though you could tell by their breathing that they were just being polite. The staircases were still there, but they moved more slowly, in half-dream. Harry found the long corridor near the library without meaning to. He had walked there. The knowing place had not shown him it would happen, or it had, and he had forgotten to notice, but suddenly he was there, and Apollo was waiting. Apollo was sitting on the stone floor as if he had been there a long time. He had the particular relaxed posture of someone who has absolutely nowhere else to be and an infinite amount of time to be there. He was golden in the way he always was, not glowing exactly, but with the light around him having simply decided to collect and pool. He was holding a pomegranate, the fruit split open to reveal the bloody arrows inside. He had not eaten any of it yet. "Hello, little oracle," Apollo said. His voice had the texture of old music, of something heard from very far away. "I wanted to come and visit properly. I've been hovering at the edges of things, appearing in dormitories, watching from sun patches, behaving like a concerned parent, but I think we should speak about what is actually happening." Harry sat down on the floor across from him. This seemed like the kind of conversation to have while sitting. "You've handled it well," Apollo continued. He bit into the pomegranate. Seeds fell from his mouth onto his lap, staining nothing. The troll, the revelation, the knowing that people won't believe you and accepting it anyway. That took something. I knew someone once who carried this gift, and she spent 60 years angry at me for it. Not angry at the knowing itself. She understood that the knowing was not cruelty. She was angry because I had given her the gift and then couldn't protect her from being right. He said the word right like poison. He bit into the pomegranate again. Her name was Cassandra, Apollo said. You know that, I think. I gave her the gift the way I gave it to you, a pouring out of something I was tired of carrying alone. She was a priestess in Troy, beautiful, sharp, brilliant enough that she made me work for the compliments which I appreciated because the gods are so very bored with easy flattery. I wanted her. I wanted her the way you want something that has decided it doesn't want you, so I offered her a gift. I offered her the ability to see the future in exchange for her affection. Apollo pulled another seed from the pomegranate, crushed it between his teeth. She took the gift, Apollo said, but she didn't take the affection. She looked at me with eyes that had seen the future and said, No, not now, not ever, not if we had all the time in the world. And then I, in my wounded pride, in my theatrical, immortal wounded pride, I said, You can keep the gift, but I'll make certain that no one will ever believe a word you say. The future you see will be true, but true and useless. He was quiet for a moment. The corridors were so quiet that you could hear the stones breathing. I was very young, Apollo said. Not in years, I've been alive for longer than you could count, but in wisdom. In understanding that gifts given in anger are still gifts, and gifts once given belong to their receiver, not their giver. She bore it. She told them about the horse. They laughed. The horse came. The city burned. She walked through the burning city speaking the names of the dead before they died, and no one listened, and she could not stop speaking them because the gift and the curse were the same thing. Harry thought about the letter, the handwriting reaching across centuries. She told them. They laughed. Don't laugh. You're different, Apollo said. He was looking at Harry very directly now. The theatrical mask had slipped, and what was underneath was older and more tired and much more real. You have Ron. You have Hermione beginning to understand. You have Dumbledore who will listen and believe and not demand that you explain the mechanism. You are not alone with this. She was. That is the difference. That is everything. But it's still true, right? Harry said. The knowing doesn't change anything. The future is still the future. Yes and no, Apollo said. He stood, and the corridor suddenly seemed very small. The future is set, I can see that far ahead, and it is concrete and immovable and certain. But knowing the future does not change it. It only changes how you arrive at it. Harry considered this. If you know something is going to happen, doesn't that mean? No, Apollo said. He was speaking with the tone of a teacher who had explained this to 1,000 bright students and would explain it 1,000 times again. Knowing is not control. You knew the troll was coming. The troll still came. You didn't change that. What you changed was how you positioned yourself. You saw ahead, you prepared, you chose to act. But the choice to act was always open to you. The future I showed you was the future of your choice, the future of you choosing to act. Then what's the point of knowing? Harry asked. If I see myself dying 3 different ways and I still die one of those ways, what does the knowing buy me? Time, Apollo said. Preparation. The knowledge that it matters how you arrive at the end, not whether you arrive. The knowledge that there are choices built into every moment and that you are not a puppet dancing the strings of fate. You are the one holding the strings. Fate is something that happens to you. Your choice is something you do to fate. Harry stood as well. The corridor seemed to straighten out to reveal its actual length. Apollo was still holding the pomegranate, though most of it was gone now. I want to ask you something, Apollo said, and I want you to answer honestly. Have you, in the knowing place, seen what happens if you refuse my gift? If you give it back to me right now and walk away from the sight? Harry had. He had seen it. A life without the burden of knowing, without the weight of seeing ahead. A life of normal adolescence, of surprise and delight and ordinary ignorance. Yes, Harry said. And, Apollo asked. And I chose not to, Harry said. You don't have to choose that, Apollo said. His voice was very gentle. I can take it back. It will hurt, pulling a part of yourself out of yourself always does, but I can do it. The gift is not a binding. It is a loan that can be returned at any time. Harry shook his head. All right, Apollo said. He smiled, and the smile was warm in a way that made the golden light around him seem to be burning. "I'll keep carrying it then. Or rather, you'll carry it and I'll carry the knowing that someone is carrying it, which is better. It's lighter somehow when someone else is bearing the weight." "Is that fair?" Harry asked. "No," Apollo said. "It's a gift, little oracle. Gifts aren't fair, they're given." He turned to leave, then stopped. He looked back at Harry with the expression of someone who has just remembered something important. "One more thing," Apollo said. "You will see the mirror of Arist before the winter is out. It shows you what you most deeply desire. Don't look at it too long. The mirror is beautiful and true and very, very dangerous. Dumbledore will help you if you let him. Trust that he knows something about this world that you don't yet." And then he was gone. The light pooled and dissipated. The corridor was just a corridor again, stone and torches and the ordinary darkness of a castle that was asleep. Harry stood alone for a moment and then walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The knowing place was still there, showing him what was to come. The Christmas holiday. The mirror waiting. Dumbledore's hands on his shoulders, steady and sure. The dark thing inside the castle growing closer, watching from multiple angles. Snape acting without belief but acting anyway. Quirrell's deception layering over deception. And underneath all of it, the knowledge that knowing did not matter, that the future was a place you could see but not change, that all that mattered was how you walked through it. That was enough. The vision came without warning. One moment Harry was walking down the corridor toward Gryffindor Tower. The next moment the stone under his feet became glass, and he was standing in a vast domed hall filled with countless glass orbs, each one glowing with a pale inner light, each one containing something crystalline and precious and entirely inaccessible. Apollo was beside him. He looked deeply unimpressed. "The Hall of Prophecy," Apollo said. His voice had the tone of someone looking at an inferior imitation of something real. Or at least what it will become. 200 years from now, the wizards will decide that prophecy is quaint enough to be preserved. They'll build this museum, fund it with public money, turn the whole business into tourism. People will walk through here and look at the orbs like they're looking at paintings in a gallery. He gestured dismissively at the surrounding architecture. "I had a temple at Delphi," Apollo continued. "Did I mention that? A temple that stood for nearly 1,000 years. We made the inquirer pay a goat, and in return the priestess would stand on a chasm and speak truths that were so terrible and so comprehensive that people would argue about their meaning for generations. Real prophecy, dangerous prophecy, prophecy that costs something." Harry wasn't looking at the architecture. He was looking at the orbs. There were thousands of them, maybe millions, stretching up into the dome in spiraling rings. Each one had a name inscribed below it in letters that were somehow readable from any distance. "Don't," Apollo said, but his voice was not sharp, just warning. Harry looked closer at the nearest orb anyway. There was a name written underneath it in letters that made his eyes hurt. Harry James Potter, First Ascendants, age 12. "I said don't," Apollo repeated. He was not commanding, he was explaining a rule that was not his rule to enforce. "Can I look at it?" Harry asked. "No," Apollo said. He said it gently and he meant it, and there was absolutely no negotiation in the word. Harry turned away from the orb. The knowing place inside his head was showing him what would happen if he tried to read the prophecy inside the glass. It was showing him the moment when he would reach out, and the moment when his hand would pass through the glass like it was water, and the moment when the prophecy would pour into his mind and remake everything he understood about the future. He didn't reach for it. "Good," Apollo said. "You see the trap, that's good. People always want to know what the prophecy says. They think the knowing will give them control. It doesn't. The knowing gives you exactly what you have already, the knowing that certain things are set, and that the choice is not whether those things happen, but how you move through them. A question formed in Harry's mind, and he asked it without thinking. Who decides what happens? Apollo looked at him. For a moment the theatrical mask was gone entirely, and what was left was something ancient and tired and infinitely sad. Nobody, Apollo said. That's the point. Nobody decides. The future is not written by anyone. It simply is. It hangs ahead of you like a tapestry that's already woven, and you walk through it without changing it, but your walking through it is part of the pattern. You cannot separate yourself from the future. You are not outside it. You are in it always, even now, even in this moment that I am showing you. The choice is not whether the future happens. The choice is how you happen in the future. The vision shifted. A woman was standing in a burning city. She was young and ancient simultaneously, and she was saying names of people not yet dead, names that would become dead in the next moments, names that were true and that no one would believe. I knew about the horse, the woman said. Her voice was flat, past tense, ironic. They said, ask Apollo. Apollo would not be asked. I told them anyway. They laughed. The horse came. The city burned. I walked through it speaking the names of the dead before they died. She looked at Harry. Not at him, but through the behavior of looking, through the gesture of attention, through the way her gaze seemed to move across the space where he was standing. Her face was obscured, there and not there, solid in shadow, but the weight of her looking was immense. I knew, Cassandra said. She was not looking at Apollo. She was looking at Harry, and what she was looking at was the knowing itself, the gift that Apollo had given, the weight that was now being carried by someone else. I knew that this would happen. I knew there would be others. I knew that the gift would keep being given and that the next ones would have a chance I didn't have. Don't laugh. He listened. That's better than I had. Apollo was very quiet. After a long moment, a moment that felt like it lasted longer than moments should last, Apollo spoke. His voice was different now. Not theatrical, not proud, just very, very sad. I should have listened to her, he said. He was looking at the space where Cassandra had been, even though she was gone. His lips moved like he was beginning to speak verse, like there was a poem just barely forming at the edge of his consciousness, trying to be born. I should have, the vision shattered. Harry was standing in the corridor again. The stone was just stone. The glass was gone. Apollo was gone. There was only the torchlight and the breathing castle and the knowledge that he was carrying something that Cassandra had carried first, that had broken her, that had ended her, and that he was going to have to survive. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The staircases turned where he knew they would turn. The paintings watched him pass with eyes that understood more than paintings should understand. The common room was dark when he entered. Everyone was asleep. Harry climbed the steps to the dormitory. In the entrance hall, he passed Snape. Snape was standing near the great doors, waiting for something, or monitoring something, or simply existing in the castle at the hour when nothing else should exist. He was in his casual robes, not his teaching ones, and his hair was loose around his shoulders. He did not speak. He did not nod. He simply looked at Harry as Harry passed, and his gaze was cold and formal and absolutely without judgment, the way one might look at a problem that has decided to solve itself. He was still there when Harry reached the stairs, still watching, still forming some calculation that Harry was not meant to understand. Harry climbed the last staircase to the dormitory. His hand brushed the banister, tracing the pattern in the wood that he had already memorized 3 months ago, 6 months from now, in a vision of a moment that hadn't happened yet. The wood was smooth under his fingers, worn by centuries of students, worn by time, worn by the knowing place that existed beneath all the knowing places, the thing that was aware of itself and didn't care. The dormitory was sleeping. Seamus was snoring. Ron was curled against the wall. Neville had his wand under his pillow, which was either very brave or very stupid, and possibly both. Harry got into bed. He lay in the darkness and felt the knowing place settle around him, patient and vast and infinite. He could see all the way to summer. He could see the burrow and Mrs. Weasley and a robin alive on the window and himself pretending not to know it was coming. He could see the mirror waiting, Dumbledore's hand steady. The Christmas holiday, cold and lonely and full of the particular joy of being alive. He could see Voldemort dreaming somewhere in the castle, inside the turban, inside the possessed body, unknowing and trapped in his own prophecy. He could see himself, 8 years in the future, older, scarred, carrying the weight of knowing further than anyone should have to carry it. He could see the choice that was coming, the moment when he would have to decide whether to turn the gift back or keep it, and he could see himself making the choice again, choosing to keep it, choosing to carry it, choosing to walk through the future even knowing how the future would end. The knowing place showed him all of this. The knowing place was patient. The knowing place did not demand anything. It only waited for him to arrive at the conclusions it had already shown him, the way a mirror waits to show you your own reflection. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came like the future, inevitable, predetermined, and still somehow a choice. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Pythian Veil. December arrived at Hogwarts as a steady decrease in light. The snow fell and stayed, layering the lawns in white that reflected what little sun reached the castle at all. Hermione had gone home to London 3 days after the troll business, taking with her a list of assignments and questions, and a look that suggested she was still trying to calibrate exactly how much of Harry's foreknowledge to believe. Ron was staying over the holiday, which meant the common room had transformed into a rougher, louder version of itself. More explosions in Potion's homework, more chess matches that went to pieces mid-table. The lessons continued, each one a foreknown beat. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, he had seen them all before, could move through them with the precision of someone who had already memorized the steps. McGonagall turning desks into pigs on predictable Thursdays. Flitwick's eyebrows climbing at the exact students who would fail. Binns droning in patterns that had calcified into prophecy. Yet knowing what would happen did not diminish the experience. It still mattered. The spell still felt real when his hand moved through the gesture. Harry attended these lessons the way one attended the clock's hour, inevitably, without surprise, filing away the deviations, a student's question that came from a different angle, a moment that deviated from the script by a single word. The knowing place had become less a lightning strike and more a constant pressure in the back of his skull. Not drowsy, not absent. Just patient, the way a river is patient with the stone in its path. It has no choice but to know where the water will flow, so it flows there without agitation. Christmas morning came with frost on the window glass thick enough to write in. Harry woke before Ron stirred, before Seamus's snoring reached its daytime crescendo. The common room was already warm. House elves had attended to the fire hours before dawn. A package lay on his bed, and beside it a smaller envelope, creased and unsealed. The package was from the Weasleys. Ron had written to his mother in November, apparently with full detail about Harry's existence. Mrs. Weasley had responded with a jumper in deep green, hand-knitted, with a clear gold H on the front. It was badly made in a way that was oddly moving, the sleeves slightly uneven, the H slightly lopsided, each imperfection a record of hands working without pattern, without magic, creating something meant to fit. The envelope held no signature. Inside, folded with deliberation, was his father's cloak. Harry picked it up with a hand that did not shake. The fabric pooled in his palm like water. It was warm. It was light. It was exactly the weight he had expected, down to the gram, because he had held it in 7 different visions and his body knew its dimensions better than his eyes did. He held it to his chest and waited for the feeling. It came, small and strange, not quite relief, not quite grief. The simple knowledge that something he had held in his mind for weeks was now holding him. He folded it carefully and returned it to the envelope. Breakfast was a loud affair. The great hall transformed by enchanted snow that fell upward, by garlands of holly, by the particular brightness that came from Christmas morning light hitting stone and ice in precise angles. Ron ate 3 platefuls of egg and bacon, and told a story about Muggle Christmas traditions that was only partially true, something about burning logs that got increasingly elaborate as Ron consumed more food. Harry let it wash past him. The knowing place was calm and steady and not showing him anything urgent. The afternoon was free. Ron wanted to play chess. Harry found himself walking instead, tracing corridors he already knew by heart, because sometimes the knowing of a thing was not the same as the presence of the thing, and the castle was different in winter, colder, more echoing, more itself somehow, when it was not full of the ambitions and anxieties of first-year students learning the shape of magic. He found the room by accident, which meant, of course, that he had found it by the knowing. Only his mind was polite enough to call it accident when the knowing operated without his conscious assent. The knowing place had shown him this room and the moment of arriving in it countless times. He knew where every stone in the floor met, where the dust had accumulated in the corners, where the light from the windows hit the ceiling at precisely the angle to create a shadow that stretched across the floor like an accusation. The chamber was large and empty except for the mirror. It stood against the far wall, twice his height, framed in ornate gold that caught the light from the windows. In its glass, the room appeared deeper than it was and warmer, as if the mirror contained a place that had better access to the sun. The gold of the frame was old, so old that it had worn smooth in places, worn thin in others. Harry traced the patterns with his eyes and understood, with the knowing place's help, that this mirror was older than the castle itself, that it had been here before Hogwarts was built, before the school had a name, before magic had learned to organize itself into curricula and houses and examinations. Harry approached it. His footsteps on the stone were very loud. They echoed as if the room was larger than it appeared, as if his walking was disturbing something that had been sleeping in the stone itself. What greeted him was a room full of people. His parents were there, his mother sitting, his father standing beside her, both of them younger than he expected. His mother had his eyes, his father had his jaw. Around them the scene rippled and reformed into other configurations, a moment of the 3 of them together, stable and warm. His father had his arm around his mother's shoulders. His mother was laughing. Harry did not remember the sound, but his body recognized it. He had heard it in 1,000 visions. Then the image shifted. Behind his parents, off to the side, were others. A man with a golden lyre, his face angular and perfect and weary in the way of something that had carried too much for too long. A woman in white, her eyes knowing and tired and looking at Harry's reflection in the mirror with the precision of someone counting minutes until an appointed time. The man held the lyre with the casual grip of someone who has held the same instrument across centuries and no longer notices its weight. Apollo. The woman was Cassandra. Harry watched them. They did not move. They simply stood there as if they had been waiting in the glass for him to arrive, and now that he had, they could simply wait with him. His parents glowed in a way that was separate from the mirror's light. The gods stood in shadow that was not shadow, just a condition of their standing, as if they cast their own darkness and moved within it with the ease of those who had made homes in the difficult places. He reached toward the glass. The known calculation surfaced without warning. If he reached through, the mirror would dissolve and he would fall through it and emerge into a place that was not any place at all, the space between reflections, the gap between what is and what is seen. He had watched this happen in a vision. He had watched it again in a different angle. In one configuration, it took him an hour to emerge from the space between reflections. In another, it took him 3. He lowered his hand. The mirror did not change. The people in the glass, his parents, the god with the lyre, the tired woman, continued their eternal stance. No relief on their faces, no disappointment, just the peculiar patience of things that lived in glass, that existed in the space of knowing, that had nothing to do with the person on the other side of the reflection, except that he was looking. Harry sat down in front of the mirror. He stayed there for a long time, watching his parents move through their lives in the glass, watching the gods stand in their shadow, understanding with a clarity that came from the knowing place that the mirror showed desire, and that he desired all of this, the warmth of the people he had never known, the presence of something older and stronger than the world he inhabited, the knowledge that he was not entirely alone in being forced to see too far ahead. It was, he thought with the flat precision of someone analyzing data, the most honest thing he had seen since the robin in the kitchen window on his 11th birthday. After a time, he stood and left the room. The mirror did not follow him. The images did not fade. They simply remained where they were, waiting in the glass, as mirrors do, for the next person to come looking for their own reflection. Harry returned to the common room and found Ron working on the same chess problem from breakfast. In moments, Harry could see the solution, a move 3 steps ahead that looked like defeat but was the only winning path. When Ron made it, he understood something about the shape of what was coming. The choices that would look like mistakes would be the only correct path. Later, Harry interrupted Ron's victory celebration with a question. If you knew exactly what was going to happen tomorrow, would you want to know? Ron put down his chess piece and considered it seriously. Nah, he said finally. It sounds like you'd never get to live anything, just watching a recording of your own life. What if you couldn't choose? Harry asked. If you just knew and couldn't unknow it? Then I'd want a friend, Ron said simply, who could remind me that knowing isn't the same as deciding, that I can still choose who I am. Harry did not thank him. Instead, he played another game and let Ron beat him again, holding the knowledge that Ron had given him the only thing that would matter in the weeks to come. That night, Harry slept without visions since his 11th birthday. It was like drowning. It was like peace. Dumbledore found him there an hour later, which was not a surprise. The knowing place had shown Harry the moment, the old man's shadow in the doorway, the careful way he entered without haste, without apology, as if the room had been waiting for him to arrive and now things could proceed. You found it, Dumbledore said. Not a question. It shows what you want, Harry said. Dumbledore moved closer to the mirror, coming to stand beside Harry rather than in front of him. His reflection appeared in the glass beside Harry's own, a tall figure in midnight blue robes, his hands folded carefully before him, his expression something like affection and something like sorrow. The Heraclitans understood something about mirrors, Dumbledore said. His voice had that particular grandfatherly quality that was impossible to mimic and too easy to mistake for harmlessness. The way up and the way down are one and the same. The mirror shows you what you could be if you were what you want to be, which in a sense is always true. You could always be that person if you chose it. The question is only whether you would pay the price. He turned from the mirror. Harry turned as well. The cleverest seers I have ever known, Dumbledore continued, were the saddest people I have ever known. Not because seeing sadness makes you sad, though it does, but because seeing the future clearly means seeing that happiness is temporary in a way that non-seers understand only intellectually. It becomes, for the seer, a simple data point, a graph with downward vectors. He paused. His blue eyes were very bright. I would rather you not be the saddest, he said. Harry found himself answering without thinking. I don't think I have a choice. You have 3 choices, Dumbledore said. 1. Hand the gift back to Apollo and pass the curse to someone else. 2. Learn learned ignorance, closing the doors of your mind to the sight. 3. Carry the weight forward, choosing anyway, understanding that knowing does not change whether things happen, only your relationship to them. He turned back to the mirror. I have known many seers. Some returned the gift and spent their lives wondering what they might have prevented. Some chose ignorance and found the effort consumed them more than the sight ever would. And some carried it through to the end. They were not happy, but they understood something about choice that most people avoid entirely. Harry understood that both of them were right. Dumbledore's hand came to rest on his shoulder, light and warm, and then withdrew. There are older arts in this castle than what we teach in classrooms, my dear boy. The knowing of things is one of them. I had hoped, well, the mirror is in this room for a reason. It was here before the school had a name. I will not forbid you to look at it. I will only ask that you remember it shows what you want, not what is true. Sometimes those are very close. Sometimes they are very far. He walked toward the door. Before he left, Harry saw something, just a glimpse of a place in Dumbledore's mind. A corridor behind a polite closed door, a space he was keeping locked away even from himself. Something that involved prophecy and knowing and a weight that had been carried for longer than Harry had been alive. Harry did not try to look further. Dumbledore, pausing in the threshold as if he had felt the brush of Harry's attention, seemed to appreciate this. He nodded just slightly and left the room. Harry sat back down in front of the mirror. He stayed there until the light changed, until the snow outside the windows began to show the blue tinge that preceded evening. His parents' reflection did not change. Neither did the gods. They simply remained, a perfect moment held in glass, waiting. The knowing place, which had been quiet all afternoon, began to show him fragments. Flashes of the week ahead, nights without sleep. Visions sustained him instead of rest. His hands growing cold, the castle's breathing becoming audible to ears that were too alert, too sharp. He understood what was coming. He sat in front of the mirror and accepted it the way one accepts the inevitability of seasons. The room grew colder as the evening approached. Hecate appeared between one breath and the next, simply present, the way fog is present on a morning, not an intrusion but a condition of the light. She was dressed in something made of shadow and starlight, her eyes holding the glitter of someone who counted the cost of every magic. "Little Oracle," she said, "someone has been very generous with his lending. Magic requires balance. Every gift has a price." Harry stood. "I didn't ask for it." "No," Hecate agreed. "You didn't." But he gave it anyway. A gift from a god who once refused to return what was asked of him, given to a mortal child and paid for by whom, exactly. You have been given the sight without paying, and that debt does not disappear simply because you were not consulted on its terms. She turned her ancient eyes to Harry. "Sleep," she said, "for 1 week. The knowing place will sustain you in the way of prophecy, but the peace of sleep, that is mine. 7 days and nights, little Oracle." She reached out with a hand that was more like the shadow of a hand cast by starlight and touched his forehead. The touch was ice and silk, and the feeling of being counted, recorded, filed away in some book that existed behind the visible world. "Done," she said, and she was gone the way fog goes when the sun burns through, not departing but dissolving. Harry felt the absence settle into him like winter. His hands were cold all at once. His hearing sharpened, the dormitory's breathing becoming suddenly audible, Ron's snore from 3 floors up, the heartbeat of the castle itself, the peculiar silence that was not silence but the sound of sleeping stone. His eyes adjusted to the dark faster than they should. He would not sleep for 7 days. The knowing place had shown him the shape of the week, the way his body would function on the sustenance of visions alone, running on prophecy the way a candle runs on flame. 7 days of functioning on borrowed sight, on the stream of futures flowing through him, on the constant awareness of what was coming and when it would arrive. He left the room and walked back to the common room, where Ron was waiting with a chess set. The knowing place sustained him through 7 days without sleep, showing him corridors where Quirrell moved restless and hungry. Ron noticed on the 3rd day, but accepted the mystery. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, existing in both the present moment and the knowing place simultaneously. On the 3rd night, Harry found himself in a corridor near the Slytherin common room. Hades was eating a pomegranate, a tall figure in a long black coat, his pale fingers stained red with the fruit's juice. "I'm not here for you," he said without looking up. "Mind your tongue about my brother. He doesn't take being right in stride." "Cassandra was a friend," Hades continued. "Once, before she spoke prophecy and everyone called her mad, before the god decided that his pride was more important than her sanity. I offered her a place in my kingdom where she could speak truth and people would listen. She refused, chose the city burning instead." He looked at Harry, his gaze cold in a way that suggested centuries of looking at things without feeling. "You will have to make a choice soon. The future you have seen does not include your death, but it includes a point where you might choose it. That is the thing your God did not warn you about when he lent you his sight. The knowledge does not remove the choice. It only makes the choice more painful." "I know," Harry said. "No," Hades said. "You think you know. You will not know until you are standing at that point with the choice laid out before you and the future you have seen showing you exactly how this will end. Then you will learn what knowing actually costs." He ceased being there, not leaving but ceasing. The pomegranate remained on the floor, a single seed dark and glistening in the torchlight. Harry understood that the god of the dead had spoken a truth that Apollo had not found worth mentioning, that knowing the future might show you the ways to survive it, but it would not save you from the knowledge of what you were not choosing, the price of the path you were on. That night, or rather, in the portion of time that corresponded to night, the knowing place cracked open. It showed him Voldemort, not in a vision that made sense, but in a knowing that did not require vision, the simple understanding of where the dark thing was, that it was currently dreaming, that the dream was his own prophecy played back to him in fragments. Harry could taste the dream, ash and copper, and the particular bitterness of hunger that never filled itself. Voldemort, faceless, formless, a hunger without shape. A presence that existed in the back of someone's head, parasitic and ancient and entirely preoccupied with the mechanics of continued existence. The person whose head it occupied did not matter. The body did not matter. There was only the hunger and the need and the memory of having been alive once, and the terrible knowledge that this was the best he could do now, to exist in the interstices of another person's consciousness, to ride behind their eyes, to speak through their voice, to move through the world in a borrowed body. Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries, which did not yet exist, standing before a veil that was not a veil but a boundary. The veil hung in the air like something between moments, and Voldemort reached out, grasping, the way a hunger grasps for anything it can swallow. The veil touched his fingers and burned. He pulled back. He reached again. The burning intensified. He screamed, a sound that had no quality because it came from something that had no throat, no mouth, no capacity for physical sound. Just the pure expression of want and pain and the desperate knowledge that there was something beyond the veil that he could not reach and could not control. And then the prophecy. It came like thunder. It came like the voice of something that had been listening since before the world began and was finally speaking because it was tired of the silence. In a voice that Harry recognized as Trelawney's, speaking words that had not yet been spoken, words that would not be spoken for years but were, in the knowing place, already ancient. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Voldemort heard it and did not understand. He grasped the first part, vanquishing death, his own ending. He did not hear the ending. He had stopped listening at Mark, his mind seizing on that word, calculating how to prevent the prophecy he had already misheard. Harry watched with flat precision. Voldemort was in his own prophecy, the Dark Lord being vanquished, and he did not know it. Harry could see the moment branching off, multiple timelines where Voldemort marked different children, but in all of them he made the mark. He created his own equal. He walked into the trap because fear was louder than understanding. The asymmetry was perfect. Voldemort would be his own antagonist, his own undoing. Harry would walk through the future knowing exactly how the Dark Lord would fail, while Voldemort walked through convinced of his invulnerability, thinking himself architect of his destiny, when he was only a character in a story he did not know was being told. And that knowledge, that simple, terrible knowledge, was Harry's only real advantage. He could not be surprised. He could only be afraid, and fear was a choice, a thing with weight and dimension that could be handled, examined, learned from. Voldemort would have none of that. Apollo was on the windowsill at dawn. He was theatrical and still, the way of things that had given up the business of being alive and settled into the business of being eternal. He held the lyre with one hand, casual, the way one might hold a pen. "Yes," Apollo said, "he doesn't know that's how he's going to lose." He did not stay. He simply sat there for a moment in the yellow light of the earliest sun, looking at the boy who carried his curse. And then he was not there either. And the dormitory was simply a dormitory again. And Ron was beginning to stir in the bed across from Harry's. And the day was arriving with its ordinary weight. Harry lay in bed and felt the knowing place settle around him. 7 days until Hecate released him. 7 days of functioning on prophecy and vision instead of sleep. 7 days until he could close his eyes and not see the shape of the future laid out in exhausting detail. By the week's end, Harry could hear heartbeats in the dormitory, taste magic in the stones themselves. The gods waited in the mirror, patient as only immortals could be. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, existing in both the present moment and the knowing place simultaneously, watching Voldemort hunger, watching Quirrell walk inexorably toward his unmaking. Ron stirred in the bed across from his on the third day and noticed something was wrong. Harry caught the question forming in his friend's eyes and simply shook his head. Ron, understanding that mysteries came with the knowing place, did not press. He only stayed close, played chess, offered biscuits from the tray by the fire, the small grounding rituals of friendship that did not require explanation. It was Ron's presence that kept Harry anchored to the present moment, to the now, to the understanding that whatever weight the knowing place carried, there was at least one person who refused to believe Harry had to carry it alone. That was the strange gift of friendship with Ron, not the understanding, but the refusal to understand, the insistence that loyalty was simpler and more important than prophecy. The knowing place showed Harry the shape of those days. Hermione working on potions essays. Ron practicing strategies. Dumbledore with the mirror, Snape in passages beneath the castle. Quirrell Voldemort in the staff room, his borrowed body beginning to fray, the magic degrading. By June, the masquerade could not hold. And underneath, Harry understood something neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore seemed to grasp. He would choose. He would take the stone, survive Quirrell, walk out carrying the knowledge that Voldemort was not dead but only defeated, that the dark thing would come again, that the prophecy had only begun. Somehow, knowing that in advance, knowing that the victory would be only partial, that the cost would be high, that knowledge did not make him want to turn the gift back. It made him want to move faster toward the moment. If he was going to carry this weight, he might as well begin. February brought warmth to the castle by afternoon, and the news that Hagrid had acquired a dragon. Harry knew about this already. He had seen the moment Hagrid would bring the egg to his hut, seen the way Fang would cower in the corner, seen the way the thing would hatch in fire and ash. He let it happen. Hermione and Ron would handle the necessary theft, the necessary flight to the astronomy tower, the necessary complications with the hippogriff that would result in detention in the Forbidden Forest. Harry walked alongside them through these moments, present but watching the script unfold with the peculiar detachment of someone who had memorized his lines and was now performing them. The detention came on a night in February, and Harry stood in the forest with Draco, Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid, and watched the centaur Firenze emerge from the trees with the particular grace of something that was part human and part prey animal, that had learned to move through a dangerous world with the dignity of knowing it was meant to be eaten. Firenze knew something. Harry saw it in the way the centaur's eyes found him, in the way his gaze lingered just a fraction too long, in the way his body registered the particular weight of standing near divinity. The knowing place showed Harry the moment when the centaur would name it, the old art, the sight, the burden that Apollo had lent to the boy with his birthday. "You carry the older art," Firenze said. His voice held the classical dignity of the centaurs, the sense of speaking from a time that was not this time but was still aware of it. "The art of sight. The god of light and prophecy marks his own." He said the name, Apollo, not in Latin, not in the English form. The Greek form, the ancient form, the form that carried the weight of temples and oracles, and 1,000 years of people speaking to something that would not answer. The moment he said the name, something in the air of the forest changed, shifted, as if the woods themselves were acknowledging the presence of an older power, a deeper magic than the spells and charms that students learned in classrooms. "I see futures in the movement of stars," Firenze continued. "But the god of light has never taken much interest in the stars. He prefers the clarity of simple seeing, the burden of knowing, the terrible gift of precision where a seer cannot hide from what they have been shown. It marks the bearer. It changes them. You are marked, child. The god has claimed you in a way that your people do not understand." Draco shifted nervously behind them. Ron's hand tightened on his wand. But Hermione was listening with the intensity of someone who recognized that something true was being said, something that mattered, something that could not be unheard. "Is he going to hurt Harry?" Ron asked quietly. "No," Firenze said. "He has already hurt him. He will hurt him more in ways that your friendship cannot ease and your magic cannot prevent. That is the nature of the gift. But he is not cruel despite what the mortals think. He is only precise. He tells the truth even when the truth is terrible." Harry did not respond. Firenze did not expect him to. The centaur simply nodded, and then turned his attention to the others, speaking of the dark forces moving in the forest, of the way that powerful creatures were being drawn towards something in the castle, of the thinning boundaries between what was known and what was hidden. The detention proceeded as it was meant to proceed, and by dawn they had all returned to Hogwarts with the understanding that some things were not meant to be understood, only endured, and that sometimes understanding came later in moments of solitude and prophecy, when the knowing place had time to show you the full weight of what had been said. Spring arrived. The snow melted. The lawns turned green. The air softened. And with the turning of the seasons came a particular tightening. Quirrell became sharper, hungrier. The way Voldemort in the turban grew closer to the stone, closer to his ending, closer to the moment when he would make the choice that would undo him. Harry saw Snape move through the castle with new purpose. A tense conversation with Quirrell about the stone. A hex during Quidditch that sent a bludger astray before it could strike. Snape was playing both sides without believing in Harry's foreknowledge. He simply acted. That was what distinguished him from the other adults. They wanted proof, reassurance, justification. Snape saw a threat and moved against it, as if the source of identification was irrelevant compared to the necessity of the action. He did not need to understand why. He simply acted. By May, The knowing place was showing Harry the mirror again, was showing him the moment when he would stand before it and see something different. He found it on a night when sleep was still a theoretical concept he had not yet reclaimed, when his body was running on vision and the particular clarity that came from the absence of dreams. The mirror showed him his reflection, but in his pocket, visible in the glass, was a stone. He could see the exact shape of it, the way it sat against his thigh, the weight of it pressing against the fabric. He reached into his pocket while staring at the mirror. There was nothing there. Harry understood in that moment what Dumbledore had done. The mirror showed desire. The mirror showed need. The mirror showed what was wanted most. And Dumbledore had placed the stone inside the mirror itself, hidden in the very glass that showed what people wanted, which meant that anyone who desired the stone, who wanted it more than anything, would find themselves unable to reach it because they would be looking at what they wanted rather than where it was. It was elegant. It was perfect. It was the kind of trap that only worked on people who understood how desire worked, which was to say it would fail entirely on Quirrell Voldemort, who understood hunger but not desire, understood the wanting but not the knowing that wanting itself was a prison. The dark thing in the castle wanted the stone the way a drowning man wants air, not from choice but from the simple fact of suffocation. It would reach. It would fail. It would reach again and fail again, never understanding that the reaching itself was the prison. But Harry was different. Harry could choose to want the stone, and choose to look past the wanting, and choose to reach into the place between the real and the reflected. Harry sat down in front of the mirror and wrote the understanding into his bones. Knowledge was a gift and a burden and a weapon, and Dumbledore had given him one more piece of it, the understanding that knowledge could be a shield as well, a way to protect the people he loved by knowing what they would do before they did it and choosing a path that minimized their suffering. That night he told Ron. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said, mouth full of biscuit. "So we're stealing it before he does." "Yeah," Harry said. "And Hermione needs to know, tonight. There's not much time after this." Ron looked at Harry and seemed to understand without being told that the knowing place was showing Harry something urgent, something that required action, something that could not wait. He simply nodded. "All right then, let's go find her." When Hermione was told the next day, she ran through the calculation in the same way she ran through all her calculations, risk, witnesses, who else had seen what the variables were, what could go wrong, what the probability of success was at each step. And then she said, formally, carefully, the way someone might say something they had calculated would be true even though they did not believe it. "Actually, Potter, you're right. We have to go down." The three of them sat in the common room and let that settle over them like a covering. That night Harry's mind cracked open with visions. Trapdoor. Fluffy's breath, sulphurous and hot, the three-headed dog's eyes opening in the darkness. A passage carved into stone. Willow trees thrashing like something alive, hitting the ceiling, hitting the walls, defending themselves against intrusion. Snape's voice, imperious, speaking to something that was not Harry. The words of an incantation, in a language that predated Latin. A key on a broom bent, specific. Harry could see the exact angle of the bend, could see Ron's fingers closing around it, could see the moment when Ron understood what it meant. A staircase of chess pieces, large enough to ride, white against black in a room carved from ice and magic. Ron moving forward. Ron saying, "Sacrificed me," saying "won," saying the words that would echo through years, through decades, through the moment when Ron would understand what the game had cost. A mirror room. Glass on all sides. Quirrell reaching out, hands shaking. Voldemort pressing forward like something trying to break through the membrane between dreams and waking. And underneath it all, the sense of Voldemort, the presence of something that was not alive in the way living things were alive but was present anyway, was reaching out, was going to touch Harry's skin and burn it. And the burning would be a mark that Harry would carry forward into years he could already see, into a future that had already decided what the scar would mean. Harry came back to himself on his trunk, gasping like he had been drowning. His entire body was shaking. The visions had come all at once, compressed into a moment that had felt like it lasted hours, that had shown him the entire trapdoor sequence in perfect detail. Every chamber, every trap, every moment where someone could die, every moment where something could go wrong, every moment where going through with it would require a kind of courage that he could see but not yet fully feel. Ron caught the back of his shirt. Hermione ran for water. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said. "Bloody hell." Apollo was distant, distant like a memory of light heard through stone. Almost time, little oracle. The arriving. Cassandra was flat. Her voice was like wind across something dead. "It is almost over. The way I told them it would be." Harry collapsed back onto the mattress. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the knowing place showing him so much at once, from the weight of prophecy compressed into a few moments of vision. His scar was burning slightly. He knew that sensation too. It meant Voldemort had moved. It meant something in the dark thing's hatred had registered the proximity of the boy who was the exception to the rule. He lay in bed for a long time that night and watched Hedwig at the window. The owl was perched on the sill, looking out at the grounds below, her head turning with the particular precision of predators. She was waiting for something. She was hunting something. And Harry knew with the clarity of prophecy that the next time he would see her after that night, she would already have known something he hadn't told her, because owls knew things that humans did not, because animals lived in a different relationship to time, because Hedwig had lived through her own prophecies in the same way Harry was learning to live through his. He watched the moonlight catch her feathers. He watched the slope of her neck, the particular dignity of her stance. He watched her as if she was a mirror, as if she was showing him something about the way forward that he did not yet understand but would, in time, come to recognize. Hedwig turned her head and looked back at him, and in that moment, Harry understood that she had always known what was coming. She had known it the moment she came to him. She had carried the knowledge all through the autumn and winter. She was waiting not for something to happen but for Harry to understand that she already knew what he was only beginning to see. There was comfort in that knowledge. There was something almost restful in the understanding that he was not the first to carry burden, that Hedwig's quiet acceptance of what was coming was its own kind of strength, that the future did not have to be survived alone as long as one had companions who did not need to understand to believe. The knowing place settled. The trapdoor waited. Quirrell waited. Voldemort waited in the dark, hungry and unknowing, repeating the same patterns that would doom him, making the same choices that would end him, walking toward his own destruction with the absolute certainty of something that could not conceive of its own failure. Hecate's week was ending. Harry could feel the debt working its way out of his body, the cold in his hands beginning to warm, the too-sharp hearing beginning to dull. Soon he would sleep again. Soon the cascade of visions would settle back into the patient waiting of the knowing place, showing him what was coming but not drowning him in it. But not yet, not for another night. Harry lay in the dark and let the visions flow through him, the trapdoor, the chambers below, the devil's snare, the keys, the chess game where Ron would give his life to let Harry pass. He saw Hermione kneeling beside Ron's body. He saw himself standing before the mirror. He saw Quirrell reaching out, and felt the burns that would come, and understood that the burns were a choice, a moment where he could have stopped and did not, because stopping was not an option once you had seen the whole game. And underneath it all, he felt the presence of the gods, Apollo watching from some distant place where mortals could not see, Cassandra standing in the echo of prophecy spoken 1,000 times before, both of them waiting for the moment when a boy would walk through the future exactly as it had been written, and would survive. and would understand that surviving and choosing were the same thing. Tomorrow, spring would arrive in full, and the next chapter would begin. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. What was always going to happen the last week of term arrived as an arithmetic. 7 days until Quirrell would move on the stone. Harry knew this the way he knew his own name, which is to say he knew it the way one knows a thing that cannot be unknown. The knowing place laid it out in detail, and detail did not offer argument. It offered only fact. Hecate's gift had been taken back at the start of the week. The week of sleep deprivation was over. The visions that had come constantly, drowning him in the shape of hours and days, had diminished to something almost manageable, the knowing place still open, still showing what was coming but no longer threatening to consume every moment of his present. His hands had healed to the point where scars were beginning to form. His mind had rebalanced. He could eat again. He could almost think about things other than the burning and the mirror and the moment when Voldemort's hunger had overreached itself in Quirrell's borrowed body. But the knowing place still showed him the deadline. 7 days. Thursday night. The moment when Quirrell's patience ended and his hunger took over. The moment when a dark thing, tired of inhabiting the margins of consciousness, would make its final move on the stone. Harry had lived through this moment 100 times already. He had walked through the trapdoor down into the chambers, past the obstacles to the mirror room. He had stood before Quirrell Voldemort. He had felt the burning. He had come out the other side. He had done it all before in the knowing place, in the strange time-space of prophecy where the future was more real than the present. Now he had to do it again. Now he had to choose it, knowing what it would cost. The knowing place showed him Dumbledore would understand eventually. The knowing place showed him that Snape was already moving, that the potion's master had been playing both sides all year, that he had positioned himself to intercede at every crucial moment, that his loyalty was not to Voldemort but to something older, something that had once told him not to follow the dark thing, something that had been right all along. The knowing place showed him that McGonagall would not believe him. The knowing place showed him that the only adults who would act without proof would be Snape and Dumbledore, and both of them would be too late to prevent the confrontation. But that was not the problem. The problem was more complicated. The problem was knowing the future and being unable to explain the knowing. The problem was standing in a room with adults whose entire training was predicated on the belief that foresight should be documented, verified, confirmed through some mechanism that could be written down and filed, and referred to in subsequent arguments. Harry had spent a year trying to explain the knowing place. He had spent a year being polite about it. He had spent a year using small predictions, the kind that could be verified immediately, to build credibility. And every time, without fail, the moment he asked for something serious, something large, something that required acting on prophecy alone, the wall came down. The polite refusal, the kind shutdown, the message, show me proof or do not ask me to believe. Hermione at least had tried. Hermione had run the calculations. Hermione had recognized that the knowing place was internally consistent and did not contradict itself. But even Hermione, with her precise analytical mind, had struggled. How do you verify something that has not yet happened? How do you prove the future while living in the present? You cannot. It is logically impossible, which meant that the knowing place, no matter how accurate, would always be unprovable until it became the past, by which time it was too late to act on. That was why Apollo had given him the gift, not to prove prophecy but to choose, to understand that knowing did not require approval, that foresight did not require validation, that sometimes you had to move forward on the basis of something that felt true even when you could not prove it. The knowing place had taught him that. The burning taught him that. The year of foreknowledge had cracked him open and shown him that choice was not something that required external verification. Choice was its own truth. On Monday, he tried to warn McGonagall. She was reading through a stack of exam papers when he entered her office, her sharp face arranged in an expression of concentrated irritation. Her office smelled of parchment and chalk and the particular staleness of grading work that had to be read but never wanted to be read. The stack of papers on her desk was at least 2 feet high. Harry sat without being asked and said, "Professor, Quirrell's going to steal the stone. This week. You need to move it." McGonagall set down her quill, with the particular care of someone putting down a weapon. She looked at him over her spectacles with the particular weariness of someone who had already had this conversation, in spirit if not in fact. Her eyes, sharp, intelligent, unimpressed, fixed on his. "Mr. Potter to bed. He's possessed by Voldemort, actually possessed. There's something on the back of his head. You need to get Dumbledore and to bed," she said again. This time there was no irritation in it, only the brisk finality of Scottish pragmatism. She picked up her quill and returned to her papers, and there was in that motion an absolute closure, the kind of wall that said, "This conversation has been had before in different forms, and it ends the same way every time." Proof she wanted, evidence, something that could be written down and filed. The knowing place offered none of these things. The knowing place only offered certainty, and certainty without proof was the kind of madness that locked people away. Harry left. Hermione had already run the calculation. Twice. 3 times now, given Harry's description of the week's timing and the absolute certainty in his voice that this was not prediction but memory, lived memory of a future that had already happened in his mind. She found him in the common room on Tuesday, pulled him into the corner away from listening ears, and laid out papers covered in her own neat handwriting. Columns of numbers, probability matrices calculated in the margin, equations that showed the precise moment when the variables became fixed. "Actually," she said, and her voice had the particular formality of someone speaking a truth she had calculated rather than felt, "the probability matrices are incontrovertible. We must go. Tonight or tomorrow night at latest. The stone cannot be accessed once Dumbledore understands the threat, and Dumbledore will understand once you demonstrate that you have understood. Therefore, the only window in which we can act is before understanding becomes general knowledge. Therefore, we must move before Thursday." Harry looked at the papers. The calculations were elegant and precise and perfect. "You believe me," he said, "not a question." "I believe the mathematics," Hermione said. She did not look at him. She was rereading her own calculations, verifying them against themselves, finding no error. "The data set is small. The variables are limited. And the outcome of inaction is clear. The stone will be moved, Quirrell will steal it, and Voldemort will have access to the elixir of life. The outcome of action is uncertain but recoverable. Therefore, action is indicated." She looked at him then, and her expression contained something that might have been fear or might have been the terrible cold clarity of choosing something without understanding it fully. "Ron must know," she said. "Ron already knows," Harry said. He had seen Ron knowing. He had walked through the moment when Ron would understand without being told, would simply understand the way friends understand things that matter enough to understand. "We just have to tell him." Ron looked up from his plate of digestive biscuits. "Bloody hell, can we eat something first?" They ate something first. Ron produced a bag of crisps from his bag, then a block of chocolate he had been saving from the Easter package his mother had sent. He broke the chocolate into 3 pieces, gave one to Hermione, gave one to Harry, and ate his own with the particular deliberation of the first passage, descended into darkness. The torch Harry carried cast shadows that moved like living things on the stone walls. The air grew colder. The smell changed from castle stone and chalk to something older, something that belonged to places where sunlight had never reached. The passage ended in a chamber carved from living rock, and in that chamber the devil's snare waited. It was smaller than Harry expected from the knowing place. which meant that the knowing place had measured it correctly, and Harry's expectation was the problem. The devil's snare was a tangle of vines and thorns in a chamber that smelled of wet earth and decay and something older, something predatory. The plant was alive in the way that carnivorous things are alive, conscious, hungry, aware of the movement of warm flesh moving through its domain. It wrapped around Ron's leg immediately, and Ron swore, precise and Saxon, his hand going down to cut at the vine with his wand. Hermione did not swear. She did what Hermione did. She thought aloud, her voice steady despite the way the vines were beginning to coil around her own waist. "Heat," she said, moving toward the archway where sunlight came through. The sunlight was visible as a shaft of gold bright luminescence cutting through the darkness, and the plants were recoiling from it, drawing back from the light as if burned. "It hates heat, obviously. But we don't have a torch, so fire spell, yes, that's the answer. I've got it. Incendio, no, wait. Actual sunlight would be simpler. Does the sun not reach down here? If the sun does reach down here, then heat is the solution, and we simply move toward it. The bent key is on the other side," Harry said terse. "Sun, Hermione, obvious." She laughed, off balance, the way she laughed when she had done something clever and someone else had seen it coming. There was no time to press the point. The vines had Ron fully now, coiling around his waist, his chest, moving toward his neck with the inexorable patience of something that knew hunger and had learned to be patient. But Hermione was moving toward the light source, a low archway that opened onto what looked like the wing corridor above, refracted sunlight coming down through cracks in the stone. She raised her arms and stepped into the light. The snare screamed, or made a sound like screaming, a shrill, protesting noise that was the sound of plant tissue burning under direct sunlight, the sound of something that had lived in darkness learning suddenly what heat meant. It withdrew. It writhed. It pulled itself back from the light and released Ron, and Ron tumbled free of the vines, gasping, his skin marked with thin red lines where the thorns had cut. The three of them moved through the arch into the next chamber without pause. The sun on their skin was warm. It was real. It was a reminder that the castle was still above them, that the world still existed outside the trapdoor, that this descent was temporary. The next chamber was smaller. Brooms lay scattered on the floor like discarded toys. Above them, in the space carved from stone, hung the flying keys. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe, all suspended in the air as if frozen in the moment of flight. They hung at different heights and angles, silver and gold and copper, some bent, some straight, some glowing faintly with the magic that held them aloft. And below them, inscribed on the stone floor in letters that were too large to have been accident, "One key is key." Ron began his systematic search immediately. He understood what they were looking for without being told, not because he had magical insight, but because he had learned to trust Harry's foreknowledge in the way that people trust the ground beneath their feet. Ron did not question it. Ron simply worked. He was looking for the bent one, the one that did not match the others, the one that looked like it had been hit or dropped or mishandled. Harry watched him move. This was the gift of foreknowledge, not that it made the task easier, but that it made the watching of a friend do the task matter more. Ron's movements were precise. His eyes were sharp. His finger raised pointed to a key that was crooked at the shaft, bent at an angle that suggested violence or accident. Copper, not silver, old, used. "That one," Ron said, not a question, a statement of fact. They grabbed brooms, they kicked up into the air, and the keys came alive. They descended on Ron like a flock of metal birds, like prey hunters in the moment of the strike. They came for his hands, his face, his eyes. They nipped and cut. The copper key he had claimed tried to twist away, tried to escape, fought him with the stubbornness of something that had been freed once and did not intend to be caught again. Ron's hands bled. The back of his neck took a gash from a diving silver key, but Ron's body understood flight. Quidditch had taught him the language of air and motion. He dodged with the particular grace of someone who had spent summers on a broom, who understood the physics of evasion, who could turn in midair the way other people turned their heads. The bent key made one final attempt. Ron grabbed it, closed his fist around it, held on despite the pain. The silver keys descended again, and Harry brought Hermione down, brought her and the bent key through the archway and into the next chamber. The room was vast. The board was vast. The pieces were the size of horses, carved from marble and shadow, arranged on a floor of stone that had been carved to suggest squares. White pieces faced black. The game state was captured mid-play, and above it, inscribed in letters of gold, was the question: what moves do you make? Ron stepped forward. He did not hesitate. He had played chess since he was small, had learned the game from his father, had developed the kind of strategic sense that belonged not to calculation but to intuition. Ron understood the board the way poets understand language. The knowing place could show Harry Ron's victory, but it could not diminish the particular intelligence that made victory possible. "I need to be taken," Ron said. His voice was steady. He had seen the board, understood it, known what he had to do, all in the time it took to cross the chamber. "I need to be sacrificed. It's the only move that clears the board for you to pass." Harry stepped forward. "It's the move," Ron said, not angry, not afraid, simple, stating a fact, like saying water is wet, like saying the sun rises, like stating something that had already been decided and only needed to be lived through. "I see it. Whether you've seen it or not doesn't matter. I see it, and I'm making it." Ron walked to a knight on the white side, a heavy piece carved from something pale, something that looked almost like bone. He positioned himself where the piece could take him, and the board moved. The pieces began to move of their own volition. The black rook slid across the board. Its stone hand closed around Ron. He went down. Harry's hands had moved forward before his mind caught up, but Hermione caught his arm. "No," she said, and her voice had the particular gentleness of someone doing something kind by refusing to be kind. "He knows what he's doing. He's doing it anyway. Let him." Ron lay on the board in the position of a taken piece. His eyes found Harry's. His mouth shaped words. "Go on." Not a command. A gift. A choice offered by someone who understood that the only way forward sometimes required someone to stand still. The next chamber held the troll. It was already dead, as the knowing place had shown, a body stiffening on the floor, the magics that had animated it already fading into whatever kept a thing that was not alive from returning to the places it had come from. Harry and Hermione stepped past it without comment. The dead troll was the kindness of fortune. The dead troll was Snape playing both sides without believing in the game. Snape had moved here first. Snape had done what was necessary. Snape, who questioned nothing and trusted nothing, had acted in the moment before Quirrell lunged, before the burning began, before everything collapsed into fire and choice. Apollo and Cassandra appeared beside the mirror. They were not visible to Quirrell. They existed in a frequency of reality that the dark thing riding the wizard could not perceive. But they were visible to Harry, and that was the point. Apollo was sitting on the frame of the mirror of Arist as if it were a bench, his legs swinging slightly, his expression theatrical and infinitely amused. He looked at Harry with the eyes of someone who had seen this moment coming for years, which he always did, which was the entire problem with being a god of prophecy. "I have a gift for you," Apollo said. His voice was calm, conversational, the tone of someone offering to take back something he had lent. "You can hand it back now. The curse, the gift, the terrible clarity, it can end here. This moment, this stone, this burning. You can refuse, and I will unmake the whole future, and you will walk out of this tower knowing nothing, seeing nothing, being just a boy who got lucky." Cassandra was standing behind him, as always in that strange temporal echo where she inhabited the moment before the moment, the prophecy before the prophecy. Her face was flat, exhausted, but something in her expression had shifted. Something had changed when Harry had started listening, when the boy had begun to move according to the future and not against it. "I told them," she said, and her voice carried for once a note of something that was not despair, something that might have been recognition. Apollo smiled. "Take thee out, little oracle. I will tell no one. The future that Dumbledore will understand is the future where Quirrell burns and Harry survives. That future will happen regardless. You can have it without the years of knowing. You can have victory without prophecy." Harry looked at the man on the back of Quirrell's head. He looked at the stolen body, the borrowed voice, the dark thing that was reaching out with hands that did not belong to it, that was trying to take something that was already in Harry's pocket, that was failing to understand that wanting was a trap and knowledge was a shield. "No," Harry said. Apollo's smile widened. He looked genuinely pleased, the way a god looks when someone has made a choice that aligns with the script of fate and does it anyway. "All right then, watch how it arrives." Quirrell lunged. His hands reached out, and there was no hesitation in the motion now, no stutter, no performance. Voldemort's hunger was absolute, immediate, the simple animal need of something that had been split and diminished, and was trying to reform itself through pure will. Harry raised his own hands to meet him. The burning was everything. It was not the theoretical burning of the knowing place showing him what would happen. It was the actual fire of dark magic made manifest, made real, made into something that stripped away all abstraction and left only sensation. The curse hit his palms first, and the sensation was of his skin trying to reject the contact, of nerve endings screaming their refusal, of the particular agony that came when living tissue met magic designed specifically to unmake living things. The smell of burning flesh filled the chamber, his flesh, cooked by the curse, consumed by the dark magic that Voldemort was pouring through the borrowed body. But Harry had seen this, and he had chosen it anyway. That was the important part. He had walked into the burning knowing exactly what it would feel like, knowing exactly how much it would hurt, knowing exactly that the choice to let it hurt was the only way out. He stepped forward. Quirrell screamed. The sound was not human. It was raw, primal, the noise of something that had thought itself invulnerable, discovering too late that invulnerability was an illusion created by knowing you would not be tested. Voldemort was being burned by contact with Harry's skin, the way Harry's skin was being burned. The curse was consuming both of them. The dark magic that had been riding the borrowed body was finding itself trapped between the boy's living flesh and the magic of the fire. Harry's hands closed around Quirrell's robes. The fabric burned. The flesh beneath burned. The man inside the flesh, the consciousness that had once been Quirrell but was now mostly Voldemort, burned. Harry did not let go. He held on until the burning was complete, until the body began to fall apart, until the dark thing that had been animating it simply fled, rose as a plume of black smoke and rushed toward the window, desperate to escape, desperate to preserve whatever remained of itself. Harry's hands came away charred. Black blood, not his own, marked his palms. The burns went from fingertip to elbow. The smell of death and burning magic hung in the air. He turned. He walked back through the passageway, past the potions chamber where Hermione had drunk her poison, past the board where Ron had sacrificed himself. His hands did not hurt yet. They would hurt, but in the moment, there was only the cleanness of having chosen and the clarity of having walked through the fire without turning back. Dumbledore found him in the chamber below the 3rd floor. The headmaster did not ask questions. He simply gathered Harry up the way one might gather something precious, something fragile, something that had just survived something unsurvivable. He carried the boy through corridors and downstairs, and the castle itself seemed to part before him, seemed to understand that something important was being born in the space between death and living, in the interval where a choice had been made and prophecy had been fulfilled exactly, because it had been refused. Days later, 3 days or 5 days, or perhaps only hours compressed into the knowing place's strange temporality, Harry woke in the hospital wing. The ceiling was the same ceiling. The smell was the same smell, cauldron steam and medicinal herbs and the faint metallic tang of magewort. His hands were wrapped in bandages that went from fingertip to elbow. His body was not his body. It belonged to the space between waking and sleeping, to the interval where pain was theory and healing was the only available choice. Dumbledore sat beside the bed. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him. Not tired exactly. Age did not sit on Dumbledore like fatigue, but something had shifted. Something in the architecture of the old man's face had rearranged itself into a configuration of thought, of calculation, of the particular weariness that came from understanding too much about how the world worked. He pulled a chair close to the bed and sat with the ease of someone who had earned the right to rest. "My dear boy," Dumbledore said. He reached out and took Harry's unwrapped wrist very gently, so gently that Harry barely felt the contact. "You have been very brave. And very foolish. And very brave again in the way that bravery often looks like foolishness to those of us who are not living through it." Harry tried to speak. His throat was dust. Dumbledore brought a glass of water, not from a bedside table but from the air itself, summoned by a quiet word, produced by magic so casually executed that it looked like ordinary kindness rather than extraordinary power. "Drink," the headmaster said. Harry drank. "The stone," Harry managed. Dumbledore smiled. The smile was sad in a way that sadness does not usually articulate. The sadness of someone who had seen the same choice made over centuries, who had known that this particular boy would make it, who had spent 50 years waiting for a child to understand what only children could understand. That prophecy and choice were not opposites but companions. He stood and walked to the window, looking out across the grounds toward the forest. "The stone is gone now," Dumbledore said, still facing the window. "I have destroyed it. It was never meant to be held, only guarded. Its very nature was to corrupt, to whisper that the holder was special, worthy, capable of transcending the ordinary laws that bound other men. Nicholas Flamel learned that lesson centuries ago. I did not think I needed to learn it again. But I am old, and we old men are sometimes slow to remember what we already know." He turned back to Harry. "You understood something in that mirror chamber that eluded me for decades, that the refusal to want is itself a kind of wanting. That knowledge of the future need not be a prison. It can be a shield, and you chose to use it that way. That is why you won. Not because you are stronger than Voldemort, but because you understood something he never will. That love is strategy, and strategy made manifest through love becomes something that dark magic cannot counter." Harry's hands began to hurt. The hurt was specific, precise, the particular agony of burnt nerve endings remembering that they were supposed to hurt. His eyes closed without his permission. Dumbledore returned to the chair. "The pain will be significant for some days yet," he said quietly, "but the damage is not permanent. Magical burning heals if one is patient, and you have learned patience this year in ways that some wizards never learn." He paused. "Rest now. When you wake, you will find that you are ready to begin healing." Harry's eyes were already closed. Sleep came like a mercy. When he woke, the afternoon light had shifted. Dumbledore was gone. In the space above Harry's left shoulder, not visible to any nurse who might glance in, not visible to anyone lacking the particular education of a boy who had been watching for gods all year, the air seemed slightly more awake than the rest of the room. Apollo was leaning against the hospital wing wall with the casual drape of someone who had just stepped off a marble frieze. His edges held that odd shimmer, as if he were lit by a sun that nobody else could see. Beside him, so faint that she was almost a shadow cast backwards, Cassandra stood with her arms folded. She looked If a ghost could look such a thing, almost peaceful. "My dear boy," Apollo said, voice held to a pitch between mockery and genuine warmth, "you have made a hash of something beautiful. Well done." Harry's throat was still dust. He croaked something approximating a laugh. It hurt. Apollo's smile widened. He stepped closer to the bed, still a respectful distance, the distance of an uncle visiting the hospital, a distance that meant nobody living would have seen him at all. "Knowing the future does not change it," Apollo said. His cadence shifted slightly, taking on the quality of verse that had not yet been written. "It only changes how you arrive at it, and I have some pride in how you arrived." Harry lay still. He had spent a year learning not to argue with gods, but there was something he wanted to say. That he had not felt proud. That he had felt like an actor who had memorized all his lines and is only now allowed to actually act. That knowing the script did not make the performance less real, only more cruel in its clarity. Apollo seemed to hear this without Harry saying anything. He often did. "Yes. That is precisely why I am taking it back." The god stepped forward. He did not touch Harry, but the air around Harry's hands seemed to gather, not gathering as in accumulation, but gathering as in a fist that had been loose suddenly closing. The doubled vision that had been Harry's constant companion all year, the peculiar overlay of what was and what would be, began to collapse. It was not dramatic. It was subtler than that, the way the sun sets not in a sudden darkness but in a gradual loss of definition. Colors simplified first. The world had been showing itself in multiple simultaneous states, this red and this red but also this future red, each slightly different from the other. Now the future red simply stopped arriving. Harry's eyes settled into their normal function. The ceiling was a ceiling. The air was air. Not a shadow of what might come, only what was. Sounds ceased their strange reinforcement. For a year, Harry had been hearing everything twice, the actual sound and the echo of what had been foreseen, like two musicians playing the same note a fraction of a second apart. The second sound stopped. Harry's ears rang with the silence of it, the thin high singing at the edge of his awareness, a sound like the bow of a lyre being drawn across a string too tight, a sound that had been constant as breathing, simply stopped. The absence of it was more violent than its presence had been. Harry's body registered the loss before his mind caught up. His chest tightened. For one long moment he thought he might panic. The thing that had kept him alive for a year, that had let him see Quirrell coming, that had let him make choices instead of stumbling blind, it was gone. Apollo's eyes remained on him, gentle and unapologetic. "The panicking is normal," the god said quietly. "It passes. You were learning to live without oxygen and did not realize it. The lungs remember. Trust them." It was not gradual. One moment the future was there, doubled over the present like a palimpsest of possibility, and the next moment it was sealed away. Harry could feel the edges of his perception contracting the way a fist closes. The space that had held futures compressed and emptied. The gift or curse or trial was being withdrawn the way one withdraws a hand from water, not slowly but not violently either. Simply, no longer reaching, no longer his. It was like stepping out of a tunnel into open air. Like the air itself had been breathing for him, and now he would have to remember how to breathe on his own. His hands were his hands again. They burned, but they were only burning. They were not burning and simultaneously burned and simultaneously healing and simultaneously destroyed by a future he could also see happening. They existed in a single moment. One moment. The luxury of that, the singular, simple moment, made his throat tight. He lay still. His hands worked. His heart worked. His lungs worked. None of it was doubled anymore. None of it was running on a track laid out weeks in advance. It was all immediate, actual now. "There," Apollo said, and his voice sounded farther away now, distance having returned to its ordinary function. You did your year. The rest you can do without my help. You will find you are more than adequate." There was relief in this statement and also something sharper, a challenge perhaps, or an invitation to find that the world did not require prophecy to navigate, only courage. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to ask Apollo what happened now, whether the knowing place might return, whether this was truly an ending or only a pause. But these were questions that belonged to the boy who needed foresight to feel safe, the boy who had burned Quirrell's hands, both knowing and not knowing simultaneously. That boy was gone too. "There is relief in not knowing," Apollo continued, speaking to someone 3 rooms away. "You will find this strange. You will find this is almost like grief. But you will also find that you can sleep without visions crashing through your skull, that you can eat without tasting what the next meal will be, that you can look at a person without seeing the shape of their future carved into their face. That is a gift that few mortals receive. Treasure it. Most people live their entire lives longing for what you just gave away." His expression softened. For a moment Harry saw something in Apollo's face that he had not seen before, not weariness exactly and not pity either. Something closer to recognition, respect even. "You are braver than I am," Apollo said. "I could never have given it up. That is why Cassandra mattered. That is why I had to use you." Cassandra did not step forward. She did not move at all. But her voice, thin and flat and worn the way a coin wears flat through centuries of hands, carried across the space. "I told them," he listened, "goodbye." And she was gone, not in a flash or a fade, but simply not in the next moment. The hospital wing air resealed itself. There was a particular kind of silence that followed her departure, the silence of something that had been waiting for months, years, centuries to be heard and had finally succeeded in being heard by one person and could now rest. Apollo lingered. His edges had begun to dissolve slightly, the shimmer intensifying. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, the way no god had looked at Harry before, without calculation, without the weariness of foreknowledge, with something almost like affection. "Take care, little oracle," he said, and a line of verse formed half on his lips, something about the clarity of going forward without knowing, something about the bravery of choosing blindly, but the words scattered before they could fully shape. He was gone before he finished. Harry lay in the hospital wing. His hands still burned. The Hogwarts grounds stretched beyond the window, ordinary and finite and subject to the usual rules of causality. He lay in the quiet until evening. The quiet was strange. It was not the silence of something missing. He had expected to feel that, the echo of the knowing place like an absent limb, but the quiet of something complete. His year was done. He had been given a gift and he had given it back, and the exchange was final, and that was enough. There was relief in it, as Apollo had said. There was also something sharper, something like the moment after you stop holding your breath and your lungs inflate again, that first real breath that comes with a gasp. Harry's lungs gasped. His body shook. Madame Pomfrey heard the tremor and came over, but Harry waved her away. Some things could not be fixed with potion or spell. Some things had to be lived through. When she was gone, he lay very still. He thought about Cassandra. She had spent her entire life saying true things that nobody believed, and Apollo had given her the mercy of being heard once by one person. That was what his year had been for then. Not to win or to survive or to beat Voldemort at his own game, but to listen. To say, "I hear you. I believe you. I will choose anyway." It was a strange thing to have learned. It was not the kind of learning that wizards wrote about in books, but it was the kind of learning that changed the shape of how you moved through the world. Harry closed his eyes. He did not dream of futures. The end-of-term feast rolled forward without fanfare. The great hall glittered with candles and the particular chaos of Gryffindor's victory. Harry did not stand for any of the speeches. His hands were healing, but standing took balance that his body had not yet renegotiated with gravity. Ron slid into the seat beside him. The food on his plate suggested he had been through the buffet at least twice. "Bloody hell, mate, eat something," he said, not unkindly. "You look like a ghost, an angry ghost, an angry ghost that's been set on fire." "Mostly the last part," Harry said. Hermione sat across from them, her posture exactly the sort of perfect that suggested she was forcing it. "Actually, your scar is healing well," she said, her tone settling into the particular formality that meant she was working very hard not to say something she was afraid of. "I have been monitoring it. The tissue regeneration is following a statistically optimal curve. Madame Pomfrey says another week and you will be essentially healed." Harry nodded. Ron pushed a roll at him. Harry ate it. They sat together as the feast progressed around them, the noise of the school year winding down, the summer beginning its slow spread across the castle. The normalcy of this was strange. The world had not changed. The castle was still the castle. Ron was still Ron. But something in Harry's relationship to all of it had shifted. He was not seeing forward anymore. He was only here. When they left the great hall, the air went into Harry's lungs the way it was supposed to. Clean. No doubling. No futures overlaid on the present. He was only in now, only in the moment, and the moment was enough. The Hogwarts Express carried him north in a compartment that held the usual chaos. Ron, Hermione, Neville asking about wand movements that Harry did not fully understand, Dean and Seamus arguing about Quidditch statistics. Outside the window, the country scrolled past. Harry did not look for futures in the landscape. He let the present pass without knowing what came next. The lack of knowing was not frightening anymore. It was, instead, a kind of freedom that felt almost like flying. Hedwig sat in her cage with the patience of someone who had always known what Harry had only just remembered, that the future is coming whether you see it or not, and the best thing one can do is meet it as it arrives. She watched him with her round, amber eyes. When he looked at her, she ruffled her feathers and looked away as if to say, "Yes, I still know things you don't, but that is no longer your burden to carry. You are released." The train pulled into King's Cross Station. Platform 9, 3/4 dissolved back into the familiar chaos of the regular platform. Vernon Dursley was waiting with his usual expression of vague outrage at the existence of magic, of children, of Harry. The drive to Privet Drive was quiet. Harry sat in the back seat and watched Surrey pass. He knew approximately what dinner would be: mutton and peas, slightly overcooked. He knew that Dudley would complain about the vegetables. He knew that Petunia would pretend he did not exist, and that Vernon would forget to assign him a chore. But knowing these things the way other people knew them, the way you knew the sun would rise, through general principle rather than specific foresight, was so different that it felt like a different kind of knowing entirely. The difference was that he could be wrong. The difference was that he could be surprised. The difference was freedom. The summer stretched ahead unmarked and unknown. Later, weeks later in June, when Ron's mother sent a portkey and Harry arrived at the burrow, the kitchen window held a robin. Harry stepped into the kitchen and stopped. The air smelled like yeast in summer, and something warm that his body recognized as home, though he had only lived there in dreams and in glimpses through the knowing place. Molly Weasley was at the stove. Ron was at the table. The ordinary magic of the house, the broom leaning in the corner, the pie dishes floating through the air, all of it was exactly as he had seen it would be, except that now he did not have to work backward from certainty. Now he could just walk into the room and let it surprise him, a half-second at a time. It was simpler than he had expected. Not knowing was just what everyone else lived with all the time. You walked into rooms. You saw what was there. You chose. It was simpler in its way, crueler in others. The bird was perched on the kitchen window sill. A robin. Its feathers were a particular shade of red-brown. Harry looked at it. It looked at him. He could have sworn there was something in the set of its small head that suggested it had been waiting for him to arrive at exactly this moment, at exactly this window, the way the first robin had died exactly 6 minutes before his 7th birthday vision began. Harry did not check if he was right. He looked at the bird and accepted that he would never know what it meant. He could have been right. He could have been wrong. The knowing place was gone, and with it, the terrible clarity of being certain. That was freedom, he supposed. He pretended to himself that he had not seen it coming. Chapter 7 End.